other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick
6 minutes past the hour. There you go. Welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we appreciate you tuning in as we start a brand new week together. Greg getting things going in the TV room, and I love he's got that look again. We're on, but he's trying to get the big screen TV back there looking right. Go ahead. It's it's showing the studio, so it's not what it needs to be. But you know what, buddy? It's okay. You can come on in here if you want to. We've been in here prior to the show starting, breaking down the weekend. So much to talk about when it comes to college football and just sports in general, and we'll do that today as we look back on a very busy weekend, then look ahead to a very busy week together. And we appreciate you hanging out with us. Buddy, I've killed about as much time as I can. Come on, bud. It's okay. He's still in there trying to hit buttons. He just don't know. I think, buddy, you don't have to watch out. I think my favorite thing is just you off mic screaming, you know. But anyway, we're off and running. So I know because I've been talking to you how your weekend was, but let's let the audience know. I know you had a busy week. Go ahead and pull that mic to you there. And
Saturday. I can't hear nothing. Trying to get started. I don't know. Stupid thing.
I love the way
I just hit every button.
Look, that is kind of cool. It looks like
it does.
Yeah, it looks like forever.
Whatever. We went to Taylor, my son Taylor, and his wife Kelsey, and the grandbabies, Ellis and Marion, and then Chandler and Riley and the other grandbabies. We all at Taylor's house.
Oh, that's cool.
For Lisa's birthday.
Yeah.
And it was great. It was good food, man.
Yeah.
Taylor showed out, and him and Kelsey both, man. We had a spread, pork chops and chicken and green beans and mac. Ooh. And I overdid it. I ate too much. Everybody finally pulled me to the side and said, that's enough.
That's enough.
You've eaten enough. But we had a great day. It was awesome.
Well, good. I know it started your Fridays. I was talking to Terry about, because your son coaches high school football in Alabama, and the ones that you can go to and that are close by. There's some that you just decide, hey, that's just too far away. We're not going. But on the ones that you go to, those are long days.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Terry about that. I said this man's been up since 2-something, and now you're going home at about 11 p.m.
Yeah, but back when he coached in Georgia and we used to go, now that was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because we wouldn't stay. We would go and come home.
Golly.
That was tough.
Was there a reason y'all wouldn't just stay, get a hotel and stay, or did you just want to get home? Remember. Okay. Just to get home.
Yeah.
Let's just fight and get home.
I gained an hour coming back to Alabama.
Right. And then you wake up next day, you're home.
Yeah.
You're enjoying it.
Yeah, then
it feels good then.
The rest of your Saturday trying to get back home.
Yeah, but it's horrible trying to get home. But once you're home and you wake up the next morning, you're like, okay, glad we did that.
Of course, we thought the rain was gone.
Yeah, it just kept.
But all of a sudden, first half, it got to rain and we had to get under a shed.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't know it rained that hard.
Yeah, but then it quit for the half. But we got lucky compared to what a lot of people had. But we did think the rain was gone, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
Not for the first half.
You and I were texting pretty late Friday night, and I was talking to Terry. I'm like, oh no, he's at a game. I said he's so far from home.
It was a barn burner.
It was kickers, but it was. Yeah. And a lot of news when it comes to kickers, from high school and the game you were at
it's a key part of the game, that's for sure.
To a lot of games that came down to the kicker, and really not making anything out of the ordinary. Just I guess in the kicker world, what would be average kicks.
Auburn had a couple that would have helped if they would have had them.
Ole Miss.
Yeah. Ole Miss.
Yeah.
See, what did we say? They finally played somebody.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, they're good. Don't get me wrong. They got a good team, but they up to this point, their schedule, they had played nobody.
No, they had played nobody. And I told you I wasn't going to be too critical on it because Mississippi State might have lost to the people of the nobodies that they played.
Yeah, and
I thought Mississippi State
hung
with Texas for a little bit.
Yeah,
that's
a lot better than what we thought.
Yeah, so we're into moral victories, but I mean, you know what I mean.
Same way, I thought they actually played pretty good.
This Auburn game, and we'll get to the Alabama game because if there is a better game this year, I hope I can see it. I hope I'm able to watch it. And I don't know that there will be, but that game was unbelievable. But let's go back to Auburn, and they were hosting Oklahoma. For those of you that did not know, it was an afternoon game on Saturday, and I'm going back and forth. our grandson River's over, and he's having some play time with his
Yeah, because they
nan and
ain't
pops.
worried about the ball game.
No,
They're
no,
ready to play.
and he's not a problem. But Terry and I were talking about that. I don't think we had to get on to him one time. He just doesn't stop. And so it is just, hey, pops, hey, nan.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, we're just not. So I'm kind of paying attention, and I'm trying to give Mississippi State, Texas just a little bit.
Yeah,
and
it's not the problem.
No, and then I might lose my man card on this one, but then I'm also flipping over. The President's Cup for golf was on, where the U.S. plays the international team, and they were up in Canada, so I was watching a little bit of that, and I see the Auburn score, and it's 21-10. And I say, well, look at my gosh, they are they're killing Auburn. I mean, Oklahoma. I couldn't believe the score, 21-10. So then I go back and I'm doing something else, and I flip it back over, and it's 24-21.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
pick
what?
six will do that.
So what happened? So it was a pick six,
and, like
and what else?
The kicker missed two field goals that probably should have made. That he can make. That's in his range. And like I say, the pick six really hurt, and then their defense started. Because, Oklahoma's got a really good defense.
Mm-hmm.
Auburn actually moved the ball. I thought, as crazy as it sounds, I mean, again, moral victory, I thought they played as good as they have all year against a really good opponent, and they just didn't finish.
Right. Well, I was surprised, to see that they were winning 21-10. And I
led the whole game.
And I thought, well, my goodness, because I knew Bubba had scheduled to go. And I thought, well, at least he's there for that, and then I tune back in, I see the score, and it's late, and it ended the way it ended.
The game started. That true freshman quarterback they have took one to the house. I mean, he took off running. He's really fast.
Yeah,
and they went up 7-0, and then Auburn pretty much took control till the end when it mattered.
Yeah, right. And then the game, and then Alabama and Georgia, and
for some reason,
oh my gracious,
I kept saying I'm gonna keep watching this because there were times when I was fixing to go, I'm sleepy, man.
Yeah.
And something was telling me, I don't know, this thing ain't over.
Yeah.
But as dumb as that sounded.
Well, we had a busy Saturday, and the plan is to go over to some friend's house that invited us over, and it's a maybe 3 or 4 couples that sometimes they'll take turns hosting, and they're all Alabama fans, but we're really good friends. Have been friends with them for many years, and so we sometimes are able to make it over, and we know we're going to be sitting down with Alabama fans, but that's fine. I enjoy great football, and they're wonderful people, and so we sit down, and Alabama starts the way they started.
Oh, my
And
goodness.
I am looking around, and I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
I kept waiting on it to slow down, and it wouldn't. They
Because
just kept piling it on. I was like, wow.
Because what did we say leading into the weekend? Not really going to be surprised on who wins if either one of them wins. But what we would be surprised if it was a blowout.
Yes.
And that's what it looked like. It was they were blowing them away.
I mean,
and the
it was
atmosphere,
ugly.
just like Georgia was in shock.
They
the atmosphere was unbelievable, and I've talked to some folks that were there, and they said you should have been in there. I don't know how you heard yourself think, but so they get out to that big lead, and we had been up since about 2:30 with River the night before. He had a little spend the night party with Nan and Pops. We had a great time Friday, Saturday. And so Terry and I were pretty worn out, and he's not sick or anything. It's just he wanted to hang out with us and sleep with us, and
Kick
we get
feet in your
feet
face.
in the ribs and everything else. So we're tossing and turning, and the plan was, hey, let's leave at the end of the third quarter. We're 10 minutes from the house. We'll go home and get ready for bed. Just watch the end of it, while we're in bed. And that's when Georgia woke up and started coming back. And then
then you're wide awake.
And now I'm wide awake, and I'm sitting there watching it. And,
Georgia did a good job.
That game was amazing.
They're really good.
Yeah,
both of those teams are, and Georgia did a good job of that. Yeah, we're way behind, but there's a lot of time left. Let's just concentrate in one drive at a time and try to fight our way back into this. And they did. Yeah. I mean, they just stayed focused and just slowly came back.
They sure did. That game was unbelievable. And that kid that's 17 years old that should be in high school right now.
Wow.
What's his name?
Williams.
I'm sorry.
Ryan Williams, something like that.
It looks like he was in a video game. Yeah. And that's real.
Yeah.
The way he caught that ball and spun around, Alabama responded to a very late touchdown by Georgia, and then had one of their own, and then go ahead and then end up getting the interception in the end zone as Georgia was trying to score. That game was was everything I was hoping for. But now I will say this: Alabama got out to a lead I wasn't expecting.
No,
but the ending was something else.
I mean, they nearly. I mean, they could do no wrong. But watching the emotions when Georgia took the lead and the camera spanned through the crowd.
Oh.
But it didn't last long.
No.
Because one play later, you were right back where you were, happy.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's. We got
How about that
hands on top of the head, hands
of
over their face. They can't believe it. Oh yeah, and then it
Trump
ended the way
couldn't
it
believe
did.
it.
No. I've been seeing videos of them showing President Trump there, and I understand it got a huge applause, and everybody loved him being there, and he was with a number of folks. Did not know John. I knew he was, and Kid Rock and John Daly were all good friends.
Yeah.
So they just travel everywhere with him.
I can't.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 16 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/BigBox. That's B-I-G-V as in voice, O-X. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. You've heard me talking about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like optimized gel tips for custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. now. Do you owe back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax returns? Did you forget to file an extension? The October 15th deadline is coming. Once it hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. You need Tax Network USA to handle your IRS tax problems fast. They've already helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. October the 15th is days away. Schedule your free consultation. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com. Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury. It should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. We thank you so much for starting your week and your day with us here on the Kickoff Hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after the top of the hour break. We kind of ran up on the commercial break in that first segment. We were looking back at a very busy college football weekend, and so we weren't able to get to the new AP Top 25. Just at a glance, they did reward Alabama for winning. They jumped a couple and got to number one now.
Okay.
They are 1, Texas 2, Ohio State 3, Tennessee 4, and Georgia fell to 5. That's your top 5 in the new AP college football poll. And
Do you realize that there's a chance that they could play each other 2 more times? Alabama and Georgia.
in the
SEC
championship game.
And in the playoffs. I mean, a lot of things have got to happen, but there is a possibility.
You know, I'll give Kirby Smart this. He doesn't make excuses. He pretty much tells you the way it is,
Yeah.
and he was very complimentary of Alabama and his record at 1-6.
Yeah.
They showed Georgia's record against the rest of the country, and Alabama's, and he even came back. He goes, "That might be the best record. What's everybody else's record against?"
That's true. Check and see. You know,
You're dogging my 1-6, but is that the best?
yeah. Did anybody beat it?
So there's your new top 25, the top 5. And that game, goodness gracious, that game, it had everything.
It did.
The range of emotions. What commercial is that? It has to be an insurance company. I can't remember, though, when they're showing the emotions of college football fans or just fans in general, like, oh, look, he fumbled, and they all throw stuff. And then, oh, no, but they picked it up. You know, they're giving different scenarios.
The roller coaster
range
of
of yes, and that was that game.
Oh, yeah.
That was that game. Sitting there watching that and just like, you're like, well, my gracious, they might score 100 points.
I know.
And then we both knew Georgia's going to settle,
Yeah,
and
they're
things
really
might go
good.
there. They're so good,
Yeah.
and so we'll see how that plays out. And sure
was
enough,
fun to
Alabama,
watch.
but they responded when
Boy,
they
did
felt
they.
like it was at the end. I mean, they
One play.
one play to a 17-year-old that should still be in high school, huh?
Good night.
So gifted. We're going to talk about his eye black.
I didn't see it. I mean, I didn't pay attention to it. I obviously saw
Well,
it.
it's one of the eye black stickers. It's
Okay,
not.
yeah.
It wasn't that, but it says kill everybody.
Okay. Probably.
I zoomed when they
Little tone
zoomed in
deaf
on
in
that.
today's world.
We were all looking. We were all watching TV at the little get together, and we
That
all looked
sounds
at
like
each
a
other and said,
17-year-old.
"Well, that'll be a story."
Yeah.
And then I think the coach called them over at one point, and they're all standing there together, and they zoomed in, and one of the players has a Bible verse on his eye black,
Yeah.
and then the other one says "kill everybody," and one of my buddies said, "We got it all covered."
one end of the spectrum to the other.
Now we knew that it was he was talking about athletics and competition,
course. I
and
mean,
but
I-
some people can't reason.
Exactly.
They can't reason that.
I mean, we changed the name of the game between Oklahoma and
Yeah,
Texas because
right.
nobody knew that actually wasn't a shootout.
yeah.
We realized nobody was getting shot.
Right.
That's just what they called it.
Yeah, exactly. Some of us can reason that out and understand what that means. But UNLV, so I see in the top 25 that they're sharing 25 with Texas A&M. They're both tied, and so they're both at
But
25.
they would be the first in the playoffs, because they got that spot for the non.
Yeah. And so they're 4-0.
Yeah.
And they weren't ranked, and so then now they're tied at 25, and they're
their
in the
quarterback
top
left.
25, and so they won without the quarterback.
Yeah, they say this other guy saw the highlights and was pretty good.
They might go, see you later.
See you, buddy.
See you later, kid.
We just saved $100,000.
All right, something else that I'm ashamed of that I didn't realize, and I knew that Hurricane Helene was bad, and I understand the death toll is continuing to rise, and it's just horrible, and there's people that haven't checked in with loved ones that are missing, and they don't know, okay, is it because of this? What's going on?
2.4 million without power.
These towns in North Carolina and other places, these cute little quaint towns that, you look at and you're like, well, now I'd love to go sit there and, have a meet and three there and meet the locals. They are no more. Have you seen the before and afters?
I have
of some of these sweet, cute little towns that just just like, well, look at that little town. It's got everything, and then all of a sudden the after picture just looks like a river. It is so sad, and our thoughts and prayers with all of you out there that are still affected by it. I did see the story where how many folks were still without power, and they said it looked like apocalyptic. Thank you. As chaos strikes the South, millions still left without power after the hurricane has ripped through. And
it's affected Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia.
Yeah.
Wow.
Apocalyptic.
South Carolina actually has the most power out, 870,000.
Really? South Carolina?
Yep. Wow. Must have hit a real populated area or something.
Yeah. The flooding. Oh, the flooding. So
that's bad.
It is. And Terry and I were sitting there talking about we're sitting there just hanging out over the weekend, and it's just what others are dealing with, and then what we were dealing with. It has no comparison.
This is going to be a long way back on this.
Yeah, well, there's some little towns, Greg, where you'll always rebuild and try, but what I'm trying to say is there's nothing left, like nothing. Like there's nothing left. God. It's gone from the floods, and I think a dam didn't break, but I think maybe it gave way a little bit. I want to say, have you seen the footage of the hospital where everybody's up on top of it, and the water's right there
Unreal.
at the top of the hospital? It's really sad. So anyway, our thoughts and prayers are with all of you that have been affected and will continue to climb out of that. I knew it was bad, but until we saw these videos and stuff, I didn't know it was that bad.
Yeah.
But now, technology-wise, where everybody can video, and it's just there it is. And seeing some of the video and the after shots is very sad, really sad. And then there's more, and then there's more in the Gulf. I understand more disturbances in the Gulf. So we'll see.
That's great.
Yeah. So they're saying to kill everybody or kill everyone comes from the movie The Program.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah. And I knew it was about the game, about football. I didn't know where it had come from, but I was reasoning that part out.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of where it came from. So we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Unbelievable kid, though. The talent's amazing.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We all have two ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGBOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine everybody needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox or find the link at rickandbubba.com. You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Do you owe back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax return? Did you forget to file an extension? The October 15th deadline is coming. Once it hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. You need Tax Network USA now to handle your tax IRS problems. I mean fast. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which ones to avoid. Tax Network USA already helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. Now, they also need you to move fast because October 15th is days away. Tax Network USA is the team we recommend to solve your IRS issues so you can get your life back. Don't wait. Schedule your free confidential consultation now. Call 1-800-780-8888, 800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com for the link.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show brought to you by fieldofgreens.com. You've heard us talk about this for a while now. As we continue to age and try to do better, this product came along just at the right time. Field of Greens, we can tell you personally how it has helped us, and we hope that you will jump on board if you've been procrastinating, maybe thinking about it. Today's the day. Let's start the week with you getting this ordered. A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show how old you really are. And better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio age and to live longer and healthier. Field of Greens is something you might want to entertain because it has helped us. It's an organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink, unlike anything else that I've taken. It's serious nutrition. Listen, Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age, and that generally means better health. Each fruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support your vital body's function like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, immune system. Check out Field of Greens right now. It is so important to take care of yourself. Join us and get better when it comes to your health. With 15% off and free shipping, there's no better time than right now to order your Field of Greens. Go to fieldofgreens.com. Use promo code BIGVOX when you do. BIGVOX, V as in voice. That's going to unlock your savings of 15% off and free shipping. Again, that's fieldofgreens.com. Promo code BIGVOX. 15% off, free shipping today. Check that out. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There's always a link under the sponsors button. Just click sponsors and you'll see it. All right, so I was talking to my dad because I told you my dad is really focused on the Atlanta Braves now. And it's kind of interesting how this is all playing out. If you are a Atlanta Braves fan, you know that today's a big day because they finished their series with the Mets. It's a doubleheader. I think first pitch is, I think maybe 12:10 Central, 12:05, something like that, and then they'll play the second of the doubleheader like around 3:15, 3:30, something like that.
Gonna get it all done.
But what's so weird is the last spot in the National League is Arizona, the Braves, and the Mets, and they're all tied. But here's what's weird: the regular season for everybody finished yesterday. But because of the postponement and Hurricane Helene for the Braves, they got Game 1 in, which the Braves won, but Game 2 and 3 were postponed to today. So now everybody's done except those two. And if I have this right, and I hope, please, I'm not reading an article. I'm just going off talking to Dad and looking at an article earlier today. If the Braves and the Mets split today, they're both in. But if one of them gets swept, Arizona gets in, and the one that got swept is out. Okay. So if the Mets,
Arizona has to have a sweep in this. I mean,
yes.
One of these two teams got to sweep the other for them to even be considered.
Correct. Yep.
If they split, they both go.
They both go just because they both have identical records. Games 161 and 162 are come down to who goes in, and that's today. Arizona, like as I said, they're done, and then now they're just waiting. And so if the Braves win Game 1, they're automatically in. If the Mets win Game 1, they're automatically in. And then it'll be interesting to see who they throw in Game 2 today, because if they win, it's like, all right, who should we throw? We don't want to waste anything, because now they've got to get on a plane and start flying to where they got to go for the playoffs to start. So
the Diamondbacks are hoping somebody sweeps.
Yes, they are. The Diamondbacks are really hoping that somebody gets swept today.
Yeah.
But the Braves did well in their series. I think they won 2 or 3. Remember last week we were talking about it was 6 games left, and which means 2 3-game series. And then Hurricane Helene came in, and the Braves and the Mets didn't even fight it after they got Game 1 in. They saw what was coming. They said, all right, we're done. We're
Good
postponing till Monday. Doubleheader starts around noon Central. And we'll see what happens. So kind of interesting to see how that plays out. If you're a Braves fan, I know that you'll be kind of watching. I think both games are on ESPN2 if you want to tune into that today. So they split.
Down to the wire.
If they split, they're both in.
After
if
all
one gets
these
swept,
100 and whatever games.
Yeah, it comes down to the last 2. Isn't that cool? All right, so this past weekend, a lot happening. We've talked about the college football. We've talked about the new AP poll. We just updated you on the Braves, the President's Cup. I know you couldn't care less, Greg, but the U.S.
I didn't know the
beats
president had a
international team.
cup.
It's kind of, you got President's Cup, and then you got the Ryder's Cup and all this, where U.S. faces an international team, faces the world, and they blew the international team out, so they win. So that was big. It was a fun weekend, I know, for Terry and I, because we just got to spend a lot of time with River and play and just have a good old.
Yeah.
But when it's raining, it kind of hampers your day of getting out and moving around. And for where we live, it wasn't anything like others. But it was just that spitting, misty rain where you couldn't really get out and do anything. And so we had to get pretty creative at the house.
We had a break in the rain Saturday when we were at Taylor's, and the kids go out and they got this sandbox.
Yeah.
Okay, of course that's a mess, but it's one of them that closes. So
Okay.
anyway, but Ellis let everybody know, I didn't know this, that there was a rule that you can't wear your shoes in it. I mean, it's probably smart not to, but he said it was a rule.
Is a rule.
And you can't take the shovel and throw the sand out of the box. That's also against the rules.
Okay, so
he
he's
was
got
telling
rules.
everybody else about it. As Pace was throwing sand out.
So he's holding court, telling
yeah,
everybody.
There's just 2 rules.
Okay.
He announced to everybody.
Now, what did Pace do about the rules?
Well, he went ahead and threw a little sand out. And then he kind of got in line.
He got in line with the boss.
Yeah, he went ahead and threw a little out.
Are they sharing better?
Yeah, they're doing a little better.
A little better?
A little better. And the little one now, she's getting in there in the mix. But,
Yeah. I don't know where Terry found this rollout paper, but she found some, and she said, let's trace River's body and then draw him.
Oh, yeah.
So he lays up on the big table, bench, or it's like a picnic table actually, but inside, and got 2 big long benches and everything. So we move everything back. He lays up there. She rolls out the paper, and here we go to tracing.
Oh yeah, his
And
hands.
everything, just a full body trace.
Oh yeah.
And then and we had him draw his face, which was hilarious.
Oh.
And painted all his clothes, with coloring in and stuff, what he was wearing. That was a lot of fun. But
a
the
good
rain
call.
kind of hampered it a little bit, just on being able to get out. 'Cause
Yeah,
he wants to play golf, ride bikes, and doing things. And it was kind of if it was just barely misting, then you get out and you just in it. But
Yeah.
this was a little too hard for anything else, so we had to get creative. And then we had college football on, and it was just a great relaxing day. Saturday.
Yeah.
But a little sleep, just a little sleep. Been a while since we had a kid in the bed.
Not a lot of sleeping going
no,
on there.
ours are
a foot to the ear.
they're all raised and gone, and so that was a little different, but still a lot of fun. And so Saturday was just an enjoyable afternoon with him, and then college football. I thought those of you in Tuscaloosa, college game day was cool, and Miss Terry being the guest picker
that
was funny
good.
too.
That was funny.
When Coach Saban picked against Dion, and she said, "I got your back, Dion."
Yeah.
But Saban handled that well because his worlds collided, and we talk about this. She kind of came into his world.
Yeah.
I mean, for a second. I mean, center desk, guest picker.
Yeah.
There's my wife. I mean,
she's here.
everybody loves her, and you hear a lot about her, but there she sits.
Yeah. And I'll say this, he does really good on game day.
Yeah, he does. He does. And she did
Corso,
great.
not so much.
I know. How about Corso Saturday? It was an off day for him.
Yeah.
He has his better days, and Kirk Herbstreit was a nervous wreck on some of
it's
that.
funny when you'll come in, he'll be there, then they'll come back, you won't be.
Mm-hmm.
Then they'll look and ask back, trying to put a mascot head on.
Yeah, I want him to do so well. I'm rooting for him. But some of it, gets away from him a little bit. Pat McAfee, how you like him standing up on chairs, screaming "Roll Tide"?
Gotta be in the mood for him.
Yeah, he brings a lot of energy though.
He does. And I love watching Saban's looks on his face sometimes. But
saw a couple of familiar faces in the game day crowd of people we know. That was
oh yeah,
I love it. Great day though, all around in Tuscaloosa. So I know a lot of you enjoyed that, unless you're a Georgia fan.
Yeah,
you almost came back though. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
At Boot Barn, we're driven by everything the cowboy boot stands for. The reliable communities of the West, the hardened values of the cowboy, and the unshakable spirit of all who lead a tenacious lifestyle. Justin Boots capture these Western ideals in every pair. Their handcrafted boots are an invitation into the continuing story of the West, open to all who dream of untamed lands and endless Western skies. Justin Boots at Boot Barn.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox, buyraycon.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, it's 10 minutes until top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. That's 866-932-3244. Unscreened phone calls are on the table if you want to weigh in on how the weekend went and help produce this last segment. Feel free to do so. We might jump out and grab some of those phone calls. I see the texts are rolling in, 866-932-3244 is the number. And we welcome your phone calls and texts as always. I'm sitting here looking about this next disturbance in the Gulf, and it's real. We'll see how that plays out. Probably get spanned on at some point. One story that we've both been kind of eyeing a little bit that maybe you can help me with. SpaceX capsule has arrived at the space station to save the NASA astronauts stranded by the Boeing Starliner. We've talked about this.
Oh, yeah.
But they launched the rescue, I guess, this past weekend, and to try to, get there and everything. But they still say, do I understand it's a February return? Do they have to wait that long?
Yeah, I mean, so if it's docked,
right?
Can't we get in? I mean, does it have to sit there and recharge? I don't know.
I don't know. That's what I'm wanting to know, because I thought I heard that in the broadcast that's when they were returning, but it says they will remain at the space station until February. It's like, my gracious, if it's there, can we go ahead and come on?
Yeah, you would think.
Why are we waiting?
Something about that doesn't make sense to me.
Why are we
I'm sure
waiting?
there's an answer. I just don't know it. But yeah, hey, I'm sitting here looking at it. Can we leave? I've been here long enough. I was only planning on being here a few days, and I'm still here.
Yeah, that is that's crazy. All right, have you heard of Florida's boogeyman?
No, I have not.
You have not. Okay.
Boogeyman.
Well, yes, it's Florida's boogeyman. We've all got different things, right? Most U.S. states have their own version of what they call Bigfoot or mythical creature of some kind. And those stories have been passed down through generations. Well, Florida is no exception.
Oh, yeah, they got
they have what they call the boogeyman.
Boogeyman.
Yes.
We've all heard about the boogeyman.
It's a very interesting story here. Northern Florida is kind of where they see what they call booger, and Barden Booger is his name, I guess. But anyway, I thought this was very funny. A skunk-like ape that is in Florida. But what was kind of funny is that, and they say it was first seen, I guess, in 1974. Somebody first saw that at age 10, and people have got little footprints and everything that they hold up. But it was interesting to see the different states and what they all, what is the creature that everybody talks about being handed down. Still, we haven't caught one.
Basically, Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Well, now you got the Mothman.
Yeah, the Mothman's a little different. Yeah. And we've talked about, if you're a hunter, being out and then seeing something like this, you claimed you would let Bigfoot pass.
Yeah, he's too human.
He's too human. You just let him pass.
Yeah,
I don't
get a good picture of it.
But I would have to talk. I would have to say, hey, see if he reacts.
Yeah, but again, with the game cameras we have now, I mean, wouldn't he be on one by now?
Yeah,
they're everywhere.
This story is
Unless
precious.
he knows how to dodge them. I don't know. Maybe he does.
Just I didn't know if you had heard of the boogeyman.
No, I didn't. Florida. Was there another recent sighting? Is that what everybody's fired up about?
Well, it's
in New Jersey, the New Jersey Devil, don't they have supposedly?
Yeah.
I know that's a hockey team, but also
Putnam County in northern Florida, I guess is maybe. They've had several. They have had several sightings there.
Kind of find out it was just some old hobo with long hair.
So the name has been broken down to the two parts because it comes from a tiny town where it was first spotted.
Oh, wow.
Barden, Bardin, and Booger, which is a slang term for boogeyman.
The Barden Booger.
The Barden Booger.
I don't want to be chased by the Barden Booger.
No. The Barden Booger. It's thought to be a regional twist on Bigfoot and Yeti myths. And Orlando, there's a story coming out of it. Yeah, I just didn't know if you had seen that because I know we love stuff like that.
I haven't been to Barton County, I don't think.
No.
Or Barton City, whatever it is.
So let's talk about it, and then we'll kind of move on. Saturday night is the crap run in Piedmont, Alabama.
Here we go.
I will be with you for the first time.
Yep.
And we will hopefully raise money for Venice's Foundation. Got the numbers in from Tim Spencer and Buffalo Wild Wings from this past charity charge. The numbers are very impressive. Thank all of you for that went out and enjoyed some great Buffalo Wild Wings while benefiting Venice's Foundation. And the crap run is going to happen around 7 p.m. local time Saturday night.
That's right.
And look forward to being there.
Kids fun run. I think it's at 6.
It's 6. Okay.
Hey.
Which really we should be in. Which really we should be in with our injuries.
Yeah. We're a little gift up.
You know, what do you do?
I've tried it.
I don't know.
I'm struggling, man.
It just goes to, what do you do? You know, I mean, I think I'm tapping out. I don't know. Because it's one of those it's one of those weird things. I know we sound like two old men, but it's just one of those things where because we've been kind of hampered on being able to get ready for it. Now it's like too late. And I tried this past weekend and it still bothered me.
The heat not being there helps some, but man, I guess I'm just old. I'm gonna have to that pounding that pavement just is not helping.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go to Rowers, I guess. But
I guess so.
So what am I supposed to do? Because you asked me to come help MC.
You'll be there, you know, kick everything off and
just do. You just said
you
just
got a microphone and
right. Are you going to be up there with me?
If you want me to be, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Sure, we can handle it. We'll have a good time. And then you know, they give what I won my. Did I win my age group last year?
I thought you did. I thought I remember something like that.
You know, give out some medals.
Yeah.
For the winners.
That's it. Well, that's very detailed, Greg.
Well, whatever. When we get there, we'll.
All right.
Well, you know, you get everything started, you get it hyped up, and then boom, off the race goes.
Okay. Are we starting the race? Like everybody ready to go? That kind of thing? Or just are we emceeing prior to it?
You know what? I can't prior, but
we're having a meeting on air, and you can see how detailed
it'll be
it is.
fun. I'll tell you, they got a bunch of vendors, and it's just.
Do you know
fun.
what time I'm supposed to be there?
No, I'll find out. You get there.
When are you going to
get there? A little
me?
4-7.
Well, but the kids' run starts at 6.
Oh, no, I'll get with Randall.
When were you going to text me? Like Saturday at 2?
Yeah, I figured you'd be ready.
Just come on over.
Come on.
Well, I'm coming into your world though. This is where Greg.
Now, Hobie's ran it twice. I think.
I know.
Him and,
yeah.
Anna Scott
I really
came.
wanted
of course,
to run
Anna Scott
it.
was a little girl then.
I really
She's
wanted
grown
to run
now.
that. That would have been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But we'll still have a good time.
Yeah,
we can't get caught up in it though.
I may just hit the full sprint and run the nonstop.
It can't be what I did when I started that run downtown Birmingham with they had the little starter's pistol.
Yeah, you don't need that downtown Birmingham. That's
No,
for sure.
no. And then here comes the folks running, and they get me all pulled into it. Next thing I know, I'm running. And for the first 3 blocks, you're all together.
Oh,
but then you're spread out. So now you're just a guy running with a pistol.
Yeah, everybody's running. It's like everybody's running from you.
Right.
You know?
Right. And that was
Could you put the pistol down?
That was quite the day. But it's not going to be anything like that. Not going to be anything like that. But I will be there with Greg, Piedmont, Alabama.
Y'all come out.
Is Little League Hubbard going to be there?
Lee is a sponsor on the shirt. He figures that's enough. You know, where you buy the sponsor package on the back.
Yeah. Come on, Lee. Come
Lee ain't
out.
gonna run.
I want to see Lee.
We'll get him to come out.
Yeah, he can come hang.
No way he's running.
Well, that's fine. He can come hang out.
There you go.
I want everybody there that you always talk about.
That's right.
Can Cates come? He can't get away, can he?
No, there's no telling what he's doing. He might be serving and protecting.
Yeah. Well, I might bring Terry. I don't know. It depends on if Lee's going to be there.
Yeah, we got some work being done at the house. We got workers are going to be there.
Oh,
Saturday,
really?
So.
Well, because you're hosting Christmas Eve.
Oh, yeah. Let's change everything about the house for that. Ain't even got to the trees yet.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. That's our world. That's kind of coming up Saturday night, and look forward to that, Greg. Thank you so much, and hopefully you'll give me some details on exactly what I'm doing and when I need to be.
Yeah, just like at UAB. Once you show up, we'll have you list for you.
But probably need to know when to show up.
Oh yeah, that we got that.
All right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour. Brand new day, brand new week. Welcome in, Rick and Bubba family. This hour starts with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Let's go. All right, the Big Boy Studio hey, the power is on, and here we go. Coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world on various platforms, live and archived. So however you are here, maybe America's boldest radio stations, one of the live options. Thank you, stations, for being bold enough to carry this program. Hello, YouTubers. Eddie Van Adler joins you now. He'll drive the YouTube channel. The other live option is our streaming app. Go to TuneIn. It's a free download. Search Rick and Bubba. 24/7 Rick and Bubba, including the live show. Archive options include the YouTube channel, our podcast audio archives. Both have best of hours as well, along with the daily full show archive. And then, of course, the TuneIn app also gives you archives of the shows that have been happening in the week on your own time as well. So a lot of options. So whether it's live, all the way live, or you are listening on the archive or watching, we're glad that you are here on any and or all of those options. Speedy and Greg have knocked out the kickoff hour. There sits the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to another edition of Rick and Bubba.
Hello, Bubba.
Yep. How about it?
New
How
day,
about it?
new week.
Hope everybody had a good weekend.
Yeah, I know if you were in the path of Helene, not a good weekend. People and devastation. Still don't have all the, the thing that we started hearing, and people are actually on the text line asking about this today. And Adler, actually a personal question to you. Over the weekend, I think we all were very well versed on, here comes the hurricane category 4 if you're there on the coast. But what really turned into a nightmare for many was the flooding as it headed up the East Coast and into the Carolinas. And the flooding conditions, devastating destruction that people are still dealing with and are going to be dealing with. Got an update yesterday from at church where, the people that we know that are in Asheville, North Carolina, which is what people are going to ask Adler how your grandmother is doing, and they said, look, we're okay, but we're cut off from everything. The bridges are gone, the roads are gone. We have flooding in the basement of the church, but the problem is we can't get any supplies, no matter how much you want to help us,
right.
because it's a riverbed now where there once was a highway. We can't get anything to us. And so that's one of the big problems. So is your grandmother, is she all right?
Yeah, we've been texting a bunch this weekend. She's in an area that there is some devastation near her, but like her house didn't get water in it or anything like that.
Good.
She has lost power. I didn't hear from her for about 12 hours on Saturday, so I'm going to sleep. And I said to Aaron, hey, before you go to sleep, do me a favor and find me a route to my grandma's house, because I'll probably just drive over there and check on her tomorrow if that's cool with you. Yeah. And she was like, I don't know if you should do that. But anyways, so we did hear from her early on Sunday. So there was about a 12-hour period there where I was like, all right, am I going to drive to Asheville and rescue my grandma? Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
But we were talking before she lost what was the problem was the cell service went down in the entire area too.
Yep.
So she doesn't have power and she doesn't have cell service, but she had
Gosh,
stopped.
if she'd just been a ham radio operator, you could have talked to her.
Yes, or Starlink or something like you were talking about too. But before she lost cell service. She was talking about how she had water, she had extra food, she did not have water in her house and all that. But it was scary there for a little while. The devastation in Asheville and Boone and all of those areas it's just horrific. You guys have seen the mudslide videos. The flooding is just catastrophic. But she attended a barbecue with all of her neighbors last night. And so people are just having barbecues and saying, "Hey, we got a freezer full of food. Let's eat it up." And so she's got that planned for tonight as well. So she's okay, and she's texting. She texted me from her car last night because she was using her car to charge her cell phone.
That's smart.
And I'm like, there you go. Do whatever you got to do. And also, I'm buying you a gigantic battery pack for Christmas.
Yeah.
But thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Love you, Grandma Pat. We're praying for you and glad you're doing good.
You know, she's very resourceful.
Yeah. She is.
Knows how to do the workarounds, and that's great.
Yeah.
Sadly, the loss of life from this storm has got a lot higher than some of the other hurricanes we've had. 99 I saw this morning,
well,
and that's going to go up. There's still a lot of people unaccounted for, sadly.
The flooding and the mudslides added a whole new element. Usually you just think about wind, but boy, there was so much more that happened inland because of how powerful it was and how quick it was moving and the amount of rain that was pouring. It was interesting because our pastor, we're doing a series on Joseph right now, And he would just mention in Genesis 40 where when Joseph, unfairly gets put in jail after the Potiphar incident, and he's there, and he says, notice it keeps saying that the Lord was with him, the Lord showed favor. And he goes, you may be thinking, well, how in the world is the Lord showing him favor in jail? And he said, I don't know. He said, maybe, because he's working out a plan, maybe Joseph's cell is dry when everybody else is wet. Maybe he doesn't have rats, but the other people do. Right. He said, you see, you miss these little things that God does for you. And then he said, like Adler's grandmother, he goes, like the fact that, just not far from you, everybody's stuff is gone, but yet you don't have any water. Or here, our lights barely flickered. Yeah. While others are in devastation. He said these little things that God does that are gracious and merciful, even when you think you're in a bad situation, look for the little things he does that is also gracious. And I thought that was, because it was. I mean, nobody, the track kept changing. I'll update y'all later.
We kept jogging to the right a little bit, which was good for our part where we live, but terrible for these folks in North Carolina.
Yeah, and I'll tell you guys about going to Atlanta over the weekend, too. That was an interesting...
and if that's not enough, we have two other tropical activities going on. We've got storms and some other things that are going to form. One is strengthening, one is weakening. Tropical depression Joyce. And then we also have one called Number 12. I don't think they've named it yet.
Number 12. Yeah. We'll be back 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
NFL legend Bill Romanowski. Some people just may call him Coach.
What's happening, guys?
How about you? Our email's been on fire here about you and the possibility of you returning to the NFL as a head coach.
No. You never know. Just put it that way. I basically, just gave some ideas to Mr. Bolin on what I would do to enhance his organization. He's a friend of mine, and I gave him a little.
You sent him an
PowerPoint
application.
presentation.
You sent an application outlining your plan, which I think is excellent.
Yeah, I put together, a 50, 60, 70-page, plan that I condensed down to a PowerPoint presentation with just some philosophies of what I believe and where I think I can make an impact and what things I would do. And that's what I decided to do.
Romo, you're not talking to the media here. This is Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, this is Rick and Bubba.
Look, that's a good answer, and I know you had to give that interview today, and that sounds good. That's a good answer. I like that.
Yeah,
but now, look,
this is your buddies, man.
Here's what I think.
Want the truth?
Yes!
Here's what I think happened. Can I give you my theory, and then you tell us what happened?
Okay.
I think seeing Mike Singletary as a coach has fired you up, even more so than you were. I think, hold on.
Yep.
I think there's a job that you really want, and I think it's with Mr. Davis. And I think that if you become a serious candidate for the Broncos job, that will stir Mr. Davis up, and he ain't going to let you go and coach against him. What about that theory?
I tell you what, you guys are pretty right on.
Hey,
you guys are pretty right on.
You ain't moving to Denver. You do too many movies.
You ain't going to Mile High.
You know what, though? Guys, I'm just, as you know, and we talk every week, I'm passionate about football. But you know what? It's pretty much I have nothing to lose.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it, guys. I love what I do. I have my own nutrition company.
Yeah.
But you know
you
what?
got nothing to prove.
I don't. I can hire somebody to run that, and I believe in my heart I can run a football organization. I really do.
I do too, Romo. I would love to see you. And who has been telling you, Rick? Have we not been go to Mr. Davis, tell him to give you the reins because he's hiring a bunch of yes men?
Yeah, I know it.
And it ain't working for him.
I've gone as far as to say in my heart when I saw this report today that you're, throwing out some feelers and letting everybody know what your plans are, that we are somewhat, if not directly, indirectly responsible for it. Because I think that we have planted in your head something that you might have kind of remotely thought about. But you know what? Every time you come on, we're like, when are you going to you? Every time we analyze what's wrong with these teams, when are you going to step up, go into the teams that you love, and get them headed in the right direction. You know, my brother Greg Burgess is here, and you know he had a few words about it.
Okay, I got something to say to Greg. Okay, does he want to fight? Okay.
Well, I got
does
trained
he
a
want
little
to
bit.
take the gloves off? Let's go.
Well, and
I want
Romo,
to take a little Nutrition 53 and get in shape, and then we'll talk about it.
well,
Okay.
Romo, here's the thing, and I told Greg.
And I
Greg
think it's an excellent
came.
idea if you want to coach.
Greg came. Greg came to this show, and he knew nothing about radio. He knew nothing about being a producer, nothing about merchandise.
And it's showing.
He was a high voltage lineman for the power company.
But he had a great voice.
But you know what? He came in here and he took the work ethic that he had learned at the power company.
That's right.
And he applied it to what was in front of him, and he's doing a bang up job.
That's right.
And I don't necessarily think you have to have been a coach to become a great coach. I mean, certainly there's you'll be some learning on the job type things, but hey, here's the bottom line: you know football and you know people. To me, that's all you need to know. Massachusetts.
I can't say that.
That was such a hard state to say, Bubba.
You know yeah.
How do you say it right?
I can't say it either.
I can't
Type it
say
into Sam.
Oh, how you spell it?
You don't know how to spell it.
I'm just kidding.
Somebody who lives there told me one time how they say it, and they do say it different than we do.
Oh, I'm sure.
But I say Massachusetts.
I just call it mass.
I say massa, and then I just see where it goes.
Can I just say UMass?
I say massa, and then I just see what happens.
I think that when Connecticut and all went to that was a good move for them on the marketing. Just say UConn or UMass.
Absolutely.
Because nobody.
Law Tigers is giving away a custom Harley-Davidson motorcycle at CrimsonTideBike.com.
And here we go. It is a brand new Rick and Bubba show, and we are thankful that you are here. So some things to be aware of that are coming up this week. So tonight, Panama City, Florida, First Baptist Church, Panama City, Man Up event. Excited to be speaking there tonight. Looking forward to seeing all of you, Lord willing, that are coming out tonight. Thousands of men. They're going to try to feed all of us. That'll be an undertaking. I was talking to them yesterday. And then they'll put you into small groups for the curriculum from the manchurch.com. They'll also host one of our conferences next year, so we'll be there doing a tour on that this afternoon as well. So looking forward to seeing all of you tonight. If you still want to come, guys, in the area, just go to themanchurch.com, look under events, and you'll see the link there. They do need to know that you're coming. Speedy and Greg, they have been training like world-class athletes, Bubba, to take on the annual Venetia's Foundation Crap Run. It is this Saturday, Piedmont, Alabama, 7 p.m., which I know that this time of year it can get a little cooler, but moving it to the evening is a blessing.
Yes.
If you want more information, rickandbubba.com there. You'll see it under upcoming events. So this Saturday, fellas, you guys, I know y'all been training, not to get
we're
ready.
kind of gimped up.
Y'all both
Rick.
got injured.
We're injured, and the running part maybe not. But I will say this: I meant to announce this. Speedy will be live, Rick, at Main Street South, Forest Hill Homes.
Oh.
Lisa knows, but we're gonna have Speedy there signing autographs.
Oh, good, gripping and grinning.
No, I'm just kidding. But the crap run, it actually takes place right there at Main Street South, which is
good.
where Forest Hill Homes are. Y'all can go in there and check it out.
Yeah, Greg will
buy
be there.
something.
Get there early.
How's
Get
your
there early.
training going? Have you been?
It's not good, Bubba.
You hadn't been out
Got
30-10
I got an injury.
Yeah.
Me and Speedy both are old.
Yeah.
That happens.
So y'all are injured.
We're injured.
We both little nagging injury that keeps showing itself once you start running a lot.
That's right.
And it'll and so we've been trying to balance getting better, but yet trying to do enough to where you can actually run it.
Yeah,
and
passing out.
I think we're at that point where we're like, I don't think we've been able to train enough because of the injuries.
The injuries.
And
Guys,
so,
y'all are too old to be running.
I don't think so.
Y'all need to do that low impact stuff.
Yeah, unless something's,
well, let me ask you this.
unless
How y'all
something's
doing?
after you,
Yeah.
after life threatening or fire is involved.
My injury came from weeding a stupid hill
Yeah, I did that
years
one
ago,
time.
and it flared up, and it's still.
So what's causing it to
old
flare
knee
up?
pounding on pavement.
Pound.
Rick, you're pounding.
Yeah.
But I
It's
was
just
really
rough.
hoping I could run it with
See,
Greg.
the joints.
But we'll go and host it and enjoy it.
Have been okay. That's just, but I've either, I don't know, I've done something.
Mm-hmm. It's too, guys, y'all got to go low
We do
impact.
sound
Y'all got to go low
Yeah,
impact.
I know. If we could row, well, we could row.
What if y'all need to have?
What if we had a
nice,
bunch of rowers set up in a parking lot?
I was
beside
just
us?
What if y'all had a nice 4-wheeler ride, like
There you go.
20 or 30 miles
that's
through
it.
the woods?
That's it, Bubba.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
What
Go
if
up to Duggar Mountain.
Well, if no one else is doing it, why don't you and Speedy ride 4-wheelers beside each other? So.
You know,
Oh man.
in
like
the
a
past,
support dog.
In the past, I've tried to train, and it hadn't really went great for me.
Yeah.
What if I try without training to see if how I do?
Yeah.
Sounds
I
as good
may
as
be-
anything.
Just wait. I could have a
it's
a
not
running limp. You've seen
Yeah.
those?
Yeah.
Yeah. You look
Yeah.
like
How
you're
about-
off balance.
Yeah, well, then, you know,
So anyway,
Do what
that's
you got to do.
that's
it's
go-
always 30-10.
Yeah, that's going on this Saturday. So those of you in Alabama
Yeah, we're
want to
gonna
be part
have
of that, go by and see the guys and help another great cause. So college football this past weekend, we
Whoa,
told you it
some
was
games,
it was
wasn't it?
going to be action packed. You know, I don't even know where to begin because you know, I guess you could start with the biggest game of the weekend, which was Saturday night. At one point, I thought to myself, well, Nadmeyer has got this figured out. It looked like it was going to be 36-3. Alabama just jumped all over Georgia, like in a way that it's been so long since I felt bad for Georgia because they're so good, and I found myself going, boy, they're just pitiful. I mean, their eyes looked as big as saucers. They looked like they were in total shock. Alabama looked like that they could beat anybody in the whole world, in the whole wide world, and
Including the Chiefs.
Yeah, and I was just like, man, and I made you know, a mistake, and I acknowledge that. I just you know, for us when that 10 starts showing up on that clock, and this was my quote, and I had to own it all day Sunday. So Sherry, my wife, will watch football with me if she thinks there's enough, you know, drama, and it's one of these big, huge, you know, events, which this easily was. She said to me, "Are you serious? You going to bed?" And I said, "Baby, there's one quarter left, okay?" And I said, "Alabama." This was my quote, sleepy face. I said, "Alabama is 18 points up. You mean to tell me in one quarter, Georgia is not only going to score 19 points, they're going to keep Bama from scoring any more?" I said, "That's not happening. I'm going to bed." And I said, we had church the next day. I was teaching Sunday morning.
I was trying to stay awake because it was such a good game.
And well, see, I felt like it really wasn't. I was like,
well, you sensed that they were going to come back and make a game.
Yeah,
They always do.
Well, apparently I didn't because I went to bed. So I really honestly just thought that those two things couldn't happen. And Georgia wasn't really showing me that they had that ability to do it in this particular game. I'm not talking about in the playoffs and all that. That this particular night was Bama's night. And go to bed, Rick. Okay? The game actually disappointed me because it really wasn't a good game.
It wasn't
until the part I missed.
Yeah, you missed the good game.
Until the part I missed. I really found myself disappointed because I wasn't really pulled into the game because I'm like, there's no drama here.
There wasn't.
Rick Burgess.
And then all the drama happened after I bailed on the game. So thank America, y'all can thank me.
I was getting sleepy-eyed. During the third quarter, may have dozed off a couple times.
Right.
I did.
But then I woke up and I looked and I said, I for some reason, I'm going to keep watching this game, which by then normally I'd just go to bed. And then they started showing a little life. And I still thought, well, okay, it's going to make the score look better, but there's no way. And all of a sudden, when Georgia took the lead, I was like, I cannot. But that's when I text the group. I said, I hope y'all are watching this.
Yeah, I saw that. That's what I woke up to. By the way, I will say this: Georgia led for 13 seconds.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's about what it was.
But when I got up, you know, you see these texting. Oh, tell me you're not missing this. Oh my, can you believe this? And I was just like, well, I guess I missed something. And I immediately pulled up the score, and I was like, and Sherry comes in. I said, well, I have some really bad news. Mm-hmm. And she said, I told you we shouldn't go to bed. And I said, well, you could have stayed up. She goes, well, I didn't stay up watching football by myself. And you know, we had to get up. And honestly, I'm getting to where sleep is becoming such a premium for me You really got to really sell me on staying up.
Well,
You're right.
there's very few times, and
looks like I wasn't alone. A lot of people said they did the same thing.
We can
sure.
probably look back in history and maybe remember some, but it's been a long time since I've been watching a game, and somebody does something, and it looks like it's on like a video game, like you got some type of joystick, and you're just making them do what you want. Ryan Williams, that 17-year-old.
Oh, is he 17? Because the announcer only told me that 111 times.
Yeah, every game they do.
Hey, that kid is unbelievable.
Hey,
the
announcers, we got that he's 17. We got it.
The way he did that spin move, it's like like he's in a video game, and you're controlling.
He really is.
You're controlling it, and you're like, okay, let's spin right here.
Yeah,
that is just unbelievable athleticism.
I like right there. When he did that second spin, he looks at the defense for just a minute like, I'm off to the races.
See you later.
Good luck.
Phenomenal player. Somebody said he was 17.
Yes,
I don't know if you've heard this or not.
Should be in high school, Rick.
That's what I heard all throughout the game, and the game before that, and the game before that. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Massachusetts.
I can't say that.
And it's such a hard state to say, Bubba.
You know,
How do you say it right?
I can't say it either.
I can't type it into Sam.
Oh, how you spell it?
You don't know how to spell it.
I just can't.
Somebody who lives there told me one time how they say it, and they do say it different than we do.
Oh, I'm sure.
But I say Massachusetts.
I just call it mass.
I say massa, and then I just see where it
Can
goes.
I just say UMass?
I say massa, and then I just see what happens.
I think that when Connecticut and all went to that was a good move for them on the marketing. Just say UConn or UMass.
Absolutely.
Because nobody could say the rest of it.
Yeah.
Connecticut.
Speedy's trying to figure out how to spell it where Sam can say it.
About to.
Y'all didn't have that word in Mississippi, did you, Speedy?
Huh?
Y'all didn't go over that in class?
Yeah, first you got to type it in so Sam can say it.
That's right. That's the hard part.
Getting it.
MISSISSIPPI. Humpback. Okay.
You didn't have a funny little song.
Massachusetts.
Say it again. Say it again.
Massachusetts.
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 I'm closer than
What
rest
are
of
we
y'all.
in elementary school?
By the way.
Hey, listen.
Massachusetts.
Listen for the two. Listen for the
I
two.
feel like we're on Sesame Street.
Hey, Speedy. I mean,
Massachusetts.
you're saying that. Look around this room with the possibility of Helmsy being, he's new. I don't know his history yet like I need to. But I'm looking at you, and me. Every one of us was in slow class.
Massachusetts.
Law Tigers is giving away a custom Harley-Davidson motorcycle at crimsontidebike.com.
And, I mean, this is a show being done by 4 people who spent some time in slow class.
It was like one semester because I didn't pay attention.
Rick, I was just at the slow table one time.
Yeah.
I didn't go to that class.
Yeah.
That, by the way, I
was in a broom closet one time.
Yesterday. We used to have in the
you have a
classroom
concussion?
in 5th grade. We had the top 7. We had everybody else. Then we had the slow table.
That's right.
And you did not want to get on that slow
We had
table.
the same thing.
Do you know that the teacher would meet
man.
with me in the broom closet and go over words?
Are you sure?
I know.
Are you sure that's what y'all were going over?
Well,
I will
I had
say
a
this,
concussion.
though. I dominated that class, though. I was the valedictorian.
Oh, yeah. You met your girlfriend there?
I
remember the first
I
side.
dominated.
Because there was no political correctness when we were in school.
No.
We were there because we were lazy.
You know what? It was all about outcome.
Pay attention.
We just wouldn't do the work. Matter of fact, my kids had to have a speech about that yesterday from my mother. Let me tell you one thing you don't want is for your kids to come home from school and your mother actually be there. And they were going over their tests and the grades they made, and she had got to going on the grades I made. She said, I used to take your dad's report card, and I just throw it across the room. I'm not looking at that.
That's true.
And I was like, Mom, and one of the things about that was the first time I saw the first just inkling, and Greg, you may remember this. I think it was Miss Hyde's class, and they did the same thing you're talking about, but they did it by Peanuts characters.
Yeah.
You were Woodstock, you were Charlie Brown, or you were Snoopy.
Snoopy was like the top.
Yeah.
Or maybe Woodstock.
No, Woodstock was the top. Charlie Brown was the middle, and Snoopy was the slow table. And
I was Big Pen.
Yeah, how about this? When you
Jack said he was Big Pen. He didn't even make it.
How about when you land on the slow table and you go,
I know.
I can beat this. You know what I mean?
You know, I kind of dug it though, because I was like, Greg. You know, suddenly I was like brilliant.
I was man. Yeah, the man. People were looking at you for answers.
Big fish in a little pond.
Yeah.
Well, the great.
I like Massachusetts.
Yeah, and like when I had to meet with the person after school, you know, because I went too far with my campaign on why I was making bad on long division. I went too far with it because I was trying not to get in trouble. I ended up with some kind of helper that was supposed to be helping me, and I really could figure it out. I just was lazy with it, paying attention, and I wasn't paying attention. Next thing I know, I'm like, wow, this is real. But let me tell you the great thing, and Bill Cosby said it best. The great thing about slow class was that they give you a slow teacher.
That's Rick at rickandbubba.com.
So the next thing you know, man, you're owning it.
They're not going to understand, but
the next thing you know, you're owning it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't want to leave.
Right.
Because if you start doing better, you're out.
Right.
and sometimes the slow table got a different test than everybody else.
Believe we did.
Look, I got a 90.
That's right. And I remember our test had big, easy to read font.
Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Glad you're here today. On a brand new week, Rick and Bubba, let's grind it out, baby. We're going to see October come tomorrow. Simplysafe.com/bigbox. Let me tell you, security is a premium these days. And this is big news. Feeling secure in your own place, you know what, that shouldn't be some luxury. That should be a given. And so that's why Simply Safe is dedicated to providing advanced protection, and boy, do they, and peace of mind to all families and anywhere you have a system. You know, this was developed, because the creators of Simply Safe had friends and family that were in rental properties, and they couldn't even have a security system because they were so intrusive. Well, what they've created is now just a better system, no matter whether you're renting or it's your land. And we're talking 50% off right now. 50% off. Plus, you get a free indoor security camera when you order today. Now, you get exclusive live guard technology. Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. They can speak to intruders, warning them, hey, we see you. Police is on the way. No long-term contract, no hidden fees, nothing like that. All those things you hated about the way things used to be. And this customizes to any property, so it's not just a one size and you got to make it fit all. Simplysafe.com/bigbox. Feel secure at 50% off and a new indoor security camera. Simplysafe.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So the Alabama-Georgia game, we saw two heavyweights, looked like a blowout. Georgia comes back showing who they are and getting us all excited about when they play again in the playoff. So that was one of the things. If you are,
we see that. Could we see them 3 times?
They said that's possible.
SEC championship.
Well, that's true.
And then again in the playoffs. So the win was a good win for Alabama. Got them to number 1 in the country in the AP poll. Not a bad loss for Georgia. They only dropped to number 5. And I think at the end of the season, when you look and Alabama's going to have a great record, and they go, well, this wasn't that bad of a loss. You went over there, you came back, it was only 41-34. So I don't think it's going to hurt Georgia tremendously on the big picture.
No, Texas, they did not blow out Mississippi State in the fashion I think we all thought they would. So maybe Mississippi State getting a little better, or maybe Texas overlooked them early in the game. They finally got control of it, but it was not a. They didn't come out and just run them out of the stadium. So that moved them to 2. Ohio State, I didn't see who they played, but they stayed at 3.
Michigan State, wasn't it?
Yeah, was it? Yeah, I think you're right. So. Yeah, Tennessee, they remain
up to 4.
They remain at 4. We told you about Georgia. Oregon stays undefeated. Penn State stays undefeated. I watched the Miami game in a hotel in Atlanta on Friday night. I watched the end of that game, and that game got crazy. It looked like they were in trouble. There's a little controversy with that Miami win, so they did not dominate Virginia Tech at all.
Yeah, dropped one in the rankings.
And a lot of controversy in that one. There was a throw to the end zone at the end of that game that everybody came down with it, and it took them a while to figure out, all right, who caught this ball? And
when it rolled a touchdown on the field, and then over review they said no.
Yeah,
and it didn't look like. Did it look like he had it?
It was hard to tell.
Yeah.
I think the thing I would disagree with a little bit is you're supposed to have overwhelming evidence to overturn what the original call was,
right?
And so that was. But Miami got in trouble in that game. They were in serious trouble, and they finally found their way out of it. But so they stay undefeated. But they did not look as dominant as they had looked. But, I mean, that may have a lot to do with how well Virginia Tech played.
Well, before the season, when Vandy beat Virginia Tech, which there were people going, hey, Virginia Tech may be a sleeper.
Yeah.
They were expected to be pretty good, so maybe they're coming in to their own.
But you're right. But you got to be careful with those first games. I mean, honestly, Alabama didn't look good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The first two games.
Virginia Tech may be a good football team.
And then once Alabama hit their groove against Maryland, and then how they looked in the three quarters, and of course they got it done. That's the beauty. A great team comes back and wins, even when it feels like it's getting away from them, and they did. So Alabama, I mean, just compare Alabama to week 3 and 4 versus 1 and 2.
Yeah,
I mean it's
different.
It's different. You can't judge much on those opening games.
You ran down Missouri at number 9. They're up 2 places. Michigan 10, USC 11. Ole Miss drops a close one to Kentucky. They drop a couple of spots, 6 down. Still at number 12, LSU, Notre Dame, Clemson, Iowa State 16, BYU, Utah, Oklahoma at 19, Kansas State, Boise State, Louisville, Indiana, Illinois, Texas A&M at number 25.
They're tied with UNLV.
Yeah. UNLV is right there tied with them. So we have 9 out of the top 25 from the new SEC.
How about Kentucky throwing the ball deep on 4th down? That surprised. Even Kiffin said after the game, "Well, that surprised me there. I wasn't expecting that." That was gutsy there.
That's right. Alabama beat Wisconsin. I said Maryland. I'm sorry. But look at Alabama versus Wisconsin and Georgia, how they looked against South Florida. So anyway, the teams are continuing to get better. The Oklahoma-Auburn game, the 2:30 kick, that was incredibly surprising, except if you are an Auburn fan, you knew how it would end, but you were very, very surprised. You were very, very surprised how it went.
I thought they played pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't want to commit to that game. I was coming back from Atlanta, and I got back in time to jump into it. And I really, honestly, I've become like as I've gotten older, I've become like I was, I guess, when I was a little boy on being able to sit still for too long.
Yeah,
it's hard for me to commit to 2 games. I can't sit still that long, and my muscles start twitching, and I'm like, I can't just keep sitting here. So I didn't want to commit to 2 games. I just wanted to commit to the Georgia-Alabama game only. And then I looked up and I thought, doggone it, I know what Auburn is doing here, and this is going to be, and of course my wife began to doubt again. And she said, well, look at that. And, of course, my son, who's Auburn fan, he'd already texted many times a photo of 21-10 Auburn. He said, this is as Auburn as you can be right now. And he goes, and we all know how this is going to end. I said, we all do. Every one of us does. And so we're sitting there, and Sherry's sad for her being overly optimistic. And I said, baby, you do know Auburn's going to lose this game. And she goes, I just don't see how. And I said, exactly.
Yeah.
And I said, they will find a way to lose it. And I said, now let me tell you this. Do you remember at the barbecue restaurant after the movie Iron Bowl last year? She says, I do. I said, I'd like for you to recap what happened. And she goes, you were eating.
Well, that's the best.
You were eating a roasted chicken salad, and you looked the screen. Everybody in the restaurant was going crazy. It was 4th and 31. People were screaming and jumping up and down, and you looked in my eyes and said, and you do know Alabama will score here. And she goes, 4th and 31?
Oh, yeah.
She goes, I think Auburn's going to win. I said, oh, no. And I just took my fork, and
they snapped the ball. Oh, no, nobody's rushing.
Yeah, I got me a piece of roasted chicken, picked up the right amount of salad I wanted, came through, grabbed a crouton, was bringing it in, and as soon as that receiver caught it in the touchdown, I just put the bite in my mouth, began to chew, and looked at her, and I said, and there we are. And she goes, how did you call that? I said, how did I call that? I said, honey,
I leaned on the pads.
I've been in this trap since I was born.
You got a long history.
Right, and so I knew this was going to happen. But I will say, there's a silver lining, if you, because I really expected Oklahoma to, but when you go into these SEC on the road stadiums and their fans, it's like I thought, I can't pronounce his name, the coach of Oklahoma that used to be the defensive coordinator at Clemson. I can't say his
Venerable.
name. See, that's just not a good word.
It sounds like vulnerable.
Yeah, it's just not a good. It's not a good word for me. I can't say it.
Is that right?
But I thought he, after the game, really handled.
He did.
He gave Auburn a tremendous amount of credit. Their fans a tremendous amount of credit. He just said, "Look, y'all can say what y'all want to. Coming in here and beating them is always an uphill climb. It's hard.
There was already a little history there. You may not be aware of.
Yeah. And he said he did a really good job of giving the proper credit, but then at the same time saying, "But I'm proud of our guys for finding a way to win." Yeah, because we were in a bind.
Yeah,
and they were.
It was a great, and like you. And Speedy was in the same boat I was. I had all 4 of the grandkids.
Yeah.
We went to Taylor and Kelsey's for Lisa's birthday, so I couldn't. I kept going in, and I'm like, every time I'd go check, I said, surely they've blown it by now. And they kept leading. I said, this is so I got to see a good bit of it, but Pace lost his shoes, and we all had to look. We couldn't find him. You always got stuff like that.
Bubba, you were there.
I was there. I met a lot of folks that listened to the show. Ran into a former intern. And we had great seats and just a day to enjoy with my son. And we had a kind of a birthday weekend going on, too, for Caitlin.
Yeah, I saw that. Happy birthday, Caitlin.
We were running around and ran into a lot of folks. And like I say, it was real good right up to the last 2 minutes.
Well, let me ask you, because I thought about you because I knew you were there, and I couldn't decide what to do. Am I happy for you and Hunter because y'all are getting a great game, and at one point you actually thought Auburn would beat Oklahoma the first time Oklahoma ever came there, and I said, but then I know that if this goes south, was it what from you being there was this worse than a blowout or because of all the hope? I didn't know what to do.
Rick,
I didn't know whether to be happy
Rick,
for you or
I've told you, being a small child. How
let's
this
come back.
would
Don't rush
affect,
this. Don't
how
rush
this would
this.
affect.
Don't rush this.
Okay.
I want you to take us there. I want you to give me the whole thing. I want to know everything about it because I didn't know how to feel. I didn't know where to go. Well, good for them.
I'll tell you things I knew going in.
Okay, yeah.
And I'll tell you how it unrolled. And look, this white hair I've got. I mean, you know.
Right.
I've been there, done that.
Yeah, right. It was kind of like me, calmly eating that salad.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll be right back. You not looking at that field goal.
Rick and Bubba.
Early in the procedure, but it is officially the game is starting. And
checking in with Ryan Greenwood again, live from the LiPo office.
Yes,
hey, he is early in the procedure, but it is officially the game is starting. And I look in there, and I was going to hand him the phone, but he's laying on his back and he's got both hands straight up like a mummy. Sure, if he can, let me see if I can get the phone to. Hang on a second.
All right, hang on. All right. Hey, what are you doing?
They're making my hands up, so I like I'm going boxing.
So why are your hands up?
Making hand puppets. They don't want my hands touching that.
Are you getting? Are they?
Greg, what do you mean by that?
Sure.
Have they started the procedure?
Well, what's great is all these nice professional people. Then I look at Greenwood standing here, making me nervous.
Right? Is he like contaminating the room?
Yeah. Is he a buzz killer for you?
No, they gave him his instructions, and he's abiding by them.
All right, but what are they? Are they like making holes in you yet?
Dr. Mickey actually said she's going to let Ryan do one of the holes when they stick it in there.
So what are they doing? Like your hands are up, and now what are they doing as your hands are in the air?
They're wrapping them up. So I finally got to wrap my other hand.
Okay.
Okay.
They're wrapping
have they
his
started
hands.
the sucking procedure where they get all the fat out?
Okay.
No, they're taping his hands so he can't touch.
So he can't touch the hole.
Yeah. I guess your hands frail around or something.
Okay.
Ryan, so they're taping his hands up so he can't touch his body?
Right. They're just keeping him sterile, and this part of the sterile procedure.
Well, what are you doing in there?
Well, I was just shooting some stuff and getting to the phone, and we're just trying to get the cutaway.
Ryan, please tell me you've got like a lunch lady cap on.
Well, whatever they need for me to do, I'll do.
Now, we did get a call a minute ago. Why are you in your underwear?
Well, I'm trying to help Greg feel more comfortable. I mean, he's a little anxious, a little nervous. I don't want to get any more scared than he is. So me going down to mine would help him feel better. So,
I'm sorry, Speedy and I are done for a minute.
I'm just done.
Ron,
the greatest moment.
Ron, is anything else happening?
No, we're making puppets, and Greg's asking a lot of questions, which also tells me the medicine's kicking in.
Right.
He's asking things that not even related to this, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Hey, I need real quick. I need play-by-play. I need what does a room look like? How many people are in there?
Right.
How many hands are on him?
Yeah, we can't see it.
It's your typical surgical room that you think of.
Okay.
It's a very sterile environment. That's getting ready to work. There's probably 4 or 5 working with Greg, doing various things.
Four people.
Yeah. And laying things over his body. Obviously, you can still see his stomach colored like a racetrack.
Right.
And I'm going to step right back to the side because I see a local getting ready for a local. So I'm going to avoid.
You know he's afraid of needles. Ryan Greenwood, you need to know this, is afraid of anything needle he could pass out.
Right.
Yes. And so I can't see right now because I'm stepped around the corner.
So you don't even want to see him get a shot of any kind?
No, I do not. No, I see IV bags.
No, Ryan, how are you going to tolerate them boring a hole in him and sucking fat out?
well, I think that's where me taking some of Greg's medicine probably is going to come into play.
Okay.
So I think Greg is going to be fine to drive home. I think I'm going to need somebody driving home.
All right. Well, we need a break right now. So by the time we get back, we ought to have something going.
Yeah. There ought to be. We ought to hear.
Yeah.
All right, Ryan, hang in there.
All right, buddy.
Okay.
All right.
Oh my goodness, this is better than I thought.
Gosh.
I need solid play-by-play. Like, hey, they're sticking that in. Here it goes.
And I can tell, and you need to calm down. You're going. You're thinking I need to be there.
Oh yeah, I know.
You're thinking Ryan might not be able to pull this off like we need.
Yeah, no, he'll be good, but I need.
9 minutes to the top. We've been reviewing some of the football games from this past weekend, but this is also a / weekend update from Bill Bubba Bussey because he went to Auburn with his son, Hunter. They had a great day together. It was a mixed bag of emotions. I didn't know how to feel for you, so why don't you just tell us?
Well, Oklahoma was like my second favorite team growing up.
I remember that.
And,
the paperclip.
So I never get to see. Yeah, I never got to see them play live. So I was excited to do that. And I've never hid the fact when I was a kid, I was an Auburn fan.
Sure.
I was so into it, I would get physically sick when they would lose.
Oh yeah.
And during the Barfield years, they almost sent me to the Mayo Clinic. And it was,
those were some dark years.
It was, it was really bad. And I always remember the famous interview with Pat Dye when he was interviewed for the job. And they always would say, well, how long will it take you to beat Alabama? And he said 60 minutes. And everybody thinks, well, that's a cute little quip, but no, there's really a lot of meaning to that.
Well, you saw that, didn't you?
Yeah, it's you gotta whoop somebody for 60 minutes.
Yes. Not 45.
No,
not 50.
No, and you got to
Not
make wise
58.
plays.
Yeah.
And when we say it's a team sport, it is coaching all the way down.
Yeah,
and so we were pleasantly surprised. We wasn't expecting a whole lot, honestly. I mean,
No.
we've seen the last few weeks,
right? Yeah,
and or maybe the last 7-8 years.
Right, yeah.
And so you wasn't expecting a lot. It was fun. We got to tailgate and visit with some friends, and I ran into a lot of folks, some big fans of the show. Met Charlie Trotman's daughter and her husband. And
so you went with zero expectation.
yeah, I had nothing.
Let's just
I
enjoy the day, son.
Yeah, I was just there to have a good time.
Sure.
And at 21-10, you start thinking, there's you start building a little bit of hope, and then, but you know this can't last.
You want the clock? Come on, clock. Come on.
Yeah.
And I felt much like Coach Freeze on one of the decisions late in the game
Sure.
when the quarterback apparently
All
changed
right.
the play and threw the ball when it clearly we could have run some time off. And I saw him throw his clipboard down, and I thought,
Well, the quote is, if you're going to check out of what we got called, it better be right.
Yeah.
And
If
you got
not, give it to 27.
and execute it.
And so, hey, you have to give credit to Oklahoma. They
Sure
hung
you
in
do.
there.
Sure
and,
you do.
And I told everybody before the game they were starting a freshman quarterback who'd never played before.
He started with a bang,
I
didn't
said,
he?
I'm not being negative, but I'm just telling
You're
you.
the prophet.
I'm just telling you past history.
Yeah.
We will make him look like a Heisman candidate today. And pretty much did
Right out
toward
of the gate.
end.
How about that?
And what
First
about
play?
Yeah, first
Right
play
out
of the
of the
game.
gate.
There you go. I go, well, there you go.
Yeah, we're off.
everybody.
We are off and running.
I don't, I've got so
Well,
much
literally
knowledge.
nothing.
I can tell what's going to happen. I don't know. I don't know anything about gambling because I think I could get filthy rich doing that. Because I can just see the future. I've been it. I've lived it. I know it. And so, there was a lot of disgust after it. I will say this: Oklahoma traveled real well. Met a lot of Oklahoma fans. They were very nice. They were very touristy, because they were taking pictures of everything. Of course, they'd never been, to Jordan Hare Stadium.
Well, I told you when
so-
I was at the beach this summer, one of them was there and said, "How do you get to Auburn?"
The whole it's like all of
It
them were
ain't easy.
videoing the Eagle and
the
all
Eagles
of
are
this.
good,
We had right out of the gate we had an incident when the teams were running on the field. Do you know about this?
No.
So the Auburn cheerleaders a lot of them are doing flips and things down the field. Well, they just keep going down the field. Well, at the same time, Oklahoma's running on.
Oh no!
And I saw some of the players trying to go around a guy that was doing these flips. And of course, one of them didn't see him. It looked like it ran right in, knocked them both.
No!
Oh, my goodness!
Oh my
Oh,
God!
Bubba, I didn't know that.
Now, wait a
Through the
minute.
middle of
Did he
the
not
team.
know that they were going to come through there?
What are we
That's the best
doing?
leg of the game, by the way.
What are we
And,
doing?
it broke the cheerleader's arm, I understand.
Oh, really?
So I mean,
But what do we do?
Why is he down?
That's a pretty good hit, by the way.
Now I don't know.
He's down at the 10-yard line.
I heard that
Look at
I
all
heard somebody say that Oklahoma took a little different route than they normally do, but it looked to me like the cheerleaders ought to not be down on that end flipping.
Okay, so they thought they might stay more on the sideline.
I don't
and
know.
run out.
I don't know. I'm sure there's a story out there, and I'm not privy to
That's
it. so.
pretty good.
But when you're flipping, you don't see what's going on up there.
No. And
Evidently, your outside
I
is
mean,
not quite.
both of them.
Greg,
end up-
Greg,
Oh,
he's
wow.
way in there. I mean,
Good
wait a
night.
minute.
Where else did he think Oklahoma would be?
Yeah.
They're coming straight out.
No, this is cheerleaders. He's supposed to. He's out of his area.
Yeah, what does he think?
Well, see, there's
he needs to
another
be
one
over
there
here.
too.
See how far away she was though to the right compared to him.
What if you're the
She's
player
not even
who
in
got,
the frame. I
Rick,
mean,
what
see
if
how
you're-
far? See her way over there. He's supposed to be over there.
What if you're
what
the
a
player
hit.
that got decleated by the cheerleader?
Oh, let me
You
tell you
don't
something.
think that, yeah, that's how nicknames get formed.
Oh, let me tell you. Yeah. How about that?
All I
His
was
new
thinking of,
nickname is
why
Raw
couldn't
Raw. His new nickname is Raw Raw.
All I can think of is why could it have been the quarterback? You know?
This guy's probably a special teams player.
But I hope the cheerleader's okay, and I'm
Well,
sure the player was too. He had a lot more padding on,
He's in,
and he wasn't upside down in the air.
No,
when
just
they collided.
surprised.
Yeah.
Gosh, I didn't know about this.
You saw
Oh
that
yeah,
happen?
it was right there in front of us. I said, "Did y'all see that?"
That's funny.
Best lick of the game.
That's funny.
So, but I heard a lot of griping after it, obviously, and Hugh Freeze is a great coach. He's going to be fine. It's going to take time. He inherited a mess, and it's just going to take time to work it out.
They're
the only
chiseling
thing
away.
that I would say, and I do think he's a good coach,
Oh yeah.
When we used to play Ole Miss and he was a coach, you never knew what you was going to see. They might go for it on fourth down. They might throw it all over the field, reverses, double halfback. I mean, they did all kind of stuff. I just don't feel like they're quite that wide open yet. And maybe it's because they don't have the personnel to do it. That's a good possibility.
Yes.
And the decision-making process on some of that. But I don't know how you fix it.
Well, I felt –
because let me tell you, for Auburn, they got a long season ahead of them. Okay,
well, yeah.
There's not another game out there. You go, well, they're probably favored to win that. Maybe the one right before the Iron Bowl. I forgot who that is, but they're not going to be favored to play against Vanderbilt right now.
No, Vanderbilt's trouble. They play hard,
and their quarterbacks already went down there and beat them bad last year. So I don't know. They showed a lot of heart, but they're not there yet.
How about Kentucky?
Kentucky is the real deal.
Their defense,
their
defense is intense.
Yes, it is.
And he was. I heard Stoops get an interview. He said, "Well, we knew that Kiffin, he's a great coach, and his offense would be a handful." He said there are a lot to handle. Went right down the field on the first drive, and he said, "But the key is you got to keep your team. That's one drive. He said he used the term. He said, get your cleats in the grass. Get now you've seen it. Get a look at it. Now let's do what we do." And but they shut them down.
They did.
And then found a way to do something
Kiffin,
enough on offense.
Kiffin, back down to kickers for Ole Miss.
Kiffin said they had an NFL defense, and they're the real deal. They were showing that game on the big screen right before Auburn. Everybody was really cheering. They seem to be pulling for Kentucky. I don't know why.
Well.
And they were pulling for Mississippi State.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah. And then comes Alabama and Georgia.
Wow,
what a game! Trump does John Daly and Kid Rock travel with Trump everywhere?
They're in the cabinet.
We need to talk about Trump showing up. Did ESPN show him one time?
They did.
Yeah, I think so.
Just once.
Just once, I think. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Mentioned it earlier, or it was on Friday's program about the Southern California aquarium blaming flooding on a curious octopus, or as Caitlin, your daughter says, the octopus.
The old octopus. Rick, now there again, I'm not a marine biologist.
No.
Or a design engineer, but should we have a valve that could flood the whole place close to the octopus tank?
The old suction arms, and there's 8 of them. Right. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Why didn't you put it by some kind of aquatic creature that had no arms?
Yeah, let's say carp.
There's what I mean? There's a lot of them that don't have arms.
As a matter of fact, I did a little Google search in the break. We have never had a documented case of a carp opening a valve and flooding an aquarium with hundreds of thousands of gallons of water.
No.
It just has not happened.
I mean, and to me, in the aquatic world,
here's another thing. Don't put the fire alarm next to the octopus tank.
Right.
You don't want that.
No.
Or store your basketballs near the dolphin tank.
I mean,
what I mean?
That's right. You're right.
I mean, it's just me.
Yeah. If somebody said, in order for this alarm to go off and flood everything in here, it would require a dolphin actually jumping through a loop and hitting it with his bottle nose. And somebody said, well, let's don't put it there then.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, you realize in the aquatic world how many choices you had that do not have arms? They could take a valve and twist it.
It's so funny.
You picked the one that could.
Right.
It's so funny because in the story, it's from Yahoo News. It says that the trickster who flooded their offices with seawater appeared to be armed. That is, 8-armed to be exact. That they discovered the soaking Tuesday morning on the aquarium's resident. They blamed the discovery Tuesday morning on the aquarium's resident 2-spotted octopus, a tiny female known for being curious and also very friendly with visitors. The octopus apparently tugged on a valve that allowed hundreds of gallons of water to overflow its tank. There again, I mean, it's right by the tank. I mean, what do you expect from an octopus? It's sitting around there all day going, I think I'll reach up here and grab something.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to be
kind of
bored.
like what they do.
You got looking at that valve. Well, I think I can get that.
Well, think about this. It's one thing to be bored and have 2 arms. But when you're bored and you've got 8 arms.
Right. What are you going to do with all those hands?
I mean, but there's a lot you got to deal with. You know it? Yeah. A matter of fact, now that you've had to cancel this what was so dear to your heart.
Right.
What about, this gives us time, what about in part of the presentation, Octopus comes out with 8 rackets and you fire tennis balls at it and watch it retrieve.
You know, as a matter of fact, when we were talking about it, and you know how I'm logo sensitive, I was thinking about some new logos for the team or a ping pong team. What if it was an octopus with a racket in every hand?
What if you've got? I know you've got.
And you call it octotennis.
Yeah, you've got four
101.
You've got 4 or 5 teams. Name one of them that.
Sure.
And let
Sure.
the logo be an octopus with just a handful of rackets.
Just going everywhere.
Growling. Oh yeah.
Or just with the sign.
You can see it. I can see it so clearly.
Yellow eyes.
Maybe. What if 6
How about
arms had
Aquanet?
rackets? Aquanet. I like that.
Isn't that a hairspray?
It is.
Aquanet.
Rick, what if 6 hands had rackets in it and 2 of them were hanging on to the net? You know?
And the sign says you can't get it past
You can't get it past us. Aquanet.
Go ahead and try.
Aquanet.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Coming to a court near you, and you have that old meme.
Yeah, and have Greg in his cheerleader shoes going.
When it comes,
he's injured.
When it comes to monsters, to me, octopus are one of the strangest.
Careful.
You know, I mean, they're really.
Ooh, yeah.
The squid family, octopus,
giant
all
squid. Which one bothers you more, octopus or squid?
I would say octopus in a funny kind of
They
way.
seem to be a little more like they can do more.
Yeah, the squid seems like it's too lazy to get anything done.
Well, plus the
you know?
squid, it seems like his arms are all crowded up front.
Yeah.
He's like
the
a bullet.
octopus seems like he's got more range.
Well, you got to admit
You know
the
what?
suction
Good.
cups too are a big plus.
That's
okay?
a weird thing.
You know, if I'm gonna throw my slimy tentacle out there, I want to be able to hold on to something. And the octopus got the.
Have you ever seen the Untamed Uncut, where one of them got a scuba guy right in the face?
Yes,
Oh yeah,
I love that.
Yeah, that's bad. Of course, I've eaten a few of them, but go ahead. This story out of Toledo.
Seven minutes past the hour. And we start this one from the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, both live and archived, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world on all these platforms. Find them all at rickandbubba.com. Speedy Greg Adler here. Welcome back. Welcome back. Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey. There you go.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you. Our thoughts and prayers with everyone struggling with the aftermath of Helene today. Unbelievable stories, videos, just really coming to a lot of it just now getting into social media and stuff because they've been without any way to upload stuff. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, it is tough stuff, and your resilience and how people just take this stuff and deal with it is amazing. And this is where the local church will, as usual, do a better job than the government. So all of you that are out and already on the way and getting things done and taking care of your communities, well done, and continue it. So, Bubba, we were doing the recap of, Hurricane, then we got into the college games this past weekend and your trip to Auburn. And, one of the big things on the big game, which, I've already said, and I wasn't alone, a lot of people texting saying, Rick, don't feel bad. We all went to bed Sunday night, too, thinking it was over and there's no way Georgia could come back, and we missed it, too, so you're not alone. But anyway, one of the things was Trump. Trump was as if this game, people
didn't have enough going on.
People are already about to just implode. And so Trump did arrive. I was watching the ABC coverage, and now remember, I did not see the fourth quarter, but up to the fourth quarter, unless it was when I was going to the bathroom or something, I only saw them show Trump in the suite one time. Now,
that's all I remember, too.
Unless I missed one. But anyway, so we have some video audio of Trump. Here he is arriving at Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa to the Chance of USA.
He was going to the concessions here, and looks like he went to go grab some popcorn and throw to the audience.
Oh, there.
Please don't miss Kid Rock and John Daly.
Just hanging out.
Yeah.
Why? I'm with you. Why is Kid Rock and John Daly with Trump?
It's John Daly.
Yeah, there he is right there.
Right. That is hilarious. So, in Secret Service, they love this.
They're thinking good. No.
Yeah, right. So huge response there. It was.
Please look at Daly's beard.
With Daly.
Kid Rock's hat.
Right.
He's hanging
belt
out.
buckle.
So now when they show him on the Jumbotron, Bubba, this may be the shot that we saw on ABC, but they show him on the Jumbotron, and Bryant-Denny Stadium comes apart. Here we go. Kid Rock's still there, and John Daly's still there.
Katie Britt, Tuberville.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
At this point, right here, Georgia has no idea they're going to go down 28-0.
No,
They have
not at all.
30-7 at half. So anyway, but then a comeback that, of course, I missed. Now we have the comparison of Donald Trump versus Tim Walz, both showing up at college games today.
Which is what we just showed, and then it splits to, I guess he was at the Michigan-Minnesota game, I guess.
Yeah, but there's some oddities about this.
Yeah.
And he got booed by the fans in the big house?
Did he? And no, well, it's outside. It looks like his entourage is pulling up.
Listen.
So Walz had made the comment that it was time for the Democrats to take back college football, and that he was going to get out there. He had his camouflage hat on and all that. Now, keep in mind, this is Minnesota playing Michigan at Michigan.
Correct.
So he is the opposing team's governor, too.
That's true.
But at one point, he acts like he's cheering for Michigan.
Yeah, he cheered for Michigan.
And that was recorded and got out on the air. So I would think that would hurt you back in your home state.
Yeah, now, yes, Bubba, that's
the
not
crowd
very...
was also had a chant for him at one point.
Oh, did they? Was it a doozy?
Oh,
sure was.
The standard nickname you hear about it.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you're listening live, tomorrow night is the vice presidential debate.
Yeah.
On CBS.
All right, so
CBS is hosting it.
I see that you have Saturday Night Live on Joe Biden. Is this the one that also has the guy playing Tim Walls in it?
Yes.
Bubba,
yes.
have you seen them
No, I
do
have
Tim
not.
Walls
I have
yet?
not.
Bill, Bubba, Bussy, you are going to love this. Saturday Night Live, I think they're getting to the point kind of like Bill Maher was. Look, I have to save face here.
Yeah. Well,
there's too much to make fun of, and if we're not making fun of it, let's just face it,
and
we're
that's
not
what
comedians.
they should be doing. They should be making fun of all of it.
Yeah.
And there's plenty out there. Hey, there's plenty out there.
The guy that does Trump's, his nose is too big.
Okay, well, wait till you see the guy who does Walls.
Here's Tim Walls.
Please look.
That's Jim Gaffigan, isn't it?
Yeah,
it is.
I think it is.
Look,
You just lost weight.
And they said that.
I haven't been this excited
Yeah.
since I got a 10% rebate on a leaf blower from Menards. What can I say?
There you go.
Well, and I heard
he goes on.
And Maya Rudolph doing Kamala, I understand she's got that down.
She does.
She really does.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And, but did you see what we're doing? Like all that weird Tim Gaffigan being Tim Walls. So
Gaffigan did great.
It's well at least like you said, Bubba. There's plenty to make fun of. On both sides, and if you're in comedy and you're not doing that,
that's what we ought to be doing.
Yeah,
Have fun with it.
So
here's a quick. What's his name? From SNL legend.
David Spade.
Not David Spade. Crud. What's his name?
No, it's not Crud.
Let's see here.
I don't know. He's doing Joe Biden.
He's the turtle guy.
Oh, Dana Carvey.
Dana Carvey.
Dana
Thank
Carvey.
you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, it's Dana Carvey.
That's Dana Carvey.
That's Dana Carvey.
He does a great Biden, by the way.
So you went with Turtle.
He just kept saying Biden's go-to phrases.
Here you go.
Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you for putting country first and for handing over the reins.
I didn't want to.
He's got him.
They made me. And guess what? And by the way,
Lots of that.
Guess
It's fun.
what? By the way,
this is serious.
Yes, it's serious. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Seriously.
He's done some good ones over the years.
Oh, let me tell you, and I've seen him do that not dressed up. I've never seen him do it dressed up. It's even better. But I've heard him do it on like his podcast or whatever, and he's got his mannerisms down.
He may have been the best H. Ross Perot we had too.
Oh my goodness!
Oh,
and he did Daddy Bush too, didn't he?
Oh yeah, wouldn't be prudent.
Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do that.
Wouldn't be prudent.
Not gonna do that. And then he started exaggerating. He's not gonna do it. It's just noise.
you remember we did H. Ross Perot?
Oh,
Look at this chart right here. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This story out of Toledo, Ohio. One man was sent to the hospital Sunday night after a fight broke out at the Chuck E. Cheese restaurant in South Toledo.
Oh, my goodness.
The incident happened around 8 p.m. at the Airport Highway location. Customers say it started when one man was using an air horn. What? Well, I know that would be pleasant in there.
I've sat by people in ball games with air horns. I like to fight them, too.
Patrons say that just before police arrived, a fight erupted between Jude and another man inside the restaurant. The suspect pulled out a gun, and both men exited the restaurant to the parking lot. Witnesses say they heard a gunshot but could not see anything.
A gunshot in Chuck E. Cheese?
The victim, Ricky Luster, 18, told police he followed Jude out into the parking lot where he was then pistol whipped in the head. He told police Jude fired one shot into the ground before fleeing in a green SUV. Police were able to locate Jude in his vehicle a short time later. He has been charged with felonious assault.
You know, and you know what's so sad? You read it, it broke out. It said that Ricky said he was clearly next at the skee ball.
You're right.
He was just celebrating a good skee ball score with an air horn. They said he was actually blowing the air horn to get Chuck E. Cheese and his band to come out for an encore.
What are you doing with an air horn in there?
Look, we heard an air horn blowing, then we heard some gunshots. let me tell you this. I've been into Chuck E. Cheese. This would almost be a welcome change.
Sure, it wasn't.
There have been times in there that I wanted to pistol whip somebody.
I'm going to be honest with you, and some of my friends
There's times I've asked to be pistol whipped.
Them air horns that people blow at ball games, seriously, they need to outlaw that. That drives me absolutely crazy.
So what, are you against that in cowbells too?
Well, the cowbells don't bother me, but that air horn, it like, I mean, yeah, you just jump every time they do it.
Well, can you imagine somebody having one in Chuck E. Cheese?
Oh, my God.
I'd have shot him, too.
Frankly, I've been in there, I don't know how you'd hear it.
You know,
Well, I really don't either.
Hey,
no idea.
How are you going to pat somebody down and find an air horn when you can't find people carrying a pistol?
That's true.
By the way, I've had some of the most hopeless experiences at Chuck E. Cheese. Oh, God. I mean, when you're in there and you're thinking to yourself, oh, gosh, I've had to go in those climby tunnels to go get kids out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know, and gosh, and then my favorites when the ones, and you know, and I got to tell you something, too. We got to come up with a better system than these arcades that spit out these stupid tickets. Good gosh, and just piles and piles of tickets.
And if you get about 400 of them, you get an eraser.
Yeah, right.
I know it. Yeah, there's great prizes. They're definitely worth the effort.
I don't think there's ever been a ticket prize that ever made it in my house.
No, they're in the arm prop of the car.
And they'll fight over them. I mean, and I want to tell them, hey, we'll never even play with this. Why y'all fighting?
You know what I say? Let's have fun, play your games, take the stupid tickets and throw them in the garbage, and let's go by the dollar store right before we get to the house.
Yeah, something.
You get more.
Well,
by the way, I've gotten stuck in the top. They trying to get one of the kids out when he was young.
Yeah,
he was up there crying. You know, and you're like, come on down, and he's just looking out at you, and golly, you gotta.
Seriously, I counted one time the amount of money we spent, and it was $40.
Oh yeah.
And when we had all the tickets done, we got like 3 pencils and a spider ring that was plastic.
Oh, yeah, it's classic.
And you know, so wouldn't it just be better if you just made the deal ahead of time? Here's $40. Let's go to the toy store and blow it.
Absolutely.
As opposed to blowing $40 and getting nothing.
Let me tell you, Bubba, it's funny. It's funny you said that. We were walking through a store the other day. Of course, you know how the kids are. You go in to get something that you need to get, and of course, the minute they spot a toy department.
Oh yeah.
Sure. And how about this? My 8-year-old called me out on it. He saw something. I said, "You ain't getting that. That's $30." He looked at me. He says, "Well, you spent that much at the arcade with us."
Oh.
All of a sudden, I just froze, and I was like, "Wow, I did." He's like, "What's the big deal?"
Now you can say we ain't going to the arcade.
Right.
Yeah,
And then I did. I said, "Well, I got a question. What we're doing at the arcade?" All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 20 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show recapping the weekend, and glad that you're with us. So we run down a lot of it. So headed off, I was going to Atlanta. I'll run some things down that happened over the weekend. So I was headed out after the show on Friday. So I'm trying to, this is the, anytime you're having a week, and I'm turning 60 this week, and the kids are, they're all over the place. And so I was, made it, one of the things I want to try to do is try to see them, and I'm going to see some of them and all that, most all of them before the week is done. Even got a special trip on my birthday. I'm going to see Boomer as Johnny Cash, in the $1 Million Quartet, which is going to be fun. But so anyway, I did this when they were all in college, and I guess I'd kind of gotten away from it. I used to make a priority that I would just randomly just say, I'm coming to the campus, let's go out for dinner. And what I call it is I check the state of this particular kid. Let's give you the state of you. What's going on with you? Tell me where you're doing. What's going on with you spiritually? What's going on with you at the time, in school and all that. Now it's like life. So I was like, you know what? It's time for me to get Big Love back on the list. I'm headed over to Atlanta. Going to spend some time with him. And we planned this like a month ago because you have to do that. And so I didn't. Just some father-son time, kind of like you and Hunter got to do with the ball game, Bubba, over the weekend. Even when they're adults, you check in, see what's going on, spend some time together. Sometimes they just need time with Dad. Yep. And so I was excited about going over there, but then, of course, you have this Helene thing happen. Now, I assume y'all have all been through this, so I don't know if you've ever tried to communicate, even when they're young adults, with any of your kids on stuff like this. So let's wake up on Friday. If you still have power, looks like the core is kind of missing you. Atlanta's big. Where you live might be unaffected. Where other people live might be really affected. But let's just make a game. Let's make a game day call on whether this is still on. Still got power, Dad? Sounds great. How's the roads around?
Flooding.
How's the roads around you? How's your flooding situation? Well, my apartment's not flooded. Yeah, I got that because we probably be talking about that now. But so what's the situation around you there in your community? Well, my apartment's fine. Got power, right? What's going on around you? And he's like, I don't really know, Dad. So I said, all right, man. Well, let me. I said, right now we're in the go mode. I said, I'm gonna call the hotel because he's only got a 1-bedroom apartment. I'm gonna call the hotel. Every time we go over there, there's a hotel right by, like 5 minutes from where he lives. Let me call the hotel. I'll get them to they'll know because they probably have travelers coming in like crazy this weekend. So thank you, all right, man. So I do what I think you simply do, and a lot of you are going to get ahead of me going, oh, I know what's happening here. You just Google the hotel, and I look for the local number to the actual location of the chain. So, hello, if you need this or use this a current reservation, you can do all that. Click all that, and of course we've all done this impression because we've all been there. Hello.
Oh no.
And I'm like, hey, is this such and such hotel? Yes. And you always know when that happens. Someone shouldn't be like acting like you're playing a guessing game about where they are.
Yeah.
They need to be confident that they are where they say they are. They don't need to. They almost have a little something in their tone that they're not sure they're where they are, and that's always trouble.
Well,
are you in Atlanta? Yes. Like are you in this particular community in Atlanta?
Yeah.
Yes. And so
not convincing.
Do you have any idea, or y'all have any issues with flooding or anything with the hotel? Are you having any flooding issues there? Uh-oh. I said, am I talking to the front desk?
I mean, you should know.
At this place? No. Yeah, I had that. So you don't know, do you? Let me see if I can contact you. Yeah, I just want to talk to the front desk at this place.
Yeah, somebody standing in their hotel.
Right. So then all of a sudden, hello and welcome to so-and-so, so-and-so. If you're wanting to need a reservation, press 1. If you have a current reservation, hello. And I'm like, and I said, hey,
You're
man.
back.
I said, hey, man, am I talking to the front desk of this hotel in this town in Atlanta? No. Could I do that? Could I speak? I want the person that's like when I walk in, I see their face here in a little while. If I go, I want that person. Can I speak to that person? We're not able to. And I start thinking to myself, see if y'all know this. Are there? Because I know it's happened with Service 4. Are some of these numbers that come up on Google, are they catch numbers trying to get you on something like, in a minute, is she going to ask me for my credit card?
I don't know.
Are these all tricks?
Yeah.
Are these tricks?
You start thinking.
And I said, hey, I just have to talk to the person. Can you connect me to the front desk? Let me try. I said, how hard is it to, can you just give me the number there in Atlanta?
Please.
Where is it? So then she pauses so long, I just hang up. And so I tried about 4 different numbers till finally, no offense, somebody answered that sounded like us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they said, hello. And I said, hey, am I at the front desk of this hotel? And then, of course, then they think you're an idiot. Well, yeah. Well, yeah, you don't know what I've been through. I said, you don't know how hard it is to get you. And, hey, y'all okay? Yeah, sure. I said, did you have any issue coming to work today? No, we're good, man. So come on.
Okay.
So I was
Finally,
like, all right. So I was telling, I was like, all right, I'm on the way. So we get there, and we had a great time. Went out to eat, spent some time together, and got caught up. So and I was looking at, because I don't know about y'all. Anytime you're visiting your adult kids, let's just call it, pretty much from college on, their desire to spend a lot of time with you, you kind of sense they'll wrap you up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they
sure
got,
will.
They got things to do, man.
Yeah,
Good to see you, Dad.
Hey, Dad. So this has been great. You wrap me up.
Oh, yeah.
Are you wrapping me up? Yeah, Dad's been great. Tell you what, why don't we just have a late breakfast? Oh, so we're not doing lunch. And then I said, I'm just trying to get. I said I do need to get back, and I'm teaching tomorrow, whatever. Nah, well, what else you want to do? Well, I just be here with you, just talk. Yeah. Well, I got this and this. Oh, okay, all right. So I wrap up. So we say it was a great visit. Got a good update. So wrap up, and so I get home, and I'll see Sherry comes up. We have a little hug. Hey, babe, good to see you. Hey, good to see you. I hope you had a good time. Oh, how's Brooks? He's great. And so I go by and I look out on the porch. Right? Do we all do that now?
Yeah.
I mean, you got to look out on the porch. There's not a little box out there. There's a big one. And I said, baby, what in the world? And she goes, that's not on me. I didn't order anything. And I look, and she goes, and I look, and I said, oh, my name's on this. And she goes, well, what have you ordered? I said, I haven't ordered anything. I go out there, I can hardly pick it up. And I come in there, boom, and I put it down on the island in the kitchen, and I see McKee Foods, Collegedale, Tennessee. And I'm like, what in the world? I open up this box, and it is Little Debbie products.
Little Debbie still?
I'm talking about so many. I can't even. I don't even know the number. And so I apparently what I brought back to y'all is just what the church over there gathered. This came from the actual place that I don't know what did they do.
Did you bring it in?
Distribute? No, well, I couldn't. It's too heavy. So I
get you a handful of Nutty Buddies. Bring them on in here.
Well,
put them in a sack.
They had they were certain brands that they really gave me a lot of. Oatmeal pies being one of them. There was only one box of Nutty Buddies in there, but they were
because of the demand.
How about a cosmic brownie?
That was in there.
I like a good.
Every like there were things there I didn't even know, but there was no note in there, anything.
Just here's a box.
So I don't know. Thank you is what all I can say, and
thank you, Little Debbie.
But there's no way humans could ever go through this, and I start thinking about Camp House. I start thinking about Sunday school.
Yeah.
I start thinking about here. I mean, I could really
think about here.
It's like a. I mean, it's almost like this thing with Little Debbie, guys. I mean,
it's
apparently
the gift that keeps on giving.
I mean, don't picture a small box. I mean, it was huge.
You couldn't pick it up.
Hard to pick up. I mean, Derrick Henry would have had a hard time pulling it. I mean, so thank you, McKee Foods in Collegedale, Tennessee. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The hush has come across the plaza because one of our Mac Apple products is broken. And a hush has gripped the broadcast plaza. We see that so little we don't even know how to respond to it.
And Tom Scott, the engineer, he doesn't like the fact that we're down one computer, but he is just giddy as all get out.
Yeah.
He started talking to me about.
Tom don't mean that. His life would be a lot simpler if his whole world turned to Mac.
He started. Is it true that Apple has boycotted Glenn Beck because of Glenn's stance?
I heard a story, and I was going to follow up on it and rag Bubba about it, but I haven't heard any more about it. But there was some noise about that going around. Bubba, you know much about that?
I know nothing about it.
Oh, okay.
Well, look, Bubba had to go through this when Steve Jobs got in bed with Al Gore.
Oh, yeah.
Look, if you want to know how Mac and Apple people usually act politically, you just go back about 6-7 years ago and hear Bubba making fun of him on old shows.
Oh yeah,
I mean that part of it we've always known.
And again, I mean, let's be honest. If you really think we have a problem with global warming and generating electricity, we need to just cut all computers off. Right. I don't think Steve Jobs would be for that.
No, I don't either. No,
so it's like if I'm and again, like if I'm running racing, let's say I run NASCAR. And I'm talking about going green. Well, what a joke.
Right.
Let me laugh. Ha, ha, ha. But who cares?
Well, and
who cares?
The bottom line is this. The way we do our business.
Josh McDowell said, whatever.
Yeah. How about this? The way we do our business, the Mac products have served us better than the Microsoft products. End of subject. Now, are they perfect? No. Do the people who run it have ridiculous political views?
Look.
Yes. Do the Microsoft people have ridiculous political views?
Probably.
Yes, they all do. Hey, let's face it, they're all a bunch of weirdos. They are.
Speedy broke it.
They've been
He
locked
broke
away
it
their whole life.
He broke it
broke
just like he pulled the handle off in the bathroom.
It's the same thing.
We ever going to
this
decide
was
who pulled
coming.
that handle off the back?
I knew this was
Y'all, it's one of us. Unless somebody snuck in
There
here.
were now there were a lot of people here that day.
There weren't that many.
There was one that couldn't walk though.
There's one.
Look, I understand the way.
Who would need a rail that day?
I
One
would be
Speedy
y'all
Wilbur.
too if I would.
Look, if I had a pulled ham,
yeah,
and I had gone to the bathroom,
I didn't sit that day.
But I'm saying if I was a person who used that bathroom.
What if you fail trying to?
It's like
go Uno.
And you went in and you saw the rail that you push up on.
I
the
would think
floor.
the same thing.
You would think, hey, one of us is limping around and needs help getting off the floor.
It's like our prize rooster's missing, and you're looking at all the dogs
You guys
that wander
have
around,
every
and one of them's got feathers sticking out of his mouth, and you go, could be him.
Y'all have every right to think that.
Okay.
I would agree with
Look,
you.
if my
If a
former
chocolate
job,
donut's missing, who you think got it?
Rick, at my former job, and I'm not going to mention the name because this person actually is no longer with me. But anyway,
Are you going to speak about this Saturday night when you speak?
yes,
Okay.
we had a commode get tore out of the wall from somebody sitting on it. Okay, well, we're looking around, and there's this one guy that's pretty obvious probably did it, and nobody wanted to fess up. And then he walked by, and the back of his pants was wet, and we were like, "Hey!" But I mean, physically, it was obvious who did, and we could do the same thing here.
Well, look, if you go into the kitchen and there's peanut M&Ms missing,
Right.
cheese straws or malted robin eggs, you think, well, we better check with Bubba.
You better go see it.
Yeah. I actually saw a robin egg by the toilet where the rail was broke. So I'm not. That's all I'm
I
saying.
wouldn't have
Hey,
left
but
it
you know
there.
this computer thing is just baffling.
Yeah.
When I turned it off yesterday, it was working fine. I turned it on today, and I hadn't
Well, it's
touched
the
it.
display.
Mine did
It's
the
not
same thing.
actually the computer. It's the display. It's the
Right.
visual display.
So we got a rotten apple in the room.
So some.
Look, the first Apple I had, we had to replace the whatever the thing is on it.
Yeah.
Rick, quit
It
talking
happens.
so technical. You're confusing us.
Rick, you're just the stars are floating around people. Please, if you're driving your car right now, hey, pay attention to the road.
How about this, Rick? If you're going to talk over everybody's head, just shut up.
Yeah, you just keep your mouth shut there, scientist.
Let's, you know that thingamajig thing. I know what it was. The drive went bad in it. Yeah, that's what it was.
Rick, you just said drive because you knew
Somebody
how to sound a
said it.
computer. That's like when I worked for Power Company. If anybody thought they mentioned the word transformer, they knew what they was talking about.
Right.
Well, you know the transformer.
The smell has been removed that haunted business here at Rick and Bubba Incorporated yesterday. The culprit, one Greg Burgess, who took a foul spray, sprayed it all over the broadcast plaza, shutting down business for the day, causing... So here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Phone calls. As you heard Ken Osborne let you know, it's time to call the show. Greg's taking them. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Fire up the phones right now. We'll chat with you, America. First time this week. See what's on your mind. MyPillow.com/bigbox. Go there right now with this great American company. They are trying to actually give you better deals during a time where it seems like everything costs a ton. So right now they got their standard MyPillow retails for $49.98. But to show the world that they cannot cancel Mike Lindell or his company, for a limited time you can get it for $14.98. Good grief. $49.98 down to $14.98. There's a limit of 10 on this offer on one purchase. So think about it. You're saving $30. Get a great pillow, and you're helping say no to the cancel culture as they continue to try to put this company out of business solely over disagreeing politically, which we can't live in that world. So don't miss out on this amazing deal while supplies last. Use the promo code BIGBOX at mypillow.com/bigbox, and you'll get that patented adjustable feel. Adjust your exact individual needs. We sleep on them every night, regardless of sleep position. And also some other deals that are out there
$25 for the 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets. Also, don't forget you can get them their coffee, 100% Arabica, My Coffee, still 50% off. So right now on the MyPillow that changed the world, $49.98 was the normal retail price. For a limited time right now, limit 10, $14.98 with the promo code BIGBOX. To the phones we go. Adam is standing by. Adam, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, sir?
Morning, gents. Hey, Speedy, I went to the UAB Navy game this weekend, and I thought I seen you there. Thought it was him. Thought it was Speedy. I was like, oh, man, I'm going to go meet him. Until I heard this guy yelling at the screen, yelling at the players. I'm like, I don't think that's Speedy.
No, Speedy, you're UAB. You are not there this year, are you?
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
No.
Do you are you missing that, or how's your Saturdays?
The game day experience is always fun. I mean, now free Saturdays. I'm not going to complain on that. I don't.
Hard to complain about.
Way
that.
busy, but the interaction, the game day crew, and Coach Dilfer is always awesome. To work with. So I miss that part of it.
How's UAB doing?
They lost this past weekend to Navy. I know, pretty bad.
Yeah.
Okay. We continue. Michael in Alabama. Michael, go ahead.
Yes, I was listening to your National Chocolate Milk Day thing yesterday while I was running.
Yes.
And I just want to verify that is correct. It makes a great post-run drink. We actually ran 20 miles and then stopped at Waffle House to get a glass of chocolate milk.
Oh, my goodness.
That's impressive.
Now that'll motivate you to keep running.
My goodness.
Waffle House is waiting, man. Keep moving. Don't give up. Wow. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Well, every time you see Bubba and I drinking chocolate milk, just know that we're just refurbishing.
That's right, man. We're just reloading.
We're reloading.
Everybody knows that.
Lines are available if you want to join us. Let's go to Daniel out of Georgia. Daniel, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Daniel.
Hi, Daniel.
No Daniel. Let's go to Hambone. Hambone, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What's up, Biggins?
Buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Bill Bubba Bourgeois, you making your way out to Springville Friday night for the Golden Eagles and Tigers game?
I don't think so this Friday. Where is it at?
It's going to be at Springville. It's homecoming. Winner's probably going to be the 4th seed in the playoff for the region. So it's going to be a good atmosphere.
Good.
Yeah.
We're naming the stadium after our two long-time standing principals. So that's going to be an interesting time, a fun time.
Oh, good
so there's a lot of good stuff going on.
That alone should get you there. I mean, two principals getting the field named after them, the stadium.
Yeah.
The Jacksonville Golden Eagles.
Might be tough to get back Friday.
Right.
At that time,
Yeah,
but you never rule it out.
Not exactly around the corner.
No.
Yeah. Let's go to Kyle, Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Kyle, go ahead.
I'd like to.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
I just want to get y'all's thoughts on DirecTV buying Dish and Sling for $18.5 billion.
Well, let's see. AT&T had them, and did they spin them off?
They did, yeah. Yeah, they sold their shares. What was it, 70% of their shares? I think they did that to buy Dish and Sling, didn't they?
I don't know. I know that AT&T was going to get out of the satellite business. I read that a couple of times, that they would not be putting any more money into orbit. But, the price of the orbits are getting cheaper. And, some places you just don't have fiber and good internet. So, I mean, what are your other options other than Starlink?
Does that seem like a lot of money for those two items? Or Sling, I guess, is a modern.
Sling is probably a value, but you see them setting up so they can deliver either via internet or satellite.
Well, people are saying that UAB is terrible this year. All right, on the text, they get rid of.
I got a lot of emails about some of the comments after the game that Coach Dilfer said, and I saw there was an article about it. Something kind of bizarre.
Haven't seen that. I'm just tying together Speedy not being brought back, and the team going down.
That's what did it.
And things going south.
No. Yep. Get rid of Speedy.
Coincidence?
I think not.
Well, that was their choice.
Yeah. Get rid of Speedy, get rid of winners.
Right.
That's what happens when you get rid of winners.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'll tell you this, whoever takes care of lunch, their budget just went down a little bit. But,
boy, I tell you what.
But let's go to Trey in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Trey, go ahead.
Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, Trey. Go ahead.
So a long time ago, I remember y'all being on a talk show maybe as some judges, and you had some jerseys on. Did I dream this, or was that true?
Is this when y'all met the Naked Cowboy?
Probably. That was Jenny Jones.
Yeah, but
we
that's
were
been-
judges on the
gosh.
Jenny Jones show. We might have had our softball jerseys on. I don't recall. Or maybe
Yeah, we did.
Or maybe
We
I
did.
had a
The black-
Detroit
I think
Tigers.
I think they were. I think they were your brand jerseys.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. Possibly. Yeah, that sounds
Like
like
how many years ago was that? Like 30 years ago?
1,000. At least 1,000. Yeah, I really don't know. It had to be
I think
20.
it was pre 9/11, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which is 2001.
So we came on the show together full time in 94. So that probably happened 97, 96,
I think it's
97.
right about the time we got.
Yeah,
to
which would be
Birmingham.
98.
Right.
So probably
Right.
98. Yeah.
Yeah. And we
Uh,
did a few shows there.
Let's go to Win. Win, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, man, I've been a long time listener.
Thank you,
First
Win.
time calling.
Thanks, buddy.
I was in the stands Saturday night down in Tuscaloosa. That was electric.
Road Tide.
Road Tide.
Road Tide. Of course, nearly let it get away. Did you panic a little bit there at the end, Win?
I sure did, buddy.
That's
I thought,
honest.
my God, how can we blow a 28-point lead?
Yeah, that stung, but you got it done.
You did.
Took
Responded.
13 seconds to correct that mistake. So,
Oh, yeah.
So Road Tide.
But I'm going to miss y'all guys when you finally go off the air.
Thank
I
you.
listen every morning.
Thank you. Did you see Trump?
I own the screen. My seat, I'm a regular season ticket holder. My seat's in the north end zone.
Road Trump. Road Tide. Thank you, buddy. Thanks for the call. Let's go to Ron. Ron, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, a long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
You were talking about McKee Foods up in Tennessee.
Uh-huh.
That is that company makes all those products. They're founded in 1934. And Little Debbie, the little girl on the packaging, her name is Debbie McKee Fowler. She still works there at the company.
How about that?
And she's got that cute little swept-up nose.
How about that right
If
there?
you saw her, you would recognize her.
How about that? So, so that's where
Yeah.
that is actually where they make them. See, I didn't know if that was just some sort of
They make-
distribution
Yeah,
deal
right.
or whatever.
Yeah, I heard you say that, but that's where they make everything. They employ about 6,000 people in that area, and have been around since 1934. So they're in their 90th year, fourth-generation company now.
Well, how about that? There she is. Look
at
Adler
that.
found it.
Wow.
There she is.
Bobby.
Still works there.
I thought Little Debbie was designed after Speedy. You know, we saw that picture last week, and that was pretty good.
That was hilarious. People asking about the Corso. I usually don't get to watch game day because it just doesn't usually work out on Saturday for me. But I was in a hotel room, so I got up and turned it on.
Mm-hmm.
I just continue to be bewildered by the Lee Corso thing. I don't understand it. I don't know whose idea this is. I don't know why it continues. I don't understand it. Is it the desire of game day to make us uncomfortable? I mean, when they pitch to him for his commentary or his pick, you just go, all righty, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. And poor old Kirk Herbstreit. I don't know if you saw it Saturday. He was finishing his sentences for him, correcting what he was
I
saying.
did see a little bit of that. Bless his heart.
Yeah,
Got Al Michaels on Thursday nights and Lee Corso on Saturday mornings.
Kirk Herbstreit, that dog, he's got his hands full.
He does.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The smell has been removed that haunted business here at Rick and Bubba Incorporated yesterday. The culprit, one Greg Burgess, who took a foul spray, sprayed it all over the broadcast plaza, shutting down business for the day, causing tears into Speedy's office, and has been found guilty of violating the Gunnersville Treaty. Now, I did take into account that it appears that there's been some questionable activity by Ryan Greenwood and myself, but
you started it.
But Greg did not bring charges. I mean, we can't rule on something that no one brings charges.
Because I can take it.
And so I did go lenient. I removed the licks with Jaws, the paddle, which has been like, it's dusty. No one's been paddled in so long. But Greg has been sentenced to carry on a conversation with a puppet
because of his.
Hey, was Poto not enough?
No.
You know, I had to spend Christmas with Poto.
Yeah, but now you're going to have to talk. We're catching this for the Extreme Club, and also Scott the Tech Guy's taking pictures for pictures of the day. One of our golden ticket guests today is a puppeteer, and what is your name, ma'am?
Natalie Pusser.
Natalie is here today, and what is the puppet? And what is the puppet's name?
This is Hannah.
Hannah.
It's got a human name.
Yeah, it's because it look at her. All right, now, Greg, no longer looking at Natalie. You must talk to Hannah the puppet. I'm talking
Greg, my first question is, has the evidence been destroyed?
Talk to her.
Well, Hannah, I'll be honest with you. I've turned it over to the authorities, and what they've done with it, I don't know. I
Good.
turned it in earlier because I was tempted to squirt it again. I really was. Hannah, the puppet.
Have you thought for a second that you're talking to some cloth?
I'd like to spray a little on Hannah.
Greg.
Okay.
Easy,
Look, Hannah was the vote that convicted me. Hannah, let me ask you this. Did you not hear the evidence? I clearly had a case.
You
See, I'm
are-
carrying on a conversation with like she's real. Y'all like that?
That's what you're supposed to be doing. That's what you're supposed to be doing.
Hey, Hannah, Hannah, come on. Were you not listening?
It shows that you're clearly guilty.
I can't believe y'all making me do this.
All right, I would like for him to sing a song with her.
How about a quick
I
song?
would like for you to sing a song. Hannah, what's
La, la, la.
Okay.
Ready?
Hey, what are we singing?
Somewhere over the rainbow.
Oh, my goodness. If I got to sing?
You got to
You didn't
sing.
say I had to sing.
You
with
got
the
to sing. Sing with a puppet.
You want the
Mr. Poot Spray.
What key are we going to be in?
I don't know.
The
Just
key
sing.
is C.
All right, start out, Hannah.
La 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 la.
Oh, I thought you was doing that one. Here we go.
Ready?
Uh-huh. Y'all, I can't do it.
Sing with the puppet. Sing it.
Somewhere
over the rainbow. How many verses?
Greg is guilty.
Hey.
You threads so nasty farts free. You're guilty as charged.
Look, I didn't know the puppet was going to harass me.
You're not singing.
I sang like a verse.
Greg, could you sing Swanee to the puppet for me? And be a childhood prodigy at the same time?
Look, I'm taking. You didn't put. Yeah, you're adding stuff to the sentence.
Wait, can I be honest with you?
Rick.
Because I'm having a good time with it.
Look at this. Hannah's looking at me.
Make him sing a
Look
medley.
at her in the
Rick.
eyes, Greg.
Rick, make him sing a medley.
Yeah, little bits and
You-
pieces.
you're
Just
getting
think,
soft-
Greg,
Rick,
this
you're
never
getting
happened at
soft
the
in
power
your-
company.
No, it didn't.
Rick, you're getting soft in your old age, by the way.
I'm having him singing with a puppet. What's soft about
Just
that?
singing's bad enough.
Rick in his 30s would have been. Oh.
How long have I done it? Is that not good enough?
Now, I want you.
Hannah says no.
I want you to look her in the eyes, shake her hand, and say, "Thank you for coming to the Rick and Bubba show today, Hannah."
Thank you, Hannah, for coming out and seeing us. You're so beautiful.
Oh, thank you. I enjoyed every second of it.
I'm having to be right in her face.
All right, give her some sugar.
No, no.
Yes. Yes. Get us some sugar.
Kiss her. Kiss.
Hey, I didn't have to kiss Poto. Hannah, you met Poto?
No, I have not.
No, you need to.
There it is.
Somebody call me.
There's Hannah, Natalie, and Greg. There it is.
Hey. Wow. Is that it? So his punishment's over?
Well, I mean,
Good
Hey,
gracious.
it wasn't that bad, by the way.
Well-
It wasn't that bad. Ain't
Well,
like
the
what he did
punishment,
to
I
me.
know.
No,
I
the
know.
whole thing. Would you had to smell a little sulfur?
Looking forward to being in Panama City tonight, Lord willing, and for the big Man Up event there. We'll tour the facility and get ready for the conference, so they'll be there coming up next year. You can see the lineup of all the speakers at all three locations, the facilities, all that information, and plan to join us in 2025. And fellas in Panama City, see you tonight at First Baptist Church. All right, so, and of course the crap run's coming up Saturday in Piedmont, Alabama for Venice's Foundation.
and Speedy and Greg will be there. And Bubba, of course, will be at the Jacksonville Golden Eagles versus Springfield Tigers.
That's right.
No,
miss that.
Yeah, no. So anyway,
I'd like to go. Seriously,
I know you would. If it all worked out, that'd be a great thing to do. It's just a little more complicated than it needs to be.
Yeah,
you know.
Hambone said he'd come get you.
Yeah, Hambone handle it.
Hambone, where you been?
So also over the weekend, I'm getting emails about this again. Rick, have you figured out who took the HDMI cord from Camp House?
So that's a big question.
So I finally got to look young Broderick in the eye
Gary.
yesterday after church. We had lunch with he and Camtastic, and I just he's really hard to pin down, and I just said, hey man, here we are. Are you going to take ownership on this HDMI cord? He says, Dad, I'm just telling you again, I have no recollection and memory of taking it. And I said, well, I'm going to do this again. So access to Camp House are the following people.
Yeah, that's what this ain't hard.
Your mother, and she just, Sherry just turned around while she was eating lunch. I said, let's rule her out. I said, there's me. I wouldn't take it because I wanted to stay there, so I'm out.
I completely forgot about it if I did.
I said, there's Gary. Anybody want to make a case for Gary? Hey, I mean, I don't need no HDMI thing.
I don't see Gary needing HDMI.
I really don't.
I just
Right.
don't.
No.
And I said, and this said,
Unless he's doing a prank.
I said, big love.
There's that, Bubba.
Yeah, Big Love.
Like you might find it in the freezer.
Yeah, yeah, right. Asked Big Love about it yesterday. He was like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay. So
He goes-
you're out.
He goes, so you think I came from Atlanta and got
Yeah,
it?
just
Boy,
to get
you're
the
really. That's like when you. That's like when you've lost your keys. You're looking in places you can't be.
Let's take him out. I said, let's talk about Blake. So Blake,
Probably tough.
so
right?
Blake came from New York City, and I said, and just popped by Camp House.
Needed HDMI.
Didn't let me know he was in town. You know what I mean? He needed HDMI cord for some reason.
Passed a million of them on the way in.
Right.
And I said, now let's look at you. Not only do you have access to Camp House, you do projects at the farm that involve multiple HDMI cords. You have a company that does productions that always need HDMI cords. Am I correct on that? Dad, you are correct. I said, so, and you're there, and it's gone. Yes, sir. He said, it sounds terrible. He said, his quote was,
I feel bad about it.
he said, if I was a jury, I would convict me, just so you know.
On circumstantial
Because he said,
Just cause.
he said, you've got a
Just
mountain.
cause.
You got a mountain of circumstantial evidence. So I said, so how do you have it somewhere? And he goes, well, I noticed you sent me a picture of what Tom, the engineer, gave you. He said, Super Tom's giving you one, I guess, that NASA uses.
Yeah.
And I said, well, look, I had to because mine's gone. I had to take what was available.
It does. For those of you who have never seen it, it's like a green electrical cord that Rick has used that's 20 foot long, and
Right.
he's going to use that as the HDMI cord from the TV back to the.
So then I said,
It's
let's.
so long.
Yeah,
It is.
I said,
green too.
let's talk about. And I said, do you have an explanation? And he said, I do. He said, here's what I think happened. And he said, and I would put Bones in this category a little bit sometimes. He said, I have people that work with me that you have some of them that you just say, I'm going to get it done. And I love those people. They're very aggressive and resourceful. That's the word.
Yes.
I'm very resourceful. And he named his name, and I can't remember what it was. And he said, he is, if I'm like out there and we got a project, I've got my headset on and we got this shot set up, and I'm like, man, I need an HDMI cord. He's going to go find me one. And he said, it is very possible, since we had everything set up at Camp House as kind of home base, that somebody on the shoot needed an HDMI cord. Resourceful Ron went in Camp House, saw it, took it, and had every intention of putting it back, and we just didn't. And I said, okay. I said,
well, he's not going to take this green one.
I
Check
said,
this one
no.
out.
He don't want it.
No. I said, I need this. I need right now, as we row through sushi, I just need you to say, Dad, I'm sorry. I'm responsible for the HDMI cord being gone. When you worked your way to Camp House, you had it just like you liked it. You wanted to turn on football, and you couldn't. He goes, Dad, you have ruled everybody out. He said, it is me indirectly. And I said, so you will own it. He said, today you can tell the audience I'm owning it. And I said, okay.
But I mean, does he?
Yeah,
Still,
there's
is he
enough
just saying
evidence.
He has
that?
nowhere where I
He's just saying that to get the pressure off.
He just wants it to be over.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Well, I mean,
but I
logical.
No one knows where it is.
I go back to you FaceTiming with the tech folks.
That's fair.
Sir, you don't
More
have an HDMI.
You talk about feeling like a doofus.
Which is, I think, number 1 or 2 on the checklist.
Now, don't
is it plugged in, and do you have a cord?
Well, you know what?
Is it turned on?
In all fairness, should I even expect the HDMI cord that's always been back there for months to be gone?
No, I'll give you
That's
that.
not something that should go missing.
Of course, now I noticed this guy on my phone caught it real quick. Sir?
Yeah, sir, we got a problem.
Do you not have an HDMI cord? Yeah, of course I do. I don't see it. And then I'm pointing at the phone, looking over my own phone, going, nope, don't see it either.
Rick, you're going to be in a training video.
You think that might be the problem?
Yes.
Sir, with all due respect, I think that may be your problem. And I'm like, yep, that probably is. Hey, sorry to bother you.
I'm a fan of
a lot
the
of steps to
HDMI
get to you, too. Tremendous amount of steps.
a lot of number punching.
Right. And I pulled off some things I didn't think I could pull off. And so
Well, now what about
those
your
cords
internet?
too? They've been a real game changer.
Oh, they're
because,
awesome.
we used to have composite and component.
Oh, yeah.
and, RF and all that. And they really work.
These
good.
you just plug that baby in.
And let her rip.
Yeah, we actually.
I do hate to have different sizes of it. Though. If you go to the, they have the smaller ones.
Yeah,
I'm a threat to short.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But anyway, I talked to the internet situation was not on Camp House. It was an outside issue.
Oh,
they found it. They fixed it, and we're high speed.
That was quite a morning for you, wasn't it?
It was. Now keep in mind it's Camp House, so the modem, is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm.
Is that still called a modem?
Yes.
I don't know.
That's correct.
Of course, it's plugged in at the perfect spot when we had it installed. Come to find out that if the wind just blows just for a second, that breaker will trip. So you'll show up a lot of times and the modem is not running because the breaker's been tripped.
Now, why would the wind blowing trip the breaker?
Whatever happens down there that
Why don't you
involves
change
anything,
that breaker out?
I don't know what
It's
it,
weak.
Yeah,
I
I don't see how he's looking at you.
Well, one time deer went by and one of them broke wind and it broke.
You
Just
hope
change the breaker.
Hope your line running to your house doesn't have a short in it or something.
Well, it's just this one breaker, the very same one every single time.
Really? Do you know what it goes to?
I know it goes to that plug.
And a few other things.
Because I've learned now, just almost like you do your checklist. Get breaker back.
Yeah, I think I'd swap it out like Greg said. They're not. They're actually a physical device. So like if spring, if it's wrong, it won't work right.
Well, yeah, I'll be.
But then if it does it, you better check that line. Go the
Yeah, you got to follow.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Bubba. But. Oh, Camp
But the
House.
breaker's doing his job. If you
Have to call Reese on you.
Well, Camp House is one of the,
he'd be right up his alley.
It's like Camp House plays an important role, but I need Camp House not to need enough.
Is that breaker new or real old?
Old.
Yeah,
it's been there.
You know, a lot
It's
of
been there when it was Tommy's Paradise.
A lot of them they're putting in these arc. Now the GFI I got.
I know.
But the arc ones they go off all the time.
They're so sensitive. I got a bunch of those.
I need one swapped out. Right
They put
now.
them on you. I
Like
think
it.
they had to put them for bedrooms or something.
I don't like them. They go out too much.
They do.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kelly Pickler was on the program a couple hours ago, or Friday, whenever you're hearing this hour. Bruiser was running the phones at the time, and I never knew it. I noticed people were getting her to sign things and all that, and she was very gracious and wonderful. And we ended up getting to keep her a little longer than originally scheduled because we found out that her handler Chris liked to play the drums, and so I walk in there a minute ago and I see the real Greg Burgess just laughing hysterically. And he said, "Did you see Bruiser lock up?" And I said, "No. What are you talking about?" And Greg, now, tell Bubba what you told me.
I asked him, he had some pictures he wanted her to sign. And I said, "You get him a sign?" And he's telling me about it. He's shaking. He said, "I just couldn't do it."
He was
I
shaking?
think I tried to walk in the door and I just stopped. Go ahead, Bruce. Pick it up from there and tell him what happened.
What happened, Bruce?
Well, Mom wanted a picture and I wanted to get signed and whatnot. And I was in there answering the phones. I saw she was out here and I was going to go in a break, get her to sign stuff. But one thing I had was I was the only one back there with the phones. So if I left, no one would have been there with the phones.
Now,
so I was
Bruiser.
okay, what?
Now, Bruiser.
And No, seriously. I was like, okay, what I'll do is I'll get someone to take over the phones for a little bit so I could go out there, get her signed, and then come back. But there was no one out here. Everyone was out here talking to her. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to wait till like no one's calling. I'm going to go out there real quick, get her to sign, and then come back. So I got to that door right there, and I don't know what it was. It's just nerves, I don't know, because she's famous and she's pretty and whatnot. But
when you start thinking about those red high heels.
Yeah. If you could have talked to her online, though,
I know,
you'd have
man.
been
If he could have
smooth.
just chatted to her and said, "Hey, you're hot."
Yeah, if you could have been
tweeted
online.
her or something.
Yeah.
All right, now, Bruiser, the thing that hurts me the most about this is she actually noticed you.
She did. I saw
And
it.
she-
Which I wasn't aware of that till later.
She told me, she said, now who's the little fella in there on the phones? Can he not come out?
I wanted to, really. I did. I wanted to. I actually had to get one of the interns to take the pictures out here.
Why couldn't you face her?
I don't know.
Be locked up. Rick.
I just get this way around famous people. I got this way around her. I got this way around Tony Curry. I actually no.
Wait a minute. You went from Kelly Pickler.
No, I'm just talking.
Tony, did you hear that?
No, I'm just talking about famous people that I've met. Like any famous. It doesn't matter who
So
they
you
are.
hadn't met very many famous people, it sounds
Well,
like.
no, I haven't. But
Tony will be happy to hear that.
No, you'll love it. I actually got this way the first time I met Greg.
Really?
Well, that's understandable.
No,
My goodness.
no, because like when I came, one because I wanted to
I'm
make
being sarcastic.
No, well, one because it was a job interview and I wanted to make a good impression.
And I was a tough interview.
And plus, like he gave me the
but
paperwork.
you brought you a buddy with you on that one.
Well, yeah,
That was
I
weird.
brought my friend here because he had never been to a radio station. He wanted to. You weren't here at the time, but like he gave me the paperwork and he left the room. I was like, oh my gosh, this is the brother of Rick Burgess.
There you go.
Like he knows the guy, you know. Well, I mean, how could he
very
not?
well.
I mean,
Right.
but anyway,
Since
so
birth there, Bruiser. But
Yeah.
hey.
well, yeah, but I mean, so like whenever I get around a famous person, no matter who they are, I always like lock up.
So it wasn't the fact that she was female and you thought she was pretty?
it was that too, but you know, it was also because she was famous. It was a lot of different like conflicting things.
You know, he-
I noticed you got the
A
Rick
lot
and
of
Bubba
emotion.
stress ball, and you're getting after it.
Yeah, Bubba, he really is Kip.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Rick, seriously, he started shaking, telling me about it.
well, no, I mean, I
Hey, you want my soundboard again?
Yes, please.
All right.
Any kip you got, I'll take during this interview. Any kip.
which I do love that movie, by the way. But,
Well, I bet. It's like, it's like
It is
watching
a
an
classic.
autobiography.
It is a classic.
yeah,
What
but-
did I just say? Did I say
I don't know.
autobiography?
You
yeah, you
Rick,
said autobiography.
Onomatopoeia.
You know what
Yes.
you did? You turned this way, you caught the ribs out of the corner of your eye, and you checked out.
You're right.
You
Yeah.
checked
You're right.
out.
But
I guess you could say things are getting pretty serious.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Together as we go. Hey, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. A brand new hour from the Big Boy Studios, living out on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here. And say hello and welcome back for a brand new hour. There he is, Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey,
Rick,
Bussy.
glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
All right, so according to the listeners, and they're usually accurate on this, we do need to go to, is it Sam Caldwell that keeps up with every Rick and Bubba moment? Is that his name? Patrick Caldwell. Or something.
Patrick Campbell.
Where am I getting this other name from?
Rick, you must have a different one.
Yeah.
Oh, Patrick.
That's the guy that's keeping up with it for just me personally. But no. But anyway, we have to check with him. But the listeners are saying 53 Rick and Bubba shows left.
53.
Yeah, that's right. It should be 51, I think, on the first day of when is that? Wednesday or tomorrow?
Tomorrow is October
today.
1.
No.
Tomorrow's October 1. So that counts today's show.
Yeah, I was counting.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, we have
All right.
so much to be grateful for, so much to be thankful for, and things that are coming up that'll be exciting in the future as well. So Bubba, let's ask you another question, as if you haven't been through enough.
Yep.
Okay.
You know, I've got so I kind of dread football season.
And you should be thrilled right now at the Vikings and their start. But as you and I both, were childhood Auburn fans, we were able to warn all Auburn fans that Oklahoma would still win the game because we just know.
Yep.
You as a Vikings fan, I see you waving your purple/yellow caution flag, telling Viking fans they're just setting us up for heartbreak.
Well,
but why can't you just enjoy this? How they're
I'm enjoying it as much as the next guy. Rick, we've all watched Charlie Brown growing up.
Oh my goodness!
And every time Lucy holds that football,
I used to get so
and
mad.
you go, "Don't do it, Charlie
do
Brown.
it.
She's going to jerk it out, and you're going to end up
do
on
it.
your back like that cheerleader was flipping through the crowd there."
Don't do it.
Just don't do it. Don't do it. And I didn't even start watching the game this weekend, and my son Hunter said, "Dad, the Vikings are up like 14-0."
Oh no!
In the first quarter, and I said, "Well, it's early." And then he said, "Dad, they're up like 28-7 at halftime, and they're just commanding."
Sam Darnold's on fire.
Yeah, the stats here. I mean, they are just running Green Bay out of the stadium in Green Bay.
Yes.
I said, "Oh, Hunter, the fourth quarter's
Oh,
coming.
Hunter.
Don't get excited." So finally, he said, "Dad, please watch this. They're really doing good. I no more than turn it on."
Look at that.
And the first play I see, Sam Darnold, their quarterback, is sacked and hurts his knee.
The first play you see, Greg, Lucy pulls the ball back. The very first play you see, are you kidding me?
And immediately, Green Bay starts dominating the game.
You talking about in the fourth quarter, 22 points?
Yeah, they outscored Minnesota 22-3 in the fourth quarter.
Just fell short.
And it's a mad rally going on. And if it hadn't been for 2 turnovers down right near the goal line, they would have won this game with
So they're
ease,
blowing
by the
them
way.
out.
Yeah, I mean, it looks a lot like the Alabama lead. You know what I mean? You think, well, there's no way they can catch up, and then all of a sudden,
And Darnold was getting slammed the minute.
oh yeah, he's limping back to the huddle. He can't throw
Bubba
the ball.
decides to go over and watch it.
And and I told her, I said, "Well, this is just par for the course." But they actually came up right at the end and held on with a pick late in the game. So,
Bubba, that
good
does
for them. Hey, they're 4-0. That's good. Good for you, Vikings. That's good. Hey, here we go,
Bubba.
Good for you.
Can't you just enjoy
what's his name? Greg?
Darnold.
Sam Darnold. Good for him. He's bounced around the league.
He has.
And,
First round draft pick. Everybody thought he was going.
So good for him.
Set the world on fire.
And he's this is the best year he's had so far.
Oh,
so
yeah.
good for him. And,
Right up till he got slammed.
Right. This goes back to the discussion we had, I guess, last week.
Right.
I know that we can't affect what the teams are doing
feels like it.
by me sitting in Helena, Alabama in my little house.
But I appear to
but
have
it
more
seems though,
control than I want to.
If I stop watching or I go outside, it seems as though we do better.
No,
of whoever I'm pulling for.
No, I
and
actually-
whatever sport.
I've actually tested it before.
Yeah, I do it with
And
my own kids.
I know y'all do it. I've literally tested it by turning it off or leaving and
Yeah.
going and doing something else.
Oh.
And then I'll look at my phone, and the team that I'm pulling for is doing better.
Yeah.
I'll walk back into the room,
Immediate
go, hey,
turnover.
I want to see this.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
as soon as I walk in, there's a pick.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They're late
Heck, I've
Sam
gone to the
Darnold.
bathroom when my kids have come up to the plate to bat. I've just said I'm not watching.
I will
They'll
s-
hit a home run. I'm sitting there on the first run. They
We really-
strike out in 3 pitches. I'm like, what the heck?
I will say this:
So true.
watching the Vikings for many, many years since I was a little kid, I think they have some of the better players they've ever. They got some.
Don't
they
do
got
this.
Some, they
Don't
got some
do
players.
this. You're
right
better
now.
than this. You know better than
No,
this.
I still know they'll boot it, but
They may not
you know,
can overcome.
They've got some DBs that'll go take the ball away. I don't know if you did. You see one of the plays?
I didn't see any of it.
Packer guy is
Who was quarterback for the Packers this time? Is Willis still out
No,
there?
Love.
He come
Is he
back?
back?
Is he
Yeah.
back? Love's
Yeah.
back? Okay.
And this guy's coming up the field, and the DB comes up, and I've never seen such a outright punch of a football. Knocked it loose, and they got the ball.
Oh, they've got it down to an
he
art
wasn't
now.
trying to tackle him. He was going to punch that football no matter what. If he'd have missed that football, it'd hit him right in the gut.
So
you know what?
Did you feel good about that play?
I hear some excitement in your voice.
No,
I detected.
Hey,
it
they
just
got some ball hogs, man. They'll go after that ball.
Now
know?
you probably have the best receiver in the whole league.
Jefferson is amazing. You know what was funny? There was a pass, and he's dragging his feet, and of course the announcers say, "Well, it looked like he was out of bounds." And the guy, I forgot who was doing the color. He said, well, "Hey, if it's Jefferson, you better look at it again." And sure enough, they went back, and he got that second.
And he
tail in.
claims that he invented this dance that all the kids do. What is it?
No, I'm not up on.
What is that little thing?
I'm not that close.
You
to
know
the
where they do
Vikings.
the swinging arms and they do their little feet. What is that called?
Oh yeah, this little thing here. When they
Yeah, what is that? What's the name of that?
I don't know what it's called.
But
I
he
think
said
Sammy Davis
he said he
Jr.
was the
did
very
that.
first one to do it. That he invented it.
They invented.
Is it the Diddy?
I'm out of the
Hey,
league.
I better change the name.
Hey,
for this.
Gritty.
Gritty.
Don't
Yeah.
say the Diddy.
No, the Diddy's something else.
Yeah, you better change.
Diddy's
it.
locked up right now.
Yeah,
Boy, and there are
yeah.
people running and hiding that ever.
It's the
spoke
gritty,
to him.
right? Gritty.
Gritty.
Well, Jefferson claimed that he
Oh,
invented
Rick.
that he was the very first one to do the gritty, and that all the gritties you see, he is classification point A.
Well, I'll just
game
say
from
this: you get the ball close to him, he's going to catch it. He's got to be a quarterback's dream.
Can you do the gritty?
No, I don't even know what the greedy is.
I wish
Oh, yes,
did
you
it
do.
whenever
And
Minnesota.
You've seen it 1,000
and
times.
probably if I saw it, I'd pull something trying to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, River will start doing it.
Oh, I bet River does
Oh,
it. The
he's
kids do it
hilarious.
everywhere.
Now I don't like the
He'll sink a
purple
putt.
pants they wear. I wish they'd go back to all white on the
Absolutely.
road. I think that looks much better, the all
Right.
white.
Yeah.
But
look, Bubba, watch this. Here's Jefferson. That's the gritty. Yeah. And he said that he invented that.
Uh-huh.
I don't know
what he's doing
I don't know
now.
what the last moves were.
Yeah.
But you know what? If you catch
called it the Diddy?
if you catch balls
I'm
like
sorry.
him,
I'm terrified of the name Diddy right now.
if you catch balls like he can dance however you want to, I don't care.
Well, how about today too in baseball? If you're a Braves fan or,
Yeah.
or a Mets fan, I guess.
Yeah, or Arizona Diamondbacks.
Right. This today decides it.
There's
right?
2 spots left in the National League.
It's today decided. The series decides.
No, this decides everything. So they played Game 1 of the Mets series in Atlanta before Hurricane Helene came through, and then paused. Said there's no way we can get 2 and 3 in, so that's today, a doubleheader. Everybody else in the league is finished, but they have to play 2 remaining games. If they split, they're both in. If one of them gets swept, the one that got swept is out. Arizona is in, and then of course the winning team is in. So there's 2 spots left, 3 teams.
How
are
many
up for
games
it.
are left for this?
2,
one?
just a doubleheader today.
Okay.
It starts at around
So
12
this is it.
Central on ESPN2.
If they split, they both go.
Yep.
If one gets swept, Arizona goes.
Correct.
Oh wow.
It's come down
Bubba,
the
what do
line.
you think? You think they've cut a deal? Y'all win one, we win one, and we're
Look,
good.
why don't you play hard for the first one?
Yeah.
And whoever wins, go, look, we're going to let the other guys win this one.
And then
Yeah.
Arizona's going.
Because they'll practice for, deciding who goes in the 7-game series, because they always set that up.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
Everybody knows.
Okay.
Everybody knows that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You've heard me. Also, and this is one of our favorites, we don't like robbers, but if someone robs a bank dressed as Darth Vader, you have to look at it.
Well, you got to love that, Rick, in New York. It appears Darth Vader knocked off the New York bank, and he did it using the dark side. Police
Anybody but Darth Vader just walked in the bank.
Yeah. I
y'all
guarantee you, when Darth Vader walks in, he is not there to make a deposit.
Give me the money, Luke.
You know it's my money. Search your feelings. You know it to be true.
Do not contact the police. Hand me the money.
And really, technically, Rick, he could use this defense that he never asked the teller for money. He just simply gave her a bag and then used the old Jedi mind trick on her.
I like when the voice is not strong with you.
Or he grabbed her by the throat like that guy and he didn't really do it.
Hand me the money.
And the throat starts hurting.
It says it was the Chase Bank on Long Island.
Did you just do Yoda?
I didn't know. Spin again. Yoda.
Do it again.
What are you?
Bank you are.
It says that it was a.
How about the guy said I wasn't going to give it to him, but then he kind of made me start thinking. He told me I was his son.
You are my son. You know it to be true.
Wow, that's a mean one.
Did they not hit the button the minute he walked in?
Rick, Big Dickie Nadmeyer like your daughter.
It was Chase Bank on Long Island. They say that Darth Vader did flash a gun and demanded money.
Ooh.
The surveillance camera caught the Star Wars star, and he had a cape on too.
Oh,
that's what you got to love.
You gotta
that
dress all that.
and camouflage pants.
We're
The
going to
bandit
jail you are.
escaped from the bank with an undetermined amount of cash.
I got to know if he sounded like Darth Vader. I got to know.
I've got to know when he came through the front door. Did somebody not go, hey,
Watch
we might
Darth
want to hit
Vader.
the button?
Now,
Hey, guys, get the
you
button.
got Darth Vader coming in.
Now, listen, this
Somebody get your hand, your button. Darth Vader just walked.
Quick, get the ink bomb.
This is funny because this is the second bizarre robbery of a bank this week in New York. Another robbery came early last week, and it was dubbed the Bouquet Bandit. He went into a Manhattan bank and gave a teller a bouquet of roses that had a note in it saying, "Fill up a bag with cash."
You know, because you're funny. It's funny to think of him talking as Darth, but it's also funny that it be somebody that obviously isn't Darth Vader, just in the costume.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Hey, let me tell you something. Y'all go and hand me that money over here, would you?
Now, Rick, you know if it was Darth Vader when
Yeah,
he
give me the
first
money over there.
when he first went up, he
small
wouldn't
deal.
just start. He would have to stand there and just stare for a minute, and go,
And just make the noise.
Oh, yeah.
and the girl will go, "Can I help you?" that.
Next. Yeah, just noise. And then put your wolf in.
I mean, and then he got away.
wait a
Again,
minute,
he's leaving
wait a
the
minute.
bank dressed as Darth Vader. Nobody could keep up with him.
You're about to get robbed, you are.
Did you know how they?
Face? Are you not watching the face?
Yeah, I got. There's a face that comes with it. I had no. You know how they caught him, don't you? When he left, they went out and tried to slap a train.
Yeah. Let's see, where's my? Oh, I had a good one here for you too.
Well,
Did
you
they
can find
catch
stuff
him?
quick on that phone. Do what now?
Did they catch Darth Vader?
Yeah,
It didn't say.
I think they
You
did.
just added that.
No,
I think they did.
They said he went into hyperdrive and had to.
They said the bandit escaped from the bank and with an
wait a minute, let's see.
undetermined
All right,
amount of
they
cash.
found him.
Let's see if we can get it on here.
They found him, they did.
This was him leaving the bank.
Fighting with Ace.
And then he
please talk
turned.
while he's doing that. I need
And
to
then, wait a minute, he turned around. He turned around and looked back at the tellers as he left and went, "Put it away."
Give me the cash. You know it to be true.
Quick, Yoda, what'd you think?
What'd you think, Yoda?
Oh, you're going to jail, you are.
He thinks if he does his neck that way, he'll sound more like it. If you have a good weekend plan, enjoy.
Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, we have covered quite a bit today. We mentioned all the devastation from Hurricane Helene briefly, but we actually have one of the things that Greg, actually, my mom, our mom, told me. She probably told you the same thing when you saw her on Friday. Saw her yesterday, and she was saying, you realize that in all this flooding up in the Carolinas, in East Tennessee and everything, that Biltmore was devastated.
Yeah.
The famous Biltmore in Asheville, North Carolina, and Adler's got a few B-rolls. The video 6 is there, Adler. I didn't know. I mean, Biltmore, is it damaged to the point that, we're talking about.
Yeah, that's a historic place.
A historic place. And
Biltmore Village is different than the actual Biltmore house.
So how did the house fare?
I think the house, because I've been there several times and it's way up on a hill, so I think the house is fine. I haven't seen any video or footage of the house damage.
So it's just the village.
But the village all around
my goodness.
It's kind of like there at the base as you go into the area.
Good night.
And it's just the devastation in North Carolina is astounding.
Welcome to Moe's.
So the house you think was elevated, so it's okay?
I have not seen any reports of damage to Biltmore House.
Okay.
The castle.
But boy,
there.
that village.
Yeah, it's just
Lord,
it's
help.
insane.
And
You've
was
seen
this,
houses, bridges.
Was this all just flooding or wind or both?
A lot of it's
like
flooding
some wind.
and then also some trees coming down on places. But what you're seeing here is just unbelievable flooding. The mudslides have been just insane. I've got a video here of that mudslide.
Well, I heard on 6B2 yesterday. Heard this yesterday at church. People saying Chimney Rock is essentially gone.
Same with that area
because
as
of the water.
It looks like a bomb went off, an atomic bomb.
It does. Yeah.
Wow.
That is so sad.
It's unbelievable. These are big time touristy fun places too.
Oh yeah.
Even the McDonald's in Biltmore Village is nice, funny and made out of brick and just a cool. It's kind of weird, but it's just unbelievable
there's your pontoon
amounts
boat.
of devastation. Yeah,
and you would think they're
Is
so
that in water.
It's kind of a muddy, sloshy.
all the boats.
Is that the mudslide or is that Chimney Rock?
This is Chimney Rock here. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And it's gone.
Yeah, it is.
It's so sad. You're hearing more and more clarification on some of the loss of life. People waiting on their roofs to be rescued, and the roof collapses, and so they fall in. That's one family's horrible situation where a grandma and a grandpa and a nephew passed away. Here's that mudslide I was talking about, and you can see that the guy filming just can't believe it. He's just in disbelief that this mud comes out of nowhere.
Okay.
And takes his car out. Here it is.
All right, so he just.
Here comes mud.
Oh my goodness, Bubba! Here comes mud.
A wall of mud.
Mud's coming, sir.
Oh, gracious alive.
Boy, it gives away quick. Doesn't it?
I'm okay.
My car's gone.
I'm okay. It's okay.
The everything's gone.
Oh, that's so.
It's all gone.
It's okay.
That is horrible.
My car's gone.
How about everything you have? It's just.
How about just a wall of mud coming? It didn't just kind of start. It just a big wall.
And that was 40 miles an hour of mud coming out.
And I think you saw how high they were. That's what's got everybody too. It's just places that have never flooded before.
I know.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And
That's what I was
so
gonna say.
everybody's like, "Wow!" So
you're inland, you're inland, and you're elevated, and you think, "Well, surely I'm okay."
Yeah, you'd think.
And the roads, so many roads that provide access to that area are just out, bridges out, roads washed out, like you guys were talking about. And that is further complicating things. I have heard from my grandma even today. Thank y'all so much. I've gotten so many emails over the weekend of people asking, how is your grandma in Asheville, North Carolina?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
And it's just so kind of people to be thinking of my grandma on a Saturday afternoon. But she says, thank you. We need the prayers. I've never seen such a disaster in all my life. I'm glad I saved gallons of water. None is coming out of the faucets right now. She's not supposed to have power until Friday in her area. I'm just so glad that they got the cell phones back up and running. That way people that are in a dire situation can at least cry out for some kind of assistance. Well,
and think about, too, the weather right now is being kind. You're talking about that part of the world. It could be frigid right now.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And the weather's being mild. And, Speedy, now, you're kin to Daniel Boone, not Davy Crockett, right? Okay, so you're okay. Said Davy Crockett's home place got hit real bad. They said the Biltmore, the house, like you said, Adler, is fine. It's just the village. But they said that Davy Crockett's home place is bad, and Paul Bunyan.
I didn't think Paul Bunyan was a real person.
I didn't either. I know John Bunyan.
He's throwing Babe the Big Blue Ox around. I mean,
yeah.
That was real, Greg.
It was real. So the things with water and mud, and you being in the mountains, you kind of thought that that hurricanes would not be that that big of a deal for you.
Hey, if you have your life and your family, that's great.
Sure.
We can replace material things, but how many people are really looking at their flood insurance today?
Right.
And going
in
over-
Asheville, yeah.
So that policy
areas that doesn't normally flood. So why would you
right.
have it?
Yeah.
So also we
that's on down the list, but you know what I mean.
No,
yeah,
it is, but
No.
yeah.
No, you're
You'd
right.
like to have a home, yeah.
But they were saying that there's awful videos out there that are hard to watch, like people that tried to drive, and then the car they realized they're not. This is not going to work out, and people are screaming, "Get out of the car! It's over! Try to swim!" And you just
Did I see a weatherman that was live and someone was in dire straits behind him in a car? It was flooding, and they were trying to call for help, and finally he had to break away from his live shot and go try to save her.
I did see that. Yeah, I think that did something like that happen. So anyway, it's going to be we've all been here before with these natural disasters, and and it's amazing the resilience of human beings in this, and you see the better side of people usually, and of course the private sector usually exceeds what the government can do as far as quickness and getting people what they need. So hopefully, once again, you get to the other side of it. And Bubba mentioned earlier there's a couple of other fronts that are moving around out there again. We don't know what they're going to turn into. And you said one of them was weakening.
Yeah, I think one of them was weakening, but one of them is strengthening. So we'll see in the next 24 hours how that goes. But the initial predictions are very close to the same path as this one, where they're in no position to try to deal with it, obviously. But it's early.
A lot of people keep asking this too. Where does your electric car play when something like this happens? Are you just out of luck if it has no charge? You can't charge electric vehicles, right?
No, and probably the water would be devastating to the batteries or short them out.
Right. So people are asking how do electric cars fare in this kind of devastation?
Yeah.
Not well on the obvious, and that is if you don't have power.
Right. Yeah.
And then does the water damage them more than it would the combustion engine? I don't know the answer to that.
My grandma just texted me just now, too. She goes, an angel just brought me a warm cup of coffee.
Oh. Does she need any Little Debbie by any chance?
I'm sure she would appreciate it.
Yeah.
But thank y'all so much for the sweet emails and everything. Praying for everybody in North Carolina.
We'll be back, bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I am biting at the bit to hear the Joe Paterno thing.
Oh, well, let's go there first.
Let's go, Joe Paterno.
He was struggling to hear Steve Doomings or whatever his name is. He was with WDAE in Tampa, Florida, and they were excited because they had Paterno on the line. And here we go.
83. Gonna coach again.
The legend who a long time ago sat in my living room recruiting my brother, the head coach of the Penn State University.
Hey, you're going to have to speak up. There's a lot of people around here.
Well, we welcome you in, Coach. And what I was saying is that you sat in my living room recruiting my brother a long time ago. So I've been a Penn State rooter for a long, long time, being from Philadelphia.
No. Is that all we get?
No. Can you hear me, Coach?
Hold on.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
All right, well.
Hang on just a second.
Okay.
Hey, Jeff, see if you can get there. I can't hear.
And they keep playing the fight song. Right.
Are you there?
I'm here, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
Is there
think
any way you can speak up?
I'm screaming into the microphone as it is now. I mean, and he's live on the air, so I'm yelling at the top of my lungs. So I don't know if the noise is too much there that he can't hear me or what. I don't know.
Real quiet. No, we're in a pretty quiet area.
Okay, well I'll try it again. Yeah, let's absolutely.
Here we go.
Hello. Come on. Give me the.
Can you hear me, Mad Dog?
Coach Paterno, I can hear you great, and I don't know if can you hear
talk
me?
up?
I'm screaming at the top of my lungs, Coach. I can't talk any louder than this.
I tell you, I'm having trouble hearing you.
sounds like
All
an
right,
old
well,
man character.
why don't we hand? What can I do? I can't. Can you hear me now?
He went from loving him to now being frustrated by him. Is there more?
No, he can't hear me. I can't yell any louder. We'll just have to let this go. I'm sorry. We just can't do it.
He went from so thrilled to have loving it.
I can't yell any louder than that. I can't. I literally was screaming.
What I love is that there's a lot of noise around here, and then his handler goes, "No, we're in a pretty quiet place."
But to Joe, it's noisy. I'll tell you that.
Rick, Joe's 80. He's 80-something. That's why he can't
83.
Hear him. He's 83.
83.
Well,
Greg.
look, in all fairness, when you
He's
call
900
a
years
radio
old.
show,
I can't hear you. But I mean, when you hear an interview like this, there's certain things, if you're going to coach football, that you got to be able to do.
Rick, don't be getting on Joe. He's got a bad phone.
Right. What about talking on the headset in the games?
Yeah, I was thinking if you cannot hear a radio station in a room that's quiet, how do you talk to a coach when you have 80 or 90,000 fans screaming?
I mean, can you imagine this scene right here? I mean, this.
Hey, Coach, let's see here. You want to go for it on 4th down, or you want to punt?
There's a lot of noise down here.
I said, do you want to go for it? Do you want to
Speak up!
Do you want to
There's
go?
85,000 people in here.
Coach, do you want to go for it on 4th
I
down?
can't. Somebody hold his headset. I can't hear.
I can't scream any louder. I can't scream. Hey, Coach.
Yeah, I just don't see that being a good calling card for real life functionability. You know,
I want to talk through the bullhorn more. You want more than that?
wait, what if Oprah is trying to shout over the audience to Joe Paterno on the sideline and tell him where they're going for a bowl game?
All right. This is the new Australian Bowl. Let me hear the noise again.
By the way, is there a train track near the Nittany Lions Stadium?
Oprah's trying to talk to you, Coach.
I can't hear.
Oprah's trying to talk to you, Coach.
She's on Channel 2.
She wants to know, Coach. He can't hear.
Huh?
He can't hear.
Can't hear me. We're back, 35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Da-da-da. Relief Factor. Love hearing your stories. Love it, love it, love it. Really enjoyed spending time with Dr. Jerry Mixon here on the show. We got a chance to talk to him not long ago, and to hear him go back to them studying these botanicals. We knew that they all had promise. Through the research, they said, when it comes to inflammation, 4 of them really seem to work well. Let's put them all in one pack, and it ought to be the superheroes of inflammation, and that has been it. And, it doesn't it's different than what you get with the over-the-counters. And let me just, kind of remind all of us, the directions on the over-the-counter, even they say this should not be something you're taking in excess. You don't take these every day. They're not designed for that. But really what they do is in a type, hey, I need to feel better right now, they mask the pain for a short period of time. Well, Relief Factor goes after the source of the pain. If it's tied to inflammation, it'll go in kind of on the foundation of where the pain is, and then it'll gradually resolve that issue permanently. So I take it every day. I take 2. And really see great results. Many of you have as well. So if you'd like to find out more, ReliefFactor.com. We've got the Quick Start Pack. It is back 3 weeks for $19.95.
ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800 and relief, or look for the link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors and put them to work for you. And we look forward to hearing your story. Can I ask you do you have something right here?
No.
Can I ask
No.
How many of you here, and some of you in the audience may can help us with this, I think it's possible that I may have had a culture clash over the weekend. Culture, sometimes we may not be familiar with each other's culture. So in our culture, you and I, Greg, Speedy, Adler, when we were growing up, we were taught in our culture, if there is a door and there's a female there, you let the lady go first.
You open the door for the lady.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's our culture.
Yes.
Ladies first.
After you.
So we had a bit of I had a situation in Atlanta. I was how this works is, when we go over to visit Brooks, Big Love Burgess, as I said earlier, there's a hotel near there that we stay in. He's only got a 1-bedroom apartment. So, you visit, then you say, all right, man, enjoyed it. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Well, I know that on his day off and my day off, he will outsleep me by probably 2.5 to 3 hours.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have time where I'm gonna be keeping around. I watched game day. It was very pleasant until I had to suffer through Lee Corso. And why do we continue to do that? But I won't chase that rabbit today. I just don't understand this move. I just don't. I just
He's struggling.
God love him. Okay. So anyway, and it was in our home state, so I was enjoying that. So I decided, see if you like this move, Bubba, with you and I being very good eaters. I knew that the plan with my son was we would eat a late breakfast / lunch, better known as brunch. He had a restaurant picked out. We had eaten there before. I knew it was good. Kind of excited about that, but that's going to be.
That gets you excited.
We're probably not going to get there till probably 11 by the time he gets up, gets ready. So Big Papa's kind of. I'm up. Okay, I'm up and rolling at 7-ish Eastern, which back home that's 6-ish for us. So I'm fine though. I'm like, well, I'm just gonna get to everything rolling here.
Piddle
a little bit. I'm gonna ease down to the lobby, and I'm not gonna do a full blown breakfast. I'll give me a cup of coffee.
Okay.
I'm gonna get me maybe some fruit, maybe a little something, a muffin, something along those lines.
Wandering around,
kind of, And so I get to the elevator, and I see that there are 2 females, one with a baby in a carriage, and they are dressed where there's no. I mean, they're Indian. Okay, I mean, I can see that clearly.
Yeah, I got you.
By their garb, by the way they've done their makeup.
What kind of garb are you talking about?
Well, it's the loose, brightly colors. We've got a little, something on our forehead.
You're talking about Indian from India.
Yeah, I'm not talking about somebody who was in a headdress.
You're not talking about a casino.
I did not see anybody in buckskin. No.
Right.
Okay, so, but you know what I'm talking about. Bright colors, flowing dress.
Yeah.
And so I say to them, the door opens and they just look at me, and I'm like, "Ladies first, go ahead, ladies." They freeze on me, and they won't move. And
what do you mean?
And of course now a guy's walked up behind me, and I'm a bit to him. And
roadblock.
I'm like, and they pause so long the door shuts.
What?
And I'm like, okay, I got ladies, and I press it again, and I open. I said, "Here you go, ladies first." No. And they start doing this. Am I breaking their culture?
You may be.
Are they supposed to let the men go first?
I think so.
I don't know how to Google.
They're not even allowed to drive, Rick.
No, that's not India.
Rick, she didn't look up and look you in the eyes, did she?
Bubba, you're terrible. But I was like, is this Indians? Can y'all help me?
Yeah.
Is this?
How do I Google that?
So they weren't going for it ever.
Oh, they froze, and I was like, ladies, please. And so eventually,
hurry up.
How do I do that? Do Indians open door? How do I Google that?
So is their culture the opposite? Like, would they let the men go through the door first?
I think so. What I'm reading here says, women walk behind their men.
In India?
Generally 2 steps behind their husband.
In India?
Rick,
we're talking about Hindus. We're talking about Muslims.
That's what I'm talking about. In Indian culture.
Okay. I did.
What?
So it was.
Are you just making it up and acting like you're reading?
No.
Was I getting them in trouble?
You had that fake reading
I
face
think
on.
You did. You had fake reading face
I
on.
think they
Bubba's
felt
right.
like they were doing what was right to let you go, and you were trying to do what's right by
Yeah.
letting them go.
Well, and
so
then
together y'all just stood there.
So we were two block because we're all trying to do what was right.
That's right.
And then I started doing that thing, which Speedy, I know that I've seen you struggle with this too. If something becomes socially awkward, I start talking too much.
Yeah.
So now I'm doing a whole explanation of my childhood.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, well, if my mom saw me not let y'all go first, I'd be in trouble.
Yeah.
Y'all go on, please get
They
on.
can't
the
relate
elevator.
to that at
Door
all.
shut twice.
Yeah.
And finally, the guy behind me, he's ready to choke me.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, man, let's just get on the elevator.
Yeah, let them do it. They don't want you to let them in.
He didn't say that, but I could feel his pressure behind me.
Right.
He's getting kind of frustrated with me. Unlike me, he's not piddling. Probably has somewhere to be. And I know that by his briefcase in his suit. So and he's ready to.
Rick, you gave him two chances.
Well, you know what? Then I'm
looking for the stairs at this point. I'm going to take the stairs.
Then I do my arm behind them, and I begin to do a waving motion.
Oh.
As I don't think there was an English breakdown, Rick, but I started thinking they couldn't
they
speak.
don't get
I
it.
started doing a waving
International
motion.
sign for it. Let's go.
And I actually got them on the elevator on my third attempt, but they looked crazy uncomfortable.
Well, yeah.
Was
Okay,
that? So should I have gone after the first them getting nervous?
You probably.
It
you
just
probably
feels
could've-
wrong to me to cut in front of a woman to get on the elevator.
You probably could have
here-
gotten in the elevator and then held the door open.
Here is from a website on culture.
Okay.
Why do Indian wives walk behind their
Thank
husbands?
you, Bubba. This is it.
Says husbands like to think they are the GPS of the family. They walk in front, convinced they know the way, while wives follow behind, ready to reroute when he inevitably gets lost.
Funny. Yeah.
I don't know.
Because now we go to a theme park, I do lead the way, but I'm talking about doorways.
Right.
Because I am the GPS once I get out front and lead the family.
Is the
everybody needs to pick up
concept
tempo.
of chivalry? I know all
Yeah.
that came out of the Middle Ages
Right, yeah.
and medieval
Right.
times, but is that more uniquely Western?
No, they got on the elevator with me. That texture's wrong. It's a safety issue. Women shouldn't board an elevator with a strange man. We all get on elevators with people we don't know.
Were you aggressive, Rick? Like, get on the elevator.
No.
Were
you
you
being
looking
in Atlanta-
scary, big burly man?
I think the only thing they might have thought, and I hate to say this in the culture we're in now, they could have thought I was a friendly Henry.
You could have.
That's not the presentation I was trying to give.
Yeah.
I was trying to give very kind man who wants to be helpful and respectful. But to them it might have been, oh no, he's trying to catch us.
That's it. You speaking might have freaked him out.
I didn't know what to do. The funny part's when I went all the way back to my childhood, and even myself that was now speaking to me again a few days after I got the side by side stuck. Myself wouldn't speak to me for a week.
Yourself deserved it.
Yeah, because I was so hard on myself, hurt myself's feelings. But now myself was back talking to me, and it kept saying, "Why are you doing this? This is making them even.
They don't care
They
anything
think
about
you're
it."
even stranger now. They don't want to know where. Did you just tell me you were born in Birmingham? Did you just talk about West Side Hospital? I mean, I was just like, now I'm just like, I just want y'all to get on the elevator now. I don't even care anymore. And then I start thinking things like, you want me to hold the baby? Now I'm completely out of control.
Yeah, let me help you.
Adler's right. It says that they walk behind their husband.
Okay, well
And
that's
it's-
what happened then.
Yeah, it seems more cultural than religious.
Yeah.
Based.
Okay, I messed up, but we're in Atlanta.
You scared him, Rick.
We're in Atlanta. We're not
Scared
in
'em
India.
off.
You should have
Scared
said,
the lady.
thank you, come again.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Leader of the free world and extreme player, Billy C. Clinton, headed off to North Korea to try to bring home the two journalists that were being held there by Kim Jong-il. They've been sentenced to 12 years of hard labor. And now where does Billy C. play into this?
Well, they asked for him, the North Koreans.
I wonder. We don't want to talk to President Bush and not Obama. What Bill Clinton doing? We like him. Send him back. He's fine. Is that where did that
I guess in that, and it's the Al Gore connection too, where I think one of the reporters
Well, shouldn't Al
was,
Gore be going then?
well, I think he offered to go, or
And they
something.
said,
It didn't work out.
We not like Al Gore. He no fun. he like talking to a piece of wood. Send Bill Clinton. He know how to have a good time. Maybe we sing girls with him. You know what I mean. So I mean, listen to their dad.
Yeah,
I mean,
the dad was asked.
you now too?
Yeah, how all this has been.
Now this is the dad. Now think about this. This is the dad of one of the girls, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who's been there for 3 months. We thought she was going to be sentenced to 12 years hard labor.
Mm-hmm.
The commies have captured them and said that they're spies because
Mm-hmm.
they're U.S. journalists. And here is the dad's reaction to his daughter is now going to be free.
It has been an emotional yo-yo, positive and then negative. You know, one day is good, one day is bad.
And today you feel?
Pretty good. I think I'll go get drunk. No.
How about that?
My daughter's been held captive by a bunch of North Koreans, and Bill Clinton's going to get her. I think I'll get drunk. Classy.
Do you think he was just thinking, hey, Billy C's going to be
I think
with
I'll
him?
go get drunk.
I mean, do you think?
You know what I thought was weird, though, is this was Barack Obama's response.
But I'm always good for a beer.
Well, so,
I think I'll go get drunk.
I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, this has got to be the drinkingest bunch we've had
ever.
So now,
but now, here's what I could think about: is you got this plane ride back, okay, and it's a long one, all right. And he's got the two ladies in there, and I can only imagine.
Go ahead and come over here and pick y'all up, and I'll tell you one thing. One time I thought about this for years. Two Asian women, and what's y'all's names? Lee Ling? Which one's Lee? Which one's Lang? Can I just call you Combo Lee Ling?
Rick!
Burgess! Or Ling Ling? Lee Long Ling? And I call it Love, Ling, and Ling.
I think I'll go get drunk.
Yeah, I told everybody when he gets off that airplane, I'll bet you anything his hair's messed up.
There was a wet bar on the plane.
All right, what's everybody drinking? Hey, bartender, I had the usual. Well, y'all want one of them fruity drinks, or y'all want to go ahead and hit that thing straight?
I think I'll go get drunk.
You've been through a lot. I was drinking with Obama yesterday. We was talking about it, and you've been stressed 3 months in that North Korean jail. And look, I know y'all want to, repay me and thank me, and I saved you for 12 years hard labor. Whatever you feel led to do. Yeah, how's Bill Clinton? I mean, they just wanted to hang out with him again, the North Koreans, because between him and Carter, they received so many of our secrets about nuclear capabilities. It's like, bring Bill Clinton back over here. We're not sure about how to get that missile go further. Well, I tell you what you're missing. If I could remember right, you need to take the red wire and put it over the green one. That's what we do.
I think I'll go get drunk.
And here, take this thing. Now, when I was the president, this is what our nuclear capability codes were. I don't know if they've changed them.
Think about it, though.
Look, I'll give you what I know, and you give me Lee Ling, and get them on the plane.
Give me Lee.
Barack Obama gave the Queen of England an iPod.
Okay. Now, how did we come to that conclusion?
Well, when I heard that, I thought, and look, nobody loves an iPod, more than me.
Right.
But the Queen of England?
Yeah.
I mean, she lives in Buckingham Palace.
And plus, Bush gave her one in 2005. So it's like.
He did?
Yeah.
Well,
that wasn't, again, why did we do that?
Look,
that's like giving when my Meemaw was still with us, giving her an iPod.
Now, if the Queen of England.
Here we go. It's phone troll time. All 10 lines now activated, meaning it's much easier to get in as we go with a much bigger sample. 10 lines available, 30 seconds a call. The buzzer grabs you at 30 seconds, or you could possibly get a timeout, one from Greg, one from Bubba. But remember, no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. This is just comments. It is bringing information to the table. As you are hitting those, Panama City tonight, First Baptist Church, Panama City. Man up if you want to be there. We start eating at 5:30, service at 7. If you can check to see if there's any room available. I think there is, but even though they have about 1,500 already coming, that the room holds, I think, 2,000. So go to themanchurch.com under upcoming events, and we'll see you there tonight. This weekend, Speedy and Greg emceeing Venice's Foundation's Crap Run in Piedmont, Alabama, starts at 7 p.m. go see Speedy, go see Greg, go see Lisa, and they'll be there supporting this incredible ministry and charity that does incredible work that we wish they didn't have to do. But
I'm really surprised that lady didn't take advantage of you holding the door and letting her go ahead, because I'm sure she was in a hurry to get back to the call center. And
by the way, people are saying, Rick, you did have your pants on. Don't laugh. You have a history.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, that's a fair question, especially since I was piddling around the hotel.
Yeah.
No, I had my clothes on for the day.
Piddling.
Let's go to Jacob in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jacob, go ahead.
Hello?
Hey, Jacob. How are you, sir?
Oh, no. This is Rahul. Okay, I wanted to talk to you about Indian culture, okay?
Okay.
All right. Clue us in.
Okay. So, if you're trying to get an elevator with my wife, you just let me know, okay? We can work out deal. We can work out deal with Best Buy credit cards. No problem, my friend. Just let me know, okay?
That's terrible. You're terrible.
What a good one.
Terrible.
That's
That's funny. Best Buy cards. That's good. Let's go to Mike, staying in Huntsville, 100.3 The River.
Yeah,
Mike, go ahead.
Morning, guys. Not long ago, me and my wife were going to one of the local big box stores, and there were 3 Indian men. They had on the long dress type things and everything, and we were approaching the front door or the entrance at about the same time they were, and they tried to cut my wife off as she was going into the store. And,
well, that
I had a culture clash with the
chick cut in
Amish.
front of
One day at
I
one of the
remember
big
that.
box
I
stores.
remember that.
I mean, I didn't. I was just trying to be nice, and the couple was behind me in line, and I turned around and said, "How are you doing?" She just looked at the ground. I thought, "Uh-oh, I maybe shouldn't have said something."
Is that time that you just took a chance and called one of them Jedediah?
Well, I just looked at him. I said, "What's up, Jedediah?" And he had the full.
Well, you're
hat.
playing the odds, though.
He had the hat on and the
the beard with no mustache,
or the little things hanging down or something. That was. But he had him a fence post. He was all happy.
Sam.
He's going to go driving in with a wooden mallet.
Sam, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go.
Hey, have y'all ever heard about the Lost Girls of India? The PBS years ago did a special about the abortions in India. Supposedly, a female baby is not as
You sure that wasn't
cherished
China?
as much as the male baby.
You sure that wasn't China?
No, sir. 100% India, the Lost Girls of India, and
the missing
India's
missing girls.
Close enough.
But anyways, it exists. It's a cultural thing, and it's.
Yeah, because One Child Nation, I saw that in China, and it was very similar. The people are saying that it is true that I was in their culture, the men would have gone in first, not the women.
Right.
So I guess
you offended them, Rick.
No, I didn't offend them. I was trying to elevate them to equality. I mean, God forbid. I was, we're trying to place them in a place of honor.
Well, I was reading some of the, and again, we probably need an expert on this, but it said, they don't always do that. It's more of a formal thing.
I see.
That say if it was just her and her husband, say out at Disney World, they'd probably walk side by side. But if other family members were there, she'd walk behind.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
putting a little, make sure nobody, no grief from the in-laws.
Yeah, don't think you're getting uppity,
Let's go to Ken. Ken, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Oh yes, I watched a documentary on kids in school in Finland, and they're teaching them real news from fake news because Russia is so close by, and Finland don't want the same thing to happen to them because Russia put out so much fake news. And one thing that was really interesting that the kids from 4th grade to 5th grade, they had an all Spanish class. I don't know why they would need Spanish, but
it's an easy A for some of them.
That's the lost kids of Finland.
Greg. No. Let's go to Bob in Mobile, Alabama. Bob, go ahead.
Hey guys, we all know that when Trump has these rallies and he talks for a long time, he can get to rambling. But please tell me somebody else heard him in Pennsylvania recently talking about maybe having one good rough day a year. That it just sounds suspiciously like he caught the purge on TBS or something and started proposing.
He was talking about cleaning up the crime problem, wasn't it?
Was that it?
He won't do the purge. 24 hours of lawlessness.
Yes, and the left is running with that and claiming Trump wants a purge.
Of course, I'm pretty sure.
I thought he was talking about cleaning up all the criminals in 24 hours.
Of course he was.
Of course he was. Yeah, he's not talking about the purge where everybody goes nuts.
I'd like to purge the Democrats from power.
Let's do that. Do some purging.
And you get to do that in one day.
Yeah, with a vote.
That's right.
Second Tuesday in November.
That's right.
If you had one really violent day, one rough hour, and I mean real rough, the word will get out and it will end immediately.
I'm not sure what that means.
Yeah. But he is talking about trying to stop crime, and I don't think
he's talking about going and cleaning up the criminals, rounding them up, and being
Sometimes he
serious
doesn't
about
make
it.
his points very well.
Right, I've noticed that.
No. J.D. Vance tomorrow night will be a little better communicator.
I hope so.
Him and Tim Walls, that should be. If you hadn't had enough circuses, that ought to be another good one.
Oh, yeah, that ought to be that may be more fun than the other ones.
That character.
Richard in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Richard, go ahead.
About 5 years ago, I was driving for Uber, and I picked up 3 women that were from India. It looked like to be grandmother, mother, and daughter, teenage daughter, and all 3 of them sat in the back seat of my Ford Escape. None of them would sit in the front seat with me.
Well, I mean, but that might have been nothing to do with culture. You may look dangerous.
Yeah, I'm scared.
Well, maybe. Road cat.
Road tide. Matt and Jasper. Matt, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
How do y'all feel about somebody who, I mean, I was raised the same way, let the women go first, open the door for them and everything. I do not have to drive. I don't care if they drive, but I will drive, open the door, jump up, go get them something, whatever. But as many as I've been around, some of them prefer to do everything for the man. So how do y'all feel about somebody who they don't have to have all that, and the man just backs off and says, all right, you do what you want?
That's fine. I mean, I'm not going to force it on anyone, but, I think it's just a respectful thing. But I think, I kind of have this.
I hold the door for anybody, male or female.
Yeah.
If I'm the first one there.
Yeah, I usually do too.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think anything about it. It's just being courteous.
Yeah.
It's called manners.
I don't think anything's wrong with doing something from manners. And I don't think there's anything wrong with somebody who says, I don't have to be led in first, and I don't want to be led in first.
Yeah.
And, it's a strange thing. I kind of like freedom.
But don't act but don't act like that I'm
do.
offending you if I hold the
No,
door.
now that I don't like.
That's
I don't think I need your help. Well, but I was trying to be nice.
That I don't like. Nobody thinks that you can't do it.
That
You
you're
do
weak.
realize that. You realize how goofy you'd have to be to possibly think that.
Yeah.
That we actually think you can't do it. We're just being nice.
Yeah.
And respectful. That's really it. And if you don't want that, that's your business.
Because we're gentlemen, sir.
It's your business. Yeah.
A scholar and a gentleman.
Top of the hour. If you're checking out, enjoy your day. And don't forget about Rick and Bubba Archives. The YouTube channel and the podcast channel will have those for you today. Pick up any part of the show you may have missed.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gave the Queen of England an iPod.
Okay. Now, how did we come to that conclusion?
Well, when I heard that, I thought, and look, nobody loves an iPod, more than me. Right. But the Queen of England?
Yeah.
I mean, she lives in Buckingham Palace.
And plus, Bush gave her one in 2005. So it's like.
He did?
Yeah.
Well,
that wasn't, why did we do that?
Look,
that's like giving
again,
when my Meemaw was still with us, giving her an iPod.
Now, if the Queen of England had been on TV or in a press conference and said, I would like to have another, and she was fired up
German?
about iPod.
Would she say it just like that?
No, just, she talks very frail.
Yes.
She's not Italian either. But
Right.
the point
she
being,
making us a pizza?
The point being, take the pizza.
I am the Mama Queen.
I am the Queen. You will look at to me. And she's not from Sweden
By the way,
either.
have y'all watched it?
How about I can't get it today?
I think it's a Visa commercial or whatever. Have you seen that when that cat's throwing around that dough for that pizza?
Yeah.
Oh, and man, he's running it down his back.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
like a Globetrotter's
That's
with
good.
it.
Yeah.
But I just
You
don't
think he
know.
really do that?
I do.
Rick, the Queen of England, if she wants to hear a song from the Rolling Stones, she can command the Rolling Stones to come play for her.
Right.
And
How'd she say-
Buckingham,
how'd she tell them to come,
Buckingham
Bubba?
Palace is big enough.
Come and play for me.
You're the better for me. What's the matter for me? What's the matter for you?
Oh my
she
goodness.
could fill up Buckingham Palace with different acts and just go room to room and hear them play.
Matter of fact, that happens. Don't they have a concert every year just for them? People come and play for
Probably.
them.
Rick, she's the queen.
Where's the make a job?
So it just, I mean, you know, it just seems like
An iPod is a
$70
weird-
iPod is a little cheap.
That's a weird gift.
First off, I don't know about all this gift giving every time they run into each other. Maybe the first time, but I mean, can't we? I mean,
it's
she's
so funny.
70 years old. I mean, can't she use a vase or something?
Listen, how about this? And she's not very vain. She, in return, gave them, the Obamas, a picture of her framed.
You know, the royal family, they got it.
And by the way,
you got to start getting caught up in that.
And by the way, she codes to her family, and she always has her purse on her arm.
Yeah.
And if she holds the purse there where her elbow bends, that means that she's having a good time and no worries. But if it slides down her arm towards the wrist, that means, hey, I'm bored with this. Let's move on. And her little handlers and servants around her, you know, kind of move her out. But they say that she kept her purse there in the crease of her elbow the whole time.
Look, I'll just say this. Let's focus on the gift. When George W. Bush gave her an iPod and Barack, iPod is a strange gift for the Queen of England. I'm sorry.
It is.
I don't care who gives it.
You would think, us being the United States, we could at least afford an iPhone.
Yeah, I actually have her.
Well, maybe not anymore.
I actually have her listening.
Don't know if you know what.
Everything we buy is on borrowed money.
Right.
So.
I actually have her listening to it right here.
Okay, let me hear that.
Now available on 4 compilation CDs. Queen Elizabeth II sings along to her favorite show tunes on her brand new iPod.
With a sound of music.
Yes, President Obama's gift to the Queen Mom was an instant hit. Listen as she rocks out to her favorite Broadway musicals.
I love you tomorrow.
Now you can get the gift that's fit for a queen.
There's no business like show business.
Nothing says royalty like an iPod full of fun. Order yours today.
Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the...
They said the first song she downloaded was the new song from Lady Gaga.
I don't know that it doesn't matter if Obama did it, Bush did it, whoever. It just seems odd that we would give the Queen of England an iPod.
I don't even understand how you come to that conclusion.
It had 40 show tunes on it from popular Broadway productions. I mean, what's next? We're going to give her 2 tickets to Disney World? I mean...
It also had some video on there of when she came to the U.S., you know, where she could watch it. But she's in her 80s, and isn't that a really small screen?
Yeah, she can't see that.
What she got up in her eye?
I don't know of anybody in their 80s who wants an iPod.
I can't see you this.
Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, baby. The gang's all here. Team Rick and Bubba, welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad you're with us this hour. Well, apparently, over the weekend, I wonder if Rob Gronkowski will be asking for the new broadcast team he's part of for a Gunnersville treaty.
This is an excellent example of why we have the Gunnersville treaty.
This is why we have to have it. And Gronk is he new to the team? Is his second year with the team? What is it?
Did he do it that year? Then went back and played again. Didn't he do it
like that.
when he
I think
retired for the 1 year?
Well, I love this. It's a great prank.
And they set it up, so we'll be able to
I love this prank. So here it is.
Who is this on?
Courtesy on Fox.
I love him holding court. Yeah, that's the story.
Is Greg still on you about that?
Oh, sure he is.
Yeah, you gonna let that go, Greg?
Hey, did y'all hear about Gronk?
I'm Groot. So here is.
Don't like that background.
Here
Good night.
They're gonna tell you and set it up. I don't have to do anything. Just the whole.
I skipped ahead. Just basically this. What is it? Rich Russo is not a player. It's a total fake player. It's a Cowboys tight end that they've made up.
Okay.
And Gronk also thinks they're live.
Yeah,
Gronk thinks they're live.
So they're going to pitch to him about this tight end that has been activated.
Well, they're going to have breaking news during this segment. Watch this.
Yeah.
Dallas game. Let's talk about Russo.
Back in 5, 4, 3,
That's what I was talking about.
2, 1.
Face.
All right, we're on the air.
All right, later today, it's America's game of the week, and it's one you don't want to miss. The Dallas Cowboys go for their 6th win in a row, and right now they take on a Buffalo Bills team that I guess, Jay, there's some breaking news.
I just got off the phone with Mike McCarthy.
Why,
you guys
small.
know how
Good
big
night.
of
No,
a
they're just
weapon
big.
Rich Russo is for that team. Right? As a tight end,
They just activated him, right?
They just activated him. They didn't know if he's going to be able to play today. They think he's good to go. Not only today, but they are going to put him heavily into that game plan. Expect a lot of Rich Russo.
That's big because Russo is a complete game changer. He takes so much pressure off that. Takes so much pressure off the run
at
game.
Gronk's face.
Great blocker, great receiver, red zone threat.
now
He's
you can't
amazing.
focus
Listen,
on
I
thought
thought
it
it
was
was
a
stretch.
They were talking
about Tony Gonzalez. They talking about Gronk. I don't think he's Gronk. Gronk, where do you list Russo as, like, among the tight ends playing today at least?
He's been out for a little bit, so he might be a little rusty coming back. But I think they're going to give him the opportunities, that's for sure. But also they got Ferguson as well. They're going to be a 1-2 combo.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Ferguson has been the guy because Russo's been hurt. You got to admit, with Russo coming back, it just changes their offense.
Yeah, but Ferguson has been showing that he's the guy right now. They're going to still feed Ferguson.
He's the only guy in the league that has 2 fingers missing on his right hand. That's why he's been out, and he's back now.
So is that going to affect him when he's catching a pass?
I don't know. You tell this to the guy.
I still have all 5 of my fingers.
But you know what?
You're the tight end. You have 10.
But all 10 of my fingers. All 5 on each hand, all right? All 5 on each hand, Terry, okay?
All right, this is a joke. Rich Russo does not play for the Dallas Cowboys. I was wondering.
For you. Is that live? I was wondering, like, in my mind, like, I was going to say, right when it was done, I was going to say, guys, I never heard of Rich.
That is fantastic.
That is good.
Wow,
Terry upped it by going, he's missing 2 fingers.
That was in a serious voice.
That is so good.
I love that.
All right, so
Love everything about it.
Tom Brady.
I didn't even get
That's
second
what's
hand.
great about guys, right there.
Oh, that's it. That's what hanging out with guys is all about. It's why you have to have a Gunnersville treaty.
Just guys being dudes.
Somebody came in and told him he was actually going to give him a cell phone. You remember that part?
Yeah.
Greg,
yeah.
Why? I'm sorry, buddy.
It's on you, Speedy.
So Tom Brady, what is Tom Brady doing?
I never were punished for that.
Is he a color guy? Does he have his own segment?
Tom Brady? He is the number one
He's
Fox
color guy.
color guy for their main, I guess whatever they choose, all right, we're going here, we're going to send our A team here. He's the A team.
So here he is talking about Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
For the
well, Baker kind of sent something his way about I guess the chemistry and the what he had set in Tampa Bay, and Tom Brady responded.
Mm-hmm.
I here said, quote, they wanted me to come in, be myself, bring the joy back to football for guys who weren't having as much fun. It's funny because you've made this environment for me very stressful up here in the booth, so I understand where he's coming from.
Do you feel it?
No.
Feel the stress? No. Well, I was going to say, I thought stressful was not having Super Bowl rings.
Oh.
So there was a mindset of a champion that I took to work every day. This wasn't daycare. If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
Oh, he didn't like it.
Yeah, so
he didn't like it.
As you were saying,
Did you, Kevin?
go ahead.
Yeah.
Let's, you feel like I feel like there's more in there to say.
there's a way to approach this game.
Yeah.
And it's that with the right mindset and try to push each other outside of our comfort zone. And great teammates do that. You come in, I have someone like Gronkowski, I have someone like Evans. There's high expectations for us. We got to make sure we go out there and deliver.
The competitive juice is still flowing.
Still in there.
Oh, wow. He did not think that was funny.
Do you think
he told little Bakey, did he?
Do you think Bakey will come out and go, that wasn't supposed to be a shot at Brady?
Yeah,
hopefully.
But I guess
Hopefully.
of course,
Well,
the play-by-play guy playing my role made sure that Tom Brady thought it was a shot at him.
Yeah.
he didn't deliver.
He set it up that way.
How you
didn't
like
he?
that? Tell you one thing, Baker Mayfield would have said that about me.
You gonna let him talk about you like that?
That would enrage me. What about you?
Wow, he just threw you under the Buccaneer bus.
So,
of course, they
Brady went there and won a Super Bowl, but his last year they were not as successful, right? They got put out early in the playoffs.
Yeah, but he turned that whole team around.
Oh,
They
did.
They didn't. He as he said, he knew how to win Super Bowls, and I'm telling you, when you leave one team and you're old and you go to the next team and win a Super Bowl with
Turn
them
around. Yeah.
He said, I believe that.
Look,
maybe
he's the GOAT, man. Let's just. I mean, there's no debate.
Can't argue with it.
I was surprised though. Tampa Bay, talking about the game they were playing in, they beat the Philadelphia Eagles pretty good.
Yeah. At one point, it was like 250 yards to 0 of offense.
So
they
I'm
were
not
having
used.
fun.
I'm not used to this
Basically.
kickoff thing yet. It's
terrible.
It looks like
It
some
looks
arena
weird.
ball something there.
It's hard, but now you do get more returns.
To me, it's Wildcat. It's just almost like running a Wildcat play to start the half.
But the surprise onside kick is gone.
Yeah, now that doesn't make
Do you
sense.
have to call it, right? And it has to be in the fourth quarter and the team doing it behind.
Yeah,
right.
The old.
And that's I'm kind of fishing here. I think that's.
I know there is a lot of
Rick-
rules. I'm not sure if all those, but
they
you're
were
right.
going over it in the end of the Green Bay.
You do
game
have to
when
let
they
them
came
know.
back.
There's
Yeah,
no sneak.
Right.
Can we hear that
See,
one
I think
line
that was
again?
great when you come out open the second
Oh,
half
yeah.
and onside kick.
Happen all the time.
That's terrible.
Can we hear that one line? To me, this is the best
Terrible.
line from Brady, and then the awkward response. What's that guy? Other
Kevin.
guys? Okay, there you go. Here, this is hilarious.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
Yeah, so, as you were saying.
You're really mad.
You didn't like that comment at all, did you? But
I was fun. I'll go to Disneyland with my kids.
What do you say? I
I'm here to
thought
win
not
Super
winning,
Bowls.
not winning Super Bowls was a pressure situation.
he said, I thought stress was not winning Super Bowls.
That's a good one.
That is a great line.
And you can't argue because
And he's
not
smiled.
only he's won how many? 6?
7.
7. He played in 10.
I will say that I like.
How do you
like
go to
the
10 Super Bowls?
I like the "this isn't daycare" line.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Professionals.
So they said the Eagles were missing A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith.
Yeah, that does hurt.
That hurts your offense.
That does, big time.
Of course,
Am I wrong, or Alabama has another Devontae Smith on the team?
You are correct.
'Cause I kept
Defensive
hearing-
back, I think.
Yeah. That's fine.
Now I'm losing my confidence in that, but I think
I think so. I know he's a wide receiver. The pros. We're talking about the one that's.
there's one on Alabama right now that I think's a defensive back.
I swear I
Says
heard.
either the same name or very close.
Very close.
You're right.
Am
got
I-
that look
Defensive
like you're
back, regular back.
Is it Devontae Smith too, or Devonta? Is
Is
it
it different
This one is
variation?
spelled Devonta with an A.
same?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you're right. Greg,
Right again. I was watching the game and I was like,
I don't bet against you much, Greg.
yeah,
No.
play the odds.
I wish I had a name like Devontae or something.
I wish
cool
you
like
look
that.
like a Devontae.
I wish my name was Elvis Peacock.
Oh, absolutely. The great Elvis
Put a ru-
Peacock.
is Elvis Peacock still alive?
I wonder. I bet he is. I'm on Google.
Actually, I wish my name was Tom Brady. That's what I wish.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, have you? I hate to go tennis again.
How
'cause
funny.
I know.
What are you doing, Rick?
I know you don't want to talk.
I'm
tennis.
trying. Look, I'm trying to turn tennis and Mac stuff down.
Okay.
I know.
Well, for a while it was politics. I tried to get. I can't get on anything that makes everybody happy.
I know, but
Hey, let's talk about grass today. How about Bermuda?
But you know
Don't
that.
you love
but here's
Bermuda?
what I know. It's really on me.
How about Zoy's, though?
This joke's going.
Zoysia 51.
This joke is going to be on me in a way as well, because you have been telling me that I have done you no favors by building you up to be the greatest thing that ever happened to tennis.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
And,
I appreciate it.
Yeah, and so I'm talking to one of our mutual friends yesterday, and he says, "Hey, did you catch the footage of Bubba at the tennis event this past weekend?" I said, "No, what are you talking about?"
He said, I kid you not, I'm sitting there going to bed and I'm watching the news.
Well, I'd like to sing that.
And he said, all of a sudden, I look up and they're saying, let's go out for the update on the Pelham Challenge. He said, I look on the footage. And there is one Bill Bubba Bussey sitting in the stands. He said it looked like he was by himself. He said, and he's just sitting there, and there's matches going in the front of him. And I think, okay, I know that's Bubba. But then the commentators start talking about it. Well, that right there is Bill Bubba Bussey from the Ricky Bubba Show. No.
The face of tennis.
No, Greg. No, you're almost right. Understand he's a fine tennis player himself.
Rick, in fact, he's a pro. He's USTA certified.
Here they start going on and talking about it.
He's P2 is what he is.
And he said it looked like they were playing a match and like Bubba was in charge watching it.
Overseeing it.
Yeah.
Well,
there's Coach Bubba. He's quite the player.
You weren't there by yourself.
I can tell you.
I'll tell you what I've heard is that son of a gun right there is a pretty good player.
I can tell you what happened.
And a P1 coach, if I'm not mistaken.
He pretty much knows his way around the court.
Got to start teaching lessons here soon.
I know how they do little catchphrases. Not only does he know his way around a microphone, he knows his way around a tennis court.
What's that beside him? It's a box of hats he's giving out.
Pretty expensive hats, too.
Hey,
those are very nice. Hope he saves a few for us.
Wait a minute. There's no telling how many threads it took to make that logo. That was like a $40 hat he's handing out there.
Fuck one, Bubba.
Oh, man. Now, I'll tell you what happened.
You know, one of those girls stayed with him in Betty.
As a matter
for
of fact,
like a year.
You know what? You know why she stayed there at the Bussey house, don't you? I have to get a little coaching. Yeah, he coaches. He's doing clinics, I think.
That's a great
out in the
Western
driveway. What it was.
It appeared as though you were sitting by yourself.
Well, it is possible.
Right.
It was probably daylight, middle of the day, and there wasn't a big crowd here in the middle of the day.
Right.
You know,
to say the least.
The featured matches happen at night.
You know, you ever heard that song "Audience of One"?
Yeah. And I was probably, if I remember correctly, most of the days the young lady that stayed with us played at night.
Right.
But she had to go and practice in the morning.
Right.
So Betty would drop her off around 11 o'clock, and then I would pick her up after lunch. So I was probably there to pick her up. Then I carried her home. Then we came back that night.
Yeah. Betty told me, she said that's her favorite part when y'all have those tennis players stay with them.
Right.
It's taking them everywhere they need to go.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
She told me that's her favorite part.
Awesome, she said.
Well, it really wasn't a big deal this time because usually Betty's headed somewhere anyway, so you might as well drop them.
Oh, no. It's you know what it is?
When's that family from Haiti showing up y'all gonna house?
Well, they got to get at least in the top 200.
What if you called Gary Coleman and asked him about a family from Haiti?
As a matter of fact, I understand that Bubba's taking in some Haitians. No, that's because one of them's a good tennis player.
He's not a creeper.
Look,
He's just here to pick her up.
Tennis players need a place to stay, too.
And as a matter of fact, here's a quote from Gary Coleman.
I am sick of hearing about Haiti.
Yeah, you've got your own house.
Yeah.
Of course, it's about tennis.
I heard the Ustream people are coming Thursday, and also want Bubba to cut a spot that runs tomorrow.
Rick, what did he say? The camera angle or the shot?
Well, that right there is one Bill Bubba Bussey from the Rick and Bubba Show. I understand he's a pretty good tennis player himself. Not only knows his way around the studio, knows his way around the court.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour. Yeah, you're right. Kris Kristofferson brings us back. Passed away over the weekend at 88. During the first time that you started learning that you would hear people do versions of a song and you thought it was theirs, and you found out they're doing a cover of somebody else's song, you didn't know it.
Yeah.
Like I thought Janis Joplin was the only one. You know,
So
I think Why Me Lord was his best song.
Why Me Lord is good.
Yep, I love that one. Can relate.
Did he? We were talking about this during the break. Did he also do "Help Me Make It Through the Night"? Did he write that, or did he just do a version of it? Take the rhythm from your hair, shake it loose, let it fall.
Okay, we were talking about movies he was into.
Stars Born.
Don't forget The Great Convoy.
Was he in Convoy?
Wasn't he? I think so.
You know, I'm looking here on the IMDb. He was in a movie I saw one time that I thought was kind of interesting with Cheryl Ladd, where he was an investigator into plane crashes.
Okay.
And Cheryl Ladd was, was she one of them? Or it was this group that was snatching people off airplanes before they crashed and then putting like fake bodies on there.
I missed that one.
Yeah. Okay, buddy.
What was the name of that movie?
That one got by me.
What was the name of that, Adler? You remember that?
I don't, but I like it.
It was really strange. I mean,
I
leave
didn't
you
see that.
scratching your head.
Here's
when it was over.
Wasn't he in one of the
What is the name of
Escape
that
from-
movie? I can't go until we figure it
Here's
out.
a bunch of movie posters.
Wasn't he in the one, Rick, with Snake Plissken, The Escape from New
Oh,
York, or
Escape
Escape
from
from
New York.
L.A., one of them?
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
He was
We're
in
trying to find-
Convoy.
Yeah, of course he
I
was.
told you.
We're looking to see if we can find Bubba's movie on this list. Anything with him and Cheryl Ladd.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
Don't see it.
Those of you that don't know who Cheryl Ladd is, she was Farrah Fawcett's backup.
Yeah,
Yep.
she was a replacement.
Mm-hmm.
Some people liked her better, but it was hard to replace. Farrah
Millennium.
Fawcett.
Millennium, Bubba.
Millennium. You found it.
Okay, that's it.
That
Can you
looks
get us?
good.
Can you get us a trailer off of that?
Yeah, look
Just
at
so I
that.
can remember some of the movies.
You're right. In Convoy, he was rubbered up. Yeah,
See
he
if
was the
you
main
find
guy.
it. Rick, don't you see? You don't remember this?
No, I do not. I mean, I'm not saying. Of course, it happened.
It
We
was.
see
I mean,
it,
it was
man.
sci-fi. It was crazy, over the top, weird stuff.
Right,
but
yeah.
It was because it was so weird seeing him in it.
Yeah, he
Right.
started.
Here we
some-
go. Look here.
Jesus, down.
Well, what's happening here?
35. We're going down. It was the end.
What are we talking
So
about
it's
here?
a plane crash, and then they go into a wormhole or something? What in the
What
world?
is this? Does he go back before it ever happened?
Look.
Yeah, and they
Oh.
pull him out.
What unusual facts have you developed in your investigation? This crash has been crazy from the start.
Sci-fi.
Is there anything odd?
Bubba, of course you would remember this.
I have no idea. I've never
Y'all don't
seen
remember that? He was so good
I don't.
in this.
I don't remember.
What?
I don't.
What? You got to see all
I
that.
can't say.
Bubba put it up every Star is Born.
Yeah, and their special effects are fantastic.
Yeah.
What it was on one of the plane
happened to her
crashes,
hair?
these people that went in to retrieve them dropped like their communicator or something, you know, and then he found it in the crash, and they were trying to figure out what kind of technology it was, and they sent Cheryl Ladd back to get it because it was the evidence of what they had been doing.
Oh.
She had a cool hairdo, looked like David Bowie.
Yeah, this is the most 80s. I've never heard of this in my life.
Well, y'all
and
need
it
to
looks
go watch
hilarious.
because it's good.
I've never seen the. I didn't see the Blade
It was
movies,
excellent.
but they said he's in the Blade movies
Yeah,
too.
yeah, he like works
Or
on
some of 'em.
Blade stuff.
I'd like to
really?
see Millennium shoot to the top today.
I didn't know he wrote the gospel hymn "One Day at a Time, Sweet Jesus."
Yeah, I think it was. Wasn't it the flip side of
Maybe.
Why Me?
You know, you want me to give you another fact you can check? He was a Rhodes Scholar.
Oh, here he goes.
He was.
Who? Him and Pat Hayden.
Yeah, we always heard that, but
Let me tell you this.
and he was, I think, a helicopter pilot in
That's so
some of the armed forces.
Wow, he was in Freedom Road. Is that Muhammad Ali? 1979?
When
I don't know.
I first heard Rhodes Scholar, I thought
Yeah.
it meant they took their books and studied across the country.
On the roads.
You know what I
on the roads.
thought?
I thought it was something like
No,
that.
I thought it was robed scholars, and I thought they had to wear robes. And where we got that, when we were stupid little kids, Pat Hayden was the quarterback for the
Yes.
Rams.
And for USC, before
USC.
that, yeah.
And so every single time, kind of like they keep telling us the kid at Alabama is only 17, we can mention him without mentioning that. They would mention every single time they mentioned Pat Hayden. Pat Hayden, he's back, had a little pressure. Of course, he's a Rhodes Scholar.
Hey, once a half.
Yeah, they
Once a
really
half.
would. They would mention
Well, there's
every,
not many of them in the NFL.
No, there's not. But I mean, we got it.
So, but he was so cool. And Greg, what was his character's name in the
John
Stars?
Norman.
John something Norman.
John Norman Hoffman or
Yeah, something like that.
John Norman Howard.
John Norman Howard.
Oh my God! When he does, "Am I a figment of your imagination, or are you a figment of?" Watch closely now.
And he plays the character great, and you can't get it right.
He can't
Just
get
when
it
you
right.
think he's got it under control,
he just can't get it right.
Yeah, bless him.
Yeah, and when that
Took yourself out.
I tell you one thing: for your DJ though, don't get on him. Remember that
No,
DJ
he didn't
scene?
like that.
You would-
This
you would
is
struggle with that.
this is kind of interesting. Millennium was in 1989, but they also list him in Pee Wee's Big Top.
Two great
1988.
movies. Two.
How could that be?
Critically loved movies.
It looks like he was in a movie about every year there.
He really was in so many movies.
What gets me about Bubba is when everybody's trying to think of this, we're giving honor to one of these that's highly respected in music is writing these incredible songs and incredible talent, and Bubba's going, he was in Millennium and Pee Wee's Big Adventure.
Big Top.
I used to confuse him. Now he didn't play in any of the football movies. That was Nick Nolte, right? I get him and Nick Nolte mixed up.
He played in Semi-Pro, didn't he?
I thought he did.
He played in one of them. The one Nick, not now.
Nick Nolte was in North Dallas 40.
Jeff Bridges was in the one. Oh crap! It's a love story, but he played football.
Okay,
Then
never mind.
Take a look at me now. The song. Phil Collins.
Against All Odds.
Against All Odds.
Okay,
Nice. I was going to say Little Giants.
That was it. But no, wasn't there one that had Mac Day? No, that was North Dallas.
That's North Dallas 40.
But there was another one, wasn't there?
I keep trying to put Kris Kristofferson in
Or
North
maybe
Dallas
he was
40,
in
and I don't
No,
need
that
to.
was Nick Nolte.
Nick Nolte's in it, but why not keep trying to place him
Was
in
it
there?
Semi-Pro?
I could listen to this all day.
Something I don't know. I just thought Kris Kristofferson.
He played
Semi-tough.
Semi-tough. That's it.
Okay.
Burt Reynolds with it?
Yes, Burt
I don't-
Reynolds.
All right.
I don't remember him in that
Carl
movie.
Weathers.
Okay.
Carl Weathers is in it.
Bubba's off in Pee Wee.
Oh, he's Mace Montana. That's who it was.
But let me tell you something.
Oh my goodness.
He was as cool as you get as John Norman Howard.
Yes.
I mean,
Oh,
as
yeah.
cool as he could possibly be.
Do you know who they originally wanted for that role? Elvis.
Elvis?
Yes, I've heard that.
No.
It didn't work out. Thank God.
No, that's not true.
I'm just
Okay.
telling you what they said.
Semi-tough. Okay.
Yeah,
Didn't know.
semi-tough with Burt Reynolds.
When
Yeah.
he had his hair long and his beard like he liked it with just a little bit of salt and pepper, you couldn't touch it.
No, he
Wearing,
was
wearing,
cool.
wearing his shirt about right above his belly button. Big chain swinging. you couldn't touch him. You couldn't touch him.
Gold chain.
He was the coolest he could possibly
Oh,
be.
man.
Watch closely now.
And then in Millennium, he was super cool, too.
Of course, now he would be a handful, though. Doggone it. Couldn't get it together. Don't drive the motorcycle on the stage.
No, Rick. That was a good one, though.
It was, because you're going to crash. We all know it.
Now, what was that somebody had put on the text line about he stole a helicopter and landed it in Johnny Cash's yard?
You know
Did
what?
you see that?
I didn't
I'm
see
out of the loop
that.
on that one.
That would not surprise me.
He
I'm out
just
of
said he became a helicopter pilot after receiving flight training at Fort Rucker in Alabama. He
Really?
also completed Ranger School and was stationed in West Germany as a member of the 8th Infantry.
Okay, Greg, thanks. Well, you said that with authority.
How about that?
We'll be back.
By the way, I'm looking at the Semi-Tough movie poster. I don't know if anybody should be watching that movie.
Oh, that's a good movie.
No, you got to watch those movies out of the 70s. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
State line, Burnsville, Minnesota. A man was charged with a felony after prosecutors alleged he tried to impress a woman by firing arrows at his neighbor's home with a powerful bow. Police found arrows in the siding of the townhomes in the man's complex on Saturday. Another arrow went through the patio door, shattering the glass.
Oh, my goodness.
The charges alleged a 30-year-old man was, and the quotation, extremely intoxicated when questioned by police. So was his female friend.
Yes.
She allegedly told investigators that they had been drinking all night before the man grabbed his bow and walked onto the deck.
Uh-oh.
She thought he wanted to play Rambo. Dakota County prosecutor said the man eventually admitted that he did it for giggles. The man was charged Wednesday with first-degree criminal damage to property.
All right, let's take this thing and let's dissect this one, Bubba. Let's first of all start out with he did this to impress a woman. Now, women, I didn't realize that they were all under the influence of the silly juice. But let me ask you this: is that one of the ways that a man can impress you? Is by firing arrows at a house across the way?
Well, gosh,
is that on the list?
Those townhouses are hard to hit, Rick. They're so quick. It's a small target. They're shifty.
In the world.
And they'll dodge a bow. They quick reflex.
I thought you just impressed her by getting a steak.
No, and here's another thing. Now, let's
Didn't he read the report yesterday?
Right. All right, let's look at the next one here. The woman said when he grabbed a bow and arrow and walked out onto the deck, she just thought he was going to play Rambo. What? That's okay? I mean, is that one though? Is that common with them? You know, I know. Hey, I've had a little bit too much to drink, and I know you have too. I'm ready to play Rambo. Yeah. Is that their signal? I mean,
what's up?
Does it usually involve the bow and arrow? What kind of sick? I'm gonna impress you. You see that townhouse over there? I bet I'm putting an arrow right through the sliding glass door.
Pretty good shot to hit that big old house.
Oh, that's impressive. I mean, was it distance? Was it a long way away? I mean, what was this about?
Well, Rick, another story that may, in a funny kind of way, tie into this.
Yeah, just when they thought they were doing something good here with this story, it still does not have a happy ending.
Over in Massachusetts, Beverly, Massachusetts.
That's so hard to say.
It is. I can't say it. Still can't say it.
Right. Massachusetts. A Beverly liquor store is worried that hard times might keep many customers out of the store. So, a local liquor store now offers home delivery. The owner said he began offering home delivery last month to boost business during the slow economy. For $5, or, Rick, $2.50 for senior citizens.
Oh, wow.
We call that the AARP discount.
Well, how about that? Let's be sure and drink them right into the grave.
He'll take your order and deliver it to your house in his own car. The man also brings along a handheld device to scan the customer's driver's license for the buyer's age. Another gentleman, Frank Anzanoli, the executive director of the Massachusetts Package Store Association, said home delivery is a rarity among liquor stores.
Hey, the liquor's here. I'd like to have a large pepperoni pizza and a pint of Jim Beam.
And do you have a bow and arrow?
How about this? 30. What if I don't get there in 30 minutes? Hey, I ain't paying you for this. Take you 35 minutes.
At Jack's free. The man who owns...
hold on a minute. Liquor's here.
Chris Pizzola, who is the owner of the store, said the smallest order so far has been a 12-pack of beer.
Wow.
He said he doesn't mind. He'd deliver a nip if someone wants.
Well, here's the thing. You look at this, you go, well, maybe that might help with drunk driving. Then you do the bow and arrow story. Those people were at home. There's no safety from drunks, by the way. Bottom line.
I wonder if that's Avon.
My friend Jack is here. Jack Daniels. That must be Jack and Jim.
Tell him, hold on, you're coming.
Hang on a minute. I got to get my pants on. Liquor's here. Hey, Billy, put the bow and arrow down. Go answer the door.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Kris Kristofferson, best known, of course, of his role in Millennium in 1989, has gone on in. So at 88, somebody else over the weekend that I'm not familiar with that is considered a celebrity death. I'd never have watched soap operas, so I don't know this person, so I mean no disrespect. Days of Our Lives, I know that's a pretty popular soap opera. Longevity, been around a long time. Drake Hodgson.
I don't know this.
He played
person.
John Black on Days of Our Lives for like 38 years.
Okay.
Good
When I first looked at him, he looked like somebody that would be an anchor on CNN.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I can give you that.
Yeah. But I don't know this person. But those of you out there that
I
are
hate to see him go.
that are big on Days of your lives know that he.
I
went
haven't
on
watched
Days
it.
of your lives.
I
Days
haven't
of our
watched
lives.
it much since college.
Yeah, I just never have.
Oh yeah, okay. I know. I knew him.
71, so that doesn't feel old at all anymore.
When I was watching him, he looked like the guy on the right.
Yeah,
I didn't recognize.
That's all
him
three of
anymore.
him at different ages.
Thank you, Adler.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember that guy.
Yeah,
You don't remember this guy.
Yeah, I remember him.
He had battled.
They thought he was Roman
cancer.
Brady for a long time, and then he ended up being John Black. I'm just telling you, that was the story.
Okay, I thought you were making some joke. I'm supposed to hit. I didn't get that joke. And it is true that Kris Kristofferson, who was a pilot that could fly a helicopter, stole a military helicopter, landed on Johnny Cash's land to get him to listen to a song he'd written.
Huh.
So, speaking of that, this Thursday night I get to go see Blake play Johnny Cash. So that'll
Johnny
be
Cash.
my oldest
Johnny
son.
Cash.
So anyway, all right, some other things that are happening today, Bubba. I can't believe you have not updated us.
Yeah.
On this one right here. I mean, SpaceX. The rescue mission.
Earth below us drifting.
Capsule has arrived at the space station to save the NASA astronauts stranded by Boeing Starliner.
Yeah, that
Moment of shame for Starliner.
Yeah, this one's gonna hurt a little bit, but at least they'll get home. I mean, at one point we were talking February, right?
Well,
Yes,
I thought,
we were.
Is it not still, or is it? That's what we couldn't understand from the
So
article.
they
that we
welcomed
had.
the new ride
I thought
home.
the ship that's there is to rescue them, right? Am I
Right.
wrong?
So are they coming directly back? That's what we were asking in the
Yeah, they
kickoff
act like
hour.
they're still not coming home till February.
Yeah. So
Well, why are we
is
gonna
it
hang out
not?
that long?
Well, I may
Bubba,
be
you're the
wrong.
expert.
I'm out
Help
of the
us.
loop on this. I've been too busy watching the Vikings play.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Enjoy it while you can.
So
Yeah,
let's see.
December will be a dry month.
Yeah, it doesn't.
He'll return-
it says will remain at the space station until February.
Yeah, they're going
Well,
to
why you
return
said it's
I
early?
don't get that.
Why
to make sure.
Yeah, that's just
Oh.
more time for something to go wrong. Let's go ahead and get back.
That's that thing where you get that false sense of are we going now? And no. Well,
No, here's what we're taking
I feel
you
like
back
we could
in.
go.
Just
at
stay
least-
out of it.
At least it's there. So
Yeah.
It's gonna be there. Why are we
Here
so
they are
scared? Why
docking.
can't we just get
Well,
in?
now I can see it. Let's get in it.
What are we
Right.
scared of?
We got to sit here for 6 more months.
what it probably carried supplies up, right? And then they're going to ride it
can't-
back.
but
home.
He's out of underwear.
Let me tell you.
They weren't.
yeah. Can you imagine? Can you absolutely
They
imagine?
weren't planning on staying that long.
Yeah, I can't.
They've been
no.
going commando this whole time.
Greg, I'm surprised that Bubba did not have this update. The ride has arrived, but nobody's getting on it. How can you not be updating us on the mystery of the Florida boogeyman?
I'm out of the loop. on
Old
that one.
boogeyman's been around.
Said the 5 places it's been spotted, and this one is their version of Bigfoot.
Yeah, every state's got their boogeyman, but they actually call this one boogeyman because,
Right.
and it says in there the name because of the county if it was first spotted in,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
Boogeyman.
yeah.
But
pretty
by
good.
the way, it says
I'm
the
their
boogeyman.
It's their Bigfoot.
I'm your
It's-
boogeyman.
It's their Bigfoot.
Like the skunk ape, another Florida-specific creature. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
The Barden booger
Mm-hmm.
is known to be a regional twist on Bigfoot and Yeti. And they said that there's 5 areas that seem to be where it wants to live.
And I think Bargain is the county. Is that right? What we said earlier?
Yeah,
it's
or
the
the
county.
city.
Yeah,
Or a little town.
Yeah,
town.
I think all of you will join me on this.
Yeah, the city.
I've
maybe.
become a little fatigued with Bigfoot and all the different
Yeah.
names.
Well, if we can't catch him on camera, as many cameras are out there now, then I don't even believe in it.
Oh, yeah.
I need another Patterson film.
If we got cameras everywhere.
If I don't get something around that, I mean, this thing, these never-ending shows where they go out and they see a tree knocked over and they say he was trying to build, some sort of hut.
Or some
Yeah.
clicking or banging. in the
Various
woods.
people in
Yeah.
suits like this one.
yeah, you got to deal with that.
Yeah, walking around.
Conveniently out of focus.
But you're right with Motree Mobile now and other cameras.
Yeah.
We got cameras
Picture of the
everywhere.
day, y'all
And
are
just
sitting here and you get
security
a
cameras.
You get a notification though, and it's something
You're
you're
looking
like,
there and things happening on the Patterson film.
Well,
looking at
and somebody,
Hey guys, hey, got it.
Call Gary.
Yeah, give me. Hey, let me tell you. At first, I thought it was Kenny. But
that was the Clanton booger.
But let's just
Clanton booger.
I don't want anybody to give me anything on Bigfoot unless you've got a Patterson film kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you just got to be like.
Yeah,
I don't need
or
obscured by brush. I don't need blurry.
Yeah, or better, you have him in the back of the truck.
Oh, that's your what that best of when you got you got them all in the back. Of the truck.
When we finally said we're going to be done
Legend
with
killers.
Legend killers.
Right.
Look, just let's end this once and for all. Let's just stop dragging this on.
I want him to be like he was on Harry and the Hendersons. Yeah, hang out with you.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You think? All right, let's say that Bigfoot exists, which I don't think he does until proven. Do you think any shot it would be nice?
I don't know.
No.
No way. No way.
No. No, not at this point.
No way. No how.
No.
You think
Rick
trouble?
Chimps aren't even nice?
Well, that's true.
You think Bigfoot's going to be?
That's good. That's a great point right there.
Don't let him get hungry.
Chimps are actually the opposite of nice.
They really are, and I keep warning everyone.
Very mean. Very mean.
A certain age, they
selfish,
get. Once they
really.
get that certain age, you better look out.
Yeah.
Does anybody
Trouble.
know who Zachary Levi is? Because he'll never work in Hollywood again. Does everybody know?
Yeah.
I don't.
Says he plays Shazam.
Yeah, he's the main guy in Shazam. Yeah, he came out.
I
and-
missed to see
He's
it.
endorsed Donald Trump, ruining his career
he's
forever.
done. Well, he's done.
Well,
He's done.
It sends shockwaves through the industry.
Hope he yeah. So in the acting industry, you can't be for Donald Trump.
Not
Not
if
send shockwaves.
Not if you want to ever be in a movie.
Isn't that crazy?
Think for yourself, except don't
Except
endorse
in that
Trump.
case.
Everybody should be allowed to be whoever they want, except of course conservative and a Trump supporter.
Yeah.
You can choose your own gender, but you better not choose Trump.
No.
You can pronoun us. You can do everything.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Well,
So it does seem odd that the people who claim to be so all ideas in the arena bring them all in except supporting Trump.
Yes.
Oh, this guy's
Except that.
current. He's like the new movie should say.
Yeah, you were thinking about that when it came on when I was a kid.
Right.
Yeah.
Anybody?
He's a big deal right now, and so that's why everybody can't believe it.
Anybody caught any of these Shazam movies?
I've heard they're funny. Never seen one.
I liked the TV series when it was on.
Anybody interested in it?
I've looked at him.
How did he get his power? I can't remember.
From
the council of something, wasn't it? A bunch of
Was he
Roman
the one-
gods or something that chose him?
Is he the one that used to hang out with ISIS?
Yes.
Remember they had
Yeah.
this Almighty
No,
ISIS,
she
and
had a love
found
child.
the thing in the Egyptian pyramid
Yes.
and put it on. and
Zephyr winds which blow on high. Lift
Lift me now so I can fly.
Do you remember their love child?
Quite
Can't
an
say
I
hour.
remember the joke.
No.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that was Wonder Woman. But
Yes.
but
That was a whole nother
Actually,
day.
That was-
Wonder Woman is in this.
is she?
Yeah.
Is she endorsing Trump as well?
No, just
Maybe not.
at the end of
Okay.
Shazam, like they.
Okay.
He
Yeah, I
he
can't.
likes her.
It's too much now. They've overwhelmed me with superhero movies now. I can't keep up now.
Yeah.
At one time, I was enjoying them, and I've just been overwhelmed.
And let me tell you,
And now I can't do it anymore.
I kept seeing the commercial for one, Venom.
Oh,
Yeah.
I have
Yeah.
no-
He's
that-
tearing
first
the
of all, it
airplane
looks
up.
like a cartoon.
Yeah.
I mean, first
Yeah.
of all.
Yeah.
Second of all, it's just weird.
Yeah, it's the Spider-Man that's gotten taken over by the black goo. That's the whole thing.
Right.
what it
Yeah,
is?
too many variations.
Yeah.
Let's
Look at
stay
this
with it.
guy.
I want to stay with the main story. These variations, Bizarro World and all this stuff. Let's just come on now.
Yeah, black goo
I
from
can't
outer
even
space.
enjoy the Flash because they keep telling me he's in a different time.
I'm not impressed with
Timeline,
Hawkeye.
a different timeline.
Yeah, different time. I can't. We'll come back. Phone calls to wrap up the hour. 866 We Be Big. Any stories you may have missed, we chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Andy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you? Thanks for your patience in the commercial break.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Yesterday I was listening to your show, and you were criticizing the Supreme Court nominee, Kagan.
Yes.
How ugly she was. And I was so offended by that. You're judging a book by its cover.
Well,
and you profess to be Christian. She was created in the image of God.
Well, I don't know about that. What I'm saying is she's really the thing that makes her unattractive to me is her policies and the things that she believes
Well,
in.
that did come across on the show. You
Right. Now, what you would say, though, and again, this is not God's standard. You're right about that. God's standard is going to judge her
by her heart and the things that she stands for, and hopefully those things will change. But on most people's normal standards, and whether it should be this way or not, we do have a kind of a chart that says attractive people, ugly people, and then physically, and in between there, like let's say 10 is beautiful, 1 is real ugly. And, like, say, I would look at myself, I'm probably, if 5 is the mid there, I'm probably like a 3 or a 4 on the ugly. And I acknowledge that on world standards. And I think most of us would agree that she's not a physically attractive person.
But what does that have to do with the job that she's going to do? I mean, that didn't come across at all.
It was a comedy show, and I was just being funny because she's a public figure, and we were having fun at her expense. That's what I was doing personally.
Right, we were having fun at her expense. There's no question.
And she's a public figure, and maybe you're right.
Well, just as a woman, I was offended by it because look at Susan Boyle. When she first came on stage, everybody was horrified, and then she opened her mouth to sing, and they're buying her records.
Well, maybe this lady can sing because, boy, she's in trouble.
I mean, you're judging a book by its cover.
No,
It just didn't come across.
I'm really not, because I don't like who she is as a person either. I don't agree with what she stands for.
Well, nobody knew anything about her policies because you didn't discuss that.
Yes, we did. We matter of fact, we did that again today.
Rick, again, it was a comedy bit.
Yeah, right.
Okay, thank you.
Just have selective hearing.
Bottom line is, yes, we were judging a book by a cover.
Yeah,
I was just hacking on a public figure like we normally
do.
Are you ugly? Is that
That has nothing to do with it.
Right. Well, I mean, because like sometimes if you're overweight and sensitive to weight issues, being a person who is unattractive and overweight, I've learned to kind of roll with that.
I'm a woman.
Okay. All right. Well,
I thought it was just offensive. I don't hear you criticizing men what they look like.
Oh, we do that all the time.
That is not true. Let me start. I got a list. Let me start. Who you want me to start with?
Well, let me tell you where we start. We start right here.
You know what? You're typical. You got selective hearing, and you hear what you want to.
Did you just call me ugly? I'm offended. No shot.
Yeah, we start with us, man.
What are you talking? And look, she had some credibility when she's saying, "Don't be so mean to people."
She was probably right, but again, if you're a public figure,
but when you start saying it's just a female thing, now you've lost.
No, that's wrong. But she's a public figure, and she looks like Paul Blart.
That's the bottom line.
And you know what, mate? She's probably right.
Hey, I don't like.
There's a lot of things.
No, and look, I don't like her. I don't like her politics, and she's not attractive. That's just the truth. Okay, I'm not gonna lie about it.
Now, should I be careful about being mean about it and go too far? Absolutely.
Yeah, but this is a comedy show.
But I don't like her, and I do think she is a.
She's not qualified. She's a flaming liberal. She's flaming other things too. We don't need her on the court. Mm-hmm. If we're just going to pigeonhole everybody and talk about, we ain't got enough evangelical Christians. Let's have one of them on there.
She's so flaming. I thought she was Blaze the mascot a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I know.
And I'll be honest with you, just to be fair, if there was somebody whose policies I liked and still looked like her, I'd probably make fun of the way she looked and not make. Well, she's a public figure, so I can't make fun.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean,
she put herself on TV.
People who
is
look.
She a public figure, Greg?
Yeah, right now.
Oh, sure she is.
Right.
Sure you know what? I'm probably wrong, but I'm going to continue to make fun of people like that.
It's just something we do.
Well, what I'm saying is this woman who called had a good point, and then she veered off and we only do that to
No,
women.
that ain't true. We make fun of a bunch
Look,
of
we
them.
talked about the whole bunch of them was ugly.
If we had let her keep talking, she'd have told us why she really called.
Well, Rick asked.
You know what I mean.
Sometimes we
all know. We got to the bottom why she really called.
I'm ugly and overweight, and I've learned to deal with that. I don't take offense to that. And
I'm used to
I don't
fat
know, Rick. I
jokes
see some of these emails. These women are pretty hot for you.
Well, Greg,
I know.
I mean, it's nothing like the ones you get. But, well, now is this where we now bring out the banjo?
This is it. In the distance,
yeah,
there's a foreshadowing. You can hear the sound of a banjo.
Yeah, I see. Jeremy, and of course we've already told Jeremy the great banjo line: if you don't stop picking that thing, it'll never get well. Yes, sir. Fired up and ready. 10 minutes to the top. Let's talk to you, America. The real Greg Burgess taking phone calls, and you can join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Checking your text as well at 866-932-3244. Normal data rates apply.
So, election coming up in November, vice presidential debate tomorrow night, amac.us/bigbox. They are ready to lobby Washington from a conservative point of view, unlike AARP. Yes, so you have discounts at over 100 different companies. They really help you with travel quite a bit. But you don't have to compromise your ideology to get all these discounts because AMAC now gives you a conservative option. And boy, are they doing great. Over 2 million people have now switched or started with AMAC. Like us, we never started with AARP because we started watching their lobby and we're like, well, I don't think so. But amac.us/bigbox right now, you can become a member, get all these discounts, get the magazine, all that, $1 for 1 year. $1. Hey, can you hold $1? So go to amac.us/bigbox to join today. Stand for America. Look at rickandbubba.com under sponsors to get that same deal as well. All right, so phone calls are coming in. We will start with Chuck, Cincinnati, Ohio. Chuck, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, you guys need to watch Kris Kristofferson in Fire Down Below. Steven Seagal movie, one of the ultimate tough guy movies. Very good.
Oh, I thought that was actually the story of Kamala Harris. So I have not seen it. Have y'all seen that one? Just keep moving. Yeah, I haven't seen that one. But Steven Seagal, Bubba, that got your attention.
I know. I love his movies.
Tim in Tennessee. Tim, go ahead.
Casey Ryback.
Yeah. Do you think Tom Brady would have won as many Super Bowls if he'd played under Terry Bradshaw rules?
Yes. Yeah,
you do?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do agree with what you're saying, that it's hard to compare eras. But some of the things that Tom Brady did well applied to football, no matter what the rules were. So I do think so.
Like going to a team that was not winning and win a Super Bowl the very next year.
Yeah, I was about to say, do you want to take Tom Brady and put him on the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Now, if you do that, how many do they win?
Yeah, now, you see, don't forget either, when you compare the eras, to Bubba's point, you also had, when the Steelers and the Cowboys and all these people had their dynasties, there was no unlimited free agency. Tom Brady, quarterback for teams that would literally be rebuilt from one year to the next. And in the old days, if you're a Steelers, you got that team till everybody's too old to play.
And, you
can just repeat.
And saying that, we're not taking anything away from Terry Bradshaw because he was a great quarterback and he fit that Steeler mentality perfect.
Yes.
He was a good passer. He didn't have to rely on the pass play because of the running game and their defense.
Great defense.
But he could pass when he needed to. Had great receivers, Lynn Swann, Stallworth, But he had Big Franco in the backfield, and he was going to tote the load a lot of times. But Terry was gritty,
But if you ask me, if I'm going on the field right now and I can pick a quarterback, Terry Bradshaw or Tom Brady, I'm picking Tom Brady every time.
Yeah, I think just from a number standpoint, if you don't pick Tom Brady, you're not too smart.
Right.
I mean, you can't argue with the success.
No. And so you know what? You really just shouldn't compare eras because there's too many factors. Right. So I do acknowledge that point.
I mean, where do you stack him up against Fran Tarkenton?
Well, I would say he's better. He was
grinning when he asked that.
Right.
I love Fran.
Yeah.
Scrambling Fran.
Yeah. No, I do too.
Was anybody a better scrambler than he was?
You had a bit of a temper.
I mean, we talk about people who, extend plays. Fran Tarkenton would extend a play a minute and a half.
Can I tell you?
I mean, he'd run all over the field.
You didn't notice it because he was always on a bad team, but can I tell you who reminded me of Fran Tarkenton? Archie Manning.
He did.
Now, Archie Manning could scramble when nobody was scrambling. Clayton, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
I got my own take on that Bigfoot y'all talking about.
Okay.
They found Osama bin Laden, SEAL Team 6. They could find him.
Okay, I got you.
So you're saying put the SEAL team on
didn't know
the
where you were
hunt
going with that. Yeah.
for Bigfoot. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that if Bigfoot is as big as we say he is, and we should have more legit sightings on, as you said earlier, these game cameras now are everywhere. Okay,
Well, so we kind of make the assumption that he's ape-like, right?
That's
may
what
not
everybody
be,
says, yeah.
You know, up to speed to human level. But the only other explanation would be he's extremely intelligent and maybe a time traveler.
So you're going to go open that door again?
Oh, well, I'm just saying from that. That's one reason we haven't been able to catch him, because he can just open a portal and
that's
jump
true.
through time.
But that would
I mean,
make
he could be alien from another planet.
I think anything's on the table.
Yeah, until we actually debunk it totally.
And as I love all of you that will send me the meme today, the hide and seek champion of all time.
Yes,
You know,
yes.
I love
absolutely.
that.
What if
That's
you got a
good
note from your future self, Bubba, that said, "Hey, Bigfoot's
Easy.
real"? Solid.
Well, here's the problem. I won't ever time travel because I'd already gave myself a note on my 40th birthday.
That window's
See,
closed.
I mean, Speedy, you think even if I time travel tomorrow, I go back to that day,
Yeah.
and then I would know today that I went back then. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to be
What if
able
the note fell under the desk and you never saw it?
That'd be my luck.
That would be it. You can't even
The
have a
janitor
time travel
come
note.
and cleaned the trash out and knocked it off.
You
What a
can't-
great movie that would be, by the way.
Yeah.
You can't even have a time travel
Kris
note.
Kristofferson would have been good in there.
Yeah, boy.
Let's go to Cliff, Mobile, Alabama. Cliff, go ahead.
Hey guys, long time listener, first time caller.
Thank you.
Love your show. And appreciate the message that you guys put out. I just was wanting y'all's opinion about this news about George Soros and how he's buying, or the FCC is fast tracking buying so many radio networks and probably suppressing a message that you guys would have. Just wondering what y'all's thoughts are on
Yeah,
that.
we did a couple of segments on that back when it first came out. You may have missed it, but we did talk about it.
Yeah, and he's there is a radio group. They're primarily in major markets. What's the name of it?
Audacity?
Audacity?
I think so, yeah.
And they are in bankruptcy, and he's basically coming in to bail them out. Is how this is kind of playing out, and that's how they're getting around some of the normal procedures, because the FCC doesn't want to see radio stations go off the air, so they're kind of fast tracking this. But it does look a little suspicious. It's like 200, almost 200 radio stations in major markets that George Soros is getting control of right before the election.
Yeah, and if he does take all the conservative talk shows off, it also means he doesn't want to make any money.
Right. So we'll really see where his heart is on this.
Let's go to Jeff in Birmingham. Jeff, go ahead.
But it's not our stations.
No.
Any of ours.
Right. I know why they can't find Bigfoot.
Why's that?
Because he's really D.B. Cooper.
Well, now that is now I think we had Bigfoot before D.B. Cooper though.
Yeah, I think Patterson was before the hijacking.
It was.
But, I love those shows where they investigate these things, but I'd like to get some closure on a few of them.
Well, I do not want to watch any more shows that just, hears noises.
Yeah, something banging in the woods.
That's a tree over here.
That's a junior Sasquatch.
Yeah, right.
How do you know?
Look right here. There's this. Here's some scat, and
there's a lot of things scat in the woods.
We can't identify where it came from. Let's see big fella.
Yeah,
let's get a good look at him.
Okay. So there's several mysteries I'd like to see solved. I mean, some of them I think we got a pretty good idea on, like Natalie Holloway. We know kind of what happened there. John Benet Ramsey, I think we're still wide open on that, right?
Yes, we are. Sadly.
Yep. Bigfoot, Yeti. I mean, the Yeti could be a Bigfoot that lives up in the mountains. I give you that.
Right. Little. Somebody just said that Danny Sheridan knows who Bigfoot is.
Yeah,
golly, that's good.
He's with the bag man.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.